Chapter 17. The One Who Cared. He watched a couple of young children splashing and playfully laughing inside one of the swimming pools of the castle. Their laughter and bright smiles calmed down his anxious heart as he observed them from the top of one of the towers. Those eyes were full of so much joy, hope and innocence. None of them had any idea as to what the world was really like. Unlike the stories they were told, there were no heroes in real life. Only skilled monsters who killed each other one after another. In most cases without any just reason and only for the sake of killing. Watching these children couldn't help but make Naruto think about the thousands of other ones residing in this city. Not to forget the thousands of parents, mothers, fathers, grandparents, aunts, uncles. These people couldn't fight a ninja army, had no say in the political rivalries of the royal court, but were the ones who suffered most because of it. Nobody cared about what happened to them. Not the daimyo, not the ninja clans or the soldiers. He knew perfectly well as to what would happen to these people if Madara came to the city. They would all burn. The men would be killed, the women raped or taken slaves, and the children could only watch helplessly as their families and life were destroyed before their very eyes. The daimyo and his forces would fight back viciously, the Senju will retaliate in full force, making the Uchihas return the favor with thrice the passion. It would be a bloodbath of a monumental scale, and gods forbid if he had to unleash Kurama to save his clan. He knew what the beast was fully capable of. It could raise this city to ashes in 10 seconds and kill everyone in it. Even if Kurama tried to fight carefully, it would still not stop thousands of innocent civilians from getting caught in the crossfire. "You've got that look in your eyes again." He turned sideways and was surprised to see his friend Itachi staring at him with his usual stoic and all-knowing gaze. Itachi had always been a man of few words, but he had an uncanny ability to understand people. Naruto was no exception. "What look?" asked Naruto with an amused smile, as Itachi stepped beside him and observed the playing children. "The look that says that I am about to do something incredibly brave or stupid," answered Itachi frankly. Naruto wryly smiled at that blunt statement. Itachi had never been one for mincing words. And his friend was not wrong, so he could not refute what he said or risk having to lie to him, something which Naruto didn't want. "Our ancestors ruled the world. They taught the ninja arts, maintained peace across the lands until the war between Indra and Ashura broke out. Then everything changed," whispered Naruto sadly. "What are you saying?" asked Itachi curiously. "Our people have always said that we are the rightful rulers of this world. That we were usurped, that all the clans and civilians should bow to us because we are superior. We have the royal blood in us, we have the power and mind to rule, but are we truly good rulers? In fact, I don't even know what a good ruler is," admitted Naruto worriedly. Itachi remained silent as he pondered over those honest words while staring at the playing children and then at the vast capital before them. Looking at it, he could finally understand what his friend was worried about. "I think you already know the answer," Naruto said Itachi with a small smile. "I have to destroy something truly great. And I have to send thousands of innocents to their deaths. A good ruler would never do that to his people," said Naruto bitterly, clenching his fists around the stone wall of the tower. "This is a time of war," my friend pointed Itachi, but Naruto shook his head fiercely. "Then how are we any better than the Senju? If we do not care about the lives of our people but only about our rights alone, then the Uchiha are not fit to rule," said Naruto bitterly. "That is the way of the world," said Itachi calmly, making Naruto snarl. "Then it's bloody wrong," yelled Naruto furiously, his eyes ablaze with anger and shame. Itachi was stunned by that outburst. Looking into his friend's eyes, he realized Naruto didn't want to do this. He didn't want thousands to die just so his family could rule. It was the true way of gaining power. Their clan's words were fire and blood, but in Naruto's eyes he saw fear for the lives of all these people who could not defend themselves. "Your compassion will kill you someday, Naruto." Naruto's anger subsided and a faint smile twitched across his lips, for he remembered Kurama saying the same thing about his loyalty. And they were not wrong, but still. "Better to die as who I am, than become something I am not." Itachi stared at his friend quite intensely. He had always known, despite his sarcastic humor and playful nature, there was a good heart deep inside this Uchiha. Naruto was not a perfect man and had many shortcomings, yet there was something within him that had made Itachi and many others believe in him. Now that he remembered the past years, Naruto had always fought for his clan, but at the same time he had also fought for the people of the Land of Fire. He and Shisui both believed in protecting the weak and innocent. They both believed in everything which any ninja would never do. "You're going to do something," realized Itachi, and stared at his friend worriedly. Naruto simply nodded. May I know what that is? Asked Itachi hesitantly, making Naruto smile a little. Not if you want to save your ass from my brother. Itachi flinched. He was a fine warrior, but pissing off Madara was not something he wanted to do anytime soon. However, Naruto was the man's brother and had a few liberties Itachi didn't. I have to act on what my own heart is telling me to, even if I am not or will never be a ruler. And I have to do what is best for all our people. Confessed Naruto. And if you fail? If war is truly inevitable? Questioned Itachi seriously, and saw Naruto's gaze harden, but he didn't look away from Itachi's piercing stare. Then I will do my duty as I always have. Hashirama Senju was having breakfast with his family in the early morning. The atmosphere was tense and awkward, something which had never happened before. His sister was not even looking at him and had not talked to him for an entire day. Itama had tried to make peace between his two siblings but had failed, resulting into him silently eating his food while casting hesitant glances at his two siblings. Hashirama himself knew it would take a long time before Tsunade got over her anger, still he had to try. Sue. Before he could finish calling her, there was a knock on their door. When he gave the permission to enter, one of his Senju guards stepped inside and bowed. The man had an apologetic look in his eyes for disturbing his leader's family at this early hour, but he did speak. My lord, the kin slayer is here to see you, said the guard, and Hashirama didn't miss the disgust in the man's voice no matter how much he tried to hide it. His curiosity piqued. Send him in. The guard bowed before quickly walking out of the room, leaving Hashirama to wonder as to why Naruto was here. So far from what he had seen, the boy had a cocky and arrogant personality. Nothing unusual among Uchihas, but behind that facade lay a truly calculative and sharp man. The Senju had seen the intelligence in those eyes, while Madara was ruled by his emotions. His younger brother had more restraint. It still didn't cease to amaze him as to how magnificent the boy looked in his golden armor. That dragon sigil on his chest left no doubt as to who he was. The dark black cloak fluttering on his back as he walked gave him a contrasting look in comparison to his golden armor. The boy was handsome, but more than that, it were his eyes that always intrigued Hashirama. The Senju head saw Tsunade brutally stab her fork over her plate while Itama nervously clenched his fists. Before his sister could start her outburst and aggravate Naruto before he even began, Hashirama sent a warning glance at his sister. She held her silence but gave him a menacing glare in return. When Naruto finally stepped before them, Hashirama saw Dawn was now hanging on the boy's hip. Hashirama gave a curt but respectful nod to his visitor, receiving the same in return. What brings you here, Naruto? Asked Hashirama curiously. I just got word from my father and brother. They have accepted the offer and will arrive shortly with all the clan heads for the wedding, informed Naruto, with not a hint of emotion visible on his blank face. Playing messenger now, are you? That's quite beneath you, Kinslayer. Insulted Tsunade spitefully. Itama smacked his forehead in frustration, and even Hashirama groaned at his sister's blatant attempt to rile up the Uchiha when all he was doing was giving them an important message. The only proof that Naruto even heard that insult was the slight twitch of his eyebrows, and that too was stopped when he noticed Hashirama stare at him apologetically. I am not here to play childish games, princess, replied Naruto coldly, and saw a nasty scowl arrive on the beautiful woman's face. Good. Then get the hell out, spat Tsunade furiously. She flinched when Hashirama slammed his fist on the wooden table, nearly make it shatter. The fierce anger in her eldest brother's eyes made her gulp. Silence, commanded Hashirama. Tsunade bit her lip in order to hold back another sharp reply. Her brother was a good and patient man, but there were times when she really pissed him off with her fiery temper. This was one of those times. I apologize for her words, Lord Naruto, said Hashirama sincerely, and was intrigued when the boy shook his head. Every person is responsible for their actions. You don't have to apologize for the deeds of your sister, refuted Naruto honestly. Tsunade clenched her fists at the audacity of this Uchiha. Who was he to preach such noble values when he had done so many despicable things in his life? But her eldest brother seemed quite impressed with Naruto's words, and remembering Hashirama's silent warning from before, she was forced to keep her silence. Hashirama gracefully allowed Naruto to take a seat, which the Uchiha did with slight hesitation. Before they could exchange any other pleasantries, Naruto got straight to the point. This is a mistake, Lord Hashirama warned Naruto. Finally something we can agree upon, snorted Tsunade, making her brothers sigh. Hashirama ignored his sister, knowing how hopeless she was, and instead decided to listen to the most rational man in the room right now. Why so? He asked the boy, and saw a grim look arrive on the boy's face. My people and our allies will never bow to a civilian who is strong-arming us to become slaves, informed Naruto. But you just said your people agreed to the offer, said Atama confusedly. Naruto pursed his lips and refused to say something. But he didn't have to, as Hashirama realized what the boy had not said out loud. They are going to attack the city. Hashirama's stunned revelation made his siblings stiffen before they both looked at Naruto with such hostility and anger, but the unfazed boy simply sat in his chair and only stared at Hashirama. I believe they will do just that, confirmed Naruto, making Hashirama grimace. Why are you telling me this? Asked Hashirama with a hint of suspicion now seeping into his hardened voice. I cannot allow the innocent people of this city to die for our feud. It was the daimyo who started this, your clan who supported it, and the Uchiha who will end it in fire and blood. These civilians and their families shouldn't die for our crimes. Admitted Naruto plainly. Don't listen to him, brother. This could be a trap. Warned Atama hurriedly. I knew the Uchiha were treacherous bastards. But I never knew your clan could stoop so low, said Tsunade furiously. Even in the face of those scathing insults and damning accusations, Hashirama noticed the boy never lost his cool for even a second. He simply glanced at Hashirama's siblings before looking at the Senju leader seriously. Why do you desire peace so much, Lord Hashirama? Asked Naruto curiously. Because there is only one result if our clans continue fighting. Annihilation of both sides, and it is something I don't want, confessed Hashirama honestly. To his surprise, Naruto accepted his answer with a curt but respectful nod. I answered your question. Now I want you to answer one of mine, said Hashirama seriously. Depends on the question, replied Naruto calmly, earning a tiny smirk from the Senju leader. Why are your people refusing this peace offer? Naruto's gaze hardened at that question, something which neither Hashirama or his family missed. We are a proud clan, Lord Hashirama. We are not as rich or influential as you and your allies, but we are strong. Despite what you believe, fighting against the Senjus is a matter of honor for us because only your people can match our prowess. We hate your people but respect your power because you earned it, revealed Naruto. Hashirama took in all that information and tried to process it. Surprisingly, his younger brother realized the true meaning behind the Uchiha's revolt sooner than anyone else. But the daimyo has not earned that respect, has he? Questioned Atama knowingly, earning a surprised nod from Naruto, who had clearly not expected the shy Senju to figure out the real reason behind the revolt. You cannot win against the daimyo's army, much less against our side if we join him, warned Hashirama seriously, all playfulness gone from his eyes. I know, agreed Naruto in a resigned voice. Then why? Asked Hashirama in disbelief. You know why? Hashirama found himself cursing Madara, for he could be the only one behind this suicidal move. The rest of the Uchiha family, including the likes of Tajima, Naori and Naruto, had far more sense than Madara. After hearing the underlying threat of annihilation if the Uchihas rejected the marriage offer, Madara's anger would have known no bounds. Hashirama had expected that from Madara, but to think even a shrewd man like Tajima would agree to this? It was then he realized the true reason behind this move. Pride. The Uchihas greatly valued their independence even if they paid taxes to the daimyo, because it was very rare they had to do anything for the man. But if they agreed to this, then they would lose that independence and they would never accept that. He looked into Naruto's eyes and saw while he agreed with the sentiment, he knew it would only have one outcome for the Uchihas. And yet you'll fight knowing your people are making a wrong decision, said Hashirama disappointedly. It is not my place to make decisions. If my brother comes here and starts fighting, I will support him because he's my family, confessed Naruto. And yet if you're here then it could only mean you want to prevent that from happening, deduced Tsunade, earning a surprised glance from Naruto. She scoffed at him. Who did he thought she was? Some pretty face with no brains? His deadpan gaze was the answer to her internal question, which made her growl, earning a tiny smirk from him. That infuriating bastard. I'd like to avoid bloodshed if I can. I'll admit I didn't clearly think it would hurt your clan's pride, and for that I apologize. But make no mistake, if your clan makes any move against my people I will retaliate, warned Hashirama, his dark eyes boring into Naruto's very soul. The Uchiha stiffened a little on feeling the barest hint of Hashirama's killing intent. It was barely a warning, but Naruto's sensory powers clearly revealed to him the true extent of Hashirama's power. It was a humbling experience to say the least. He sighed in relief when that force vanished and Hashirama's hardened gaze softened, if only a little. How do you propose we avoid this war? Questioned Hashirama. If you truly want peace with my people, then rather than make them bow by force, make them see something that you are truly sincere in your desire for peace, advised Naruto. How? Asked Itama curiously. There is no way my people will ever listen to the daimyo after what he did. Even if it kills them all, they will destroy that man and his family. It is not the most sensible thing, but it is what my people will do. If you help in smoothing that process without getting into any conflict with us, then it would go a long way to show the Uchiha your sincerity, explained Naruto patiently. You mean rebel against the daimyo, said Hashirama knowingly, narrowing his eyes dangerous at the boy. At Naruto's nod of confirmation, Hashirama could only massage his forehead. What mess had he gotten himself into? It didn't stop Naruto from continuing. We are already inside the daimyo's castle. We have enough men if we combine our forces and take the royal family hostage. If that happens, the royal army will surrender and there will be no need for Madara to attack this city. As for my people not attacking yours after our victory, then I promise you I will make them back down, said Naruto honestly. And we are to take your word on that? Asked Itama in disbelief. Yes. Or else you would kill Tobirama, said Tsunade, bringing out the unsaid threat if the scene just made any move to stop the Uchiha from going up against the daimyo. Very likely, admitted Naruto, much to the surprise of the three Senjus. Tsunade's gaze turned ice cold as she glared at the Uchiha. Then it's best if we have a prisoner of our own. We will join our forces with the daimyo, and knowing your brother, he will not attack as long as we hold you prisoner, said Tsunade darkly. She could only frown when Naruto stared at her amusedly. Trust me, if you try to attack me maybe you will succeed. But make no mistake, within minutes of that this city will burn to ashes, warned Naruto coldly. Hashirama racked his brain in order to figure out the real reason behind Naruto's claim. The boy had 500 strong fighters inside the city and they would defend him, but it was not enough to destroy an entire city. His eyes widened. That fox, said Hashirama in horror, realizing the true identity of the beast. He had heard so many stories about it in his childhood, but in those stories it had been a monumental beast capable of breaking mountains, destroying cities in an instant, and so much more. All this time that fox had been hiding itself as a forest animal. Now he could understand why the Uchihas were so confident in their rebellion. With a beast like that on their side they could cause untold damage on their enemies. And that beast was loyal to Naruto. Hashirama now saw the boy in a different light. Madara was a raging fire, dangerous but easy to spot and control. But Naruto was a silent flame that threatened to burn everything Hashirama held dear. What about the fox, brother? Questioned Itama worriedly. Even Tsunade looked alarmed as she saw all color drain from her brother's face. She looked at the kin slayer and staring into his eyes, she knew he had made his point. Nothing had truly terrified her eldest brother, not even facing Madara. But right now he looked as if he was about to piss himself, which made Tsunade gulp. Don't be afraid, said Naruto. Those words were meant to be reassuring if not for the cold smirk on Naruto's lips and the dangerous look in his eyes that actually showed her what the beast was capable of if Naruto allowed him to run amok. Tsunade now understood why many feared this man. Naruto was a complicated man, even an interesting one, but it also made him a dangerous man. Something which he just proved to Tsunade's family. What is your true goal, Naruto Uchiha? Asked Hashirama dreadfully, making the boy give a cunning smile in return. I am not interested in these petty feuds. What I truly want, said Naruto seriously as he got up from his chair and walked towards the wall where the map of the ninja world was placed. Hashirama and his siblings followed the Uchiha and soon stepped beside. What do you want? They asked in unison, staring at the map with curiosity and fear in their hearts. Naruto's cold smile was enough to stop their hearts momentarily. What I want for our people is not just the land of fire, but... He placed his hand on the entire map and crumbled it in his hand, his eyes were full of determination and ambition. The kingdom of ninjas. Hashirama was stunned. It was true, both the ancestors of Uchiha and Senju had ruled the entire world before their war broke out. They were the strongest clans in the world and could muster up a great army if they joined together. Nobody could stop them if they united. He could only stare at Naruto with stunned silence, unable to believe what this boy was truly capable of. He was ambitious, but not for himself. He cared about people, including civilians, and had the cunning to even make Hashirama respect and fear him. His next words only strengthened Hashirama's respect and fear of the boy. So either we can continue our bitter feud, or take back what is rightfully ours, said Naruto seriously. What about revenge against my family? asked Hashirama daringly, looking Naruto right in the eye for even the slightest sign of deceit. The boy sighed as he clenched his fists. I don't want to kill all of your people, Hashirama. I hate Tobirama for killing my brother and would have killed him no matter what happened if I hadn't made a promise to someone that I would spare his life. So no, if you stop fighting against my family then I will not cause any harm to yours, promised Naruto bitterly. Tsunade was stunned. An Uchiha who was actually willing to set aside his revenge? Not only was it impossible but something which only Naruto's grandfather had tried to do before, and that man got a very bad punishment in return for his sincerity in seeking peace. Yet here was Naruto willing to take another chance. Had she been wrong in judging this man? Was her prejudice due to his past actions stopping her from seeing him for who he truly was? She had heard all about other people's story on why Naruto killed his people, but she had never heard his side, and for the first time it made her feel guilty. Before she could ponder more on this matter, Hashirama broke the silence. You are asking me to place a lot of trust in you and your people, Naruto said Hashirama cautiously, earning a nod from the Uchiha. A risk which my family shall equally share, Lord Hashirama, replied Naruto, earning a grim nod from Hashirama. He looked at Atama and Tsunade only to see they were conflicted. Hashirama was no better, so he looked at the Senju clan head one last time. Think about my offer. Either we'll meet in my chambers to discuss terms or on the battlefield. I hope you make a wise choice, Lord Hashirama. Now, have a good day, said Naruto respectfully. He was about to walk away when he heard Hashirama call out his name. Turning back he saw all three Senju staring at him seriously. Our people may take time in trusting each other. But if I am to go forward with this, then I have to at least trust the person who brought me this offer in the first place, explained Hashirama, earning a nod from Naruto. What can make you trust me? Asked Naruto sincerely. I want to know who Naruto Uchiha truly is. His brow furrowed as he saw Hashirama staring at him intensely. The Senju clan head was quite serious. How can I make that happen? Questioned Naruto. His breath nearly stopped when he recognized the look in Hashirama's eyes. Why did you do it? Chapter 18. Kinslayer. Naruto stood still, unable to accept what was just asked of him. In front of his eyes, he saw flashes pass by one after another. He could hear every scream tear through his heart, all that blood staining his skin even now. His hand slightly trembled as the memory of what he did that night came back to haunt him. He had sworn never to say the truth to anyone, sworn that he would take that secret to his grave bearing the curse. And yet in the eyes of all three Senjus, he saw only one thing. They wanted the truth. It was his darkest secret, one even more important than the existence of his unborn children with Shizuka. If he revealed it to anyone, it could very likely tear his clan apart. But if he didn't, then it was almost certain that his people would die fighting against both the daimyo and Senjus. Kinslayer. He could still hear that voice calling him that, and he cursed himself for getting into this situation, for there was no going back now. He had laid out all the cards and his opponent had called him on it. Now it was time to pay. He could refuse, but it would undermine his credibility and destroy any chance of the Senjus laying faith in him. He inwardly laughed on even thinking that such a moment would come where he would be desperate to get the Senjus to trust him when all his life he had wanted nothing more than to make them pay for killing his brothers. Life was certainly a roller coaster ride, at least in his case. I need a drink, he whispered hesitantly. It was barely morning and he wanted to dull his senses, but he could figure out no other way where he could tell the Senjus what they wanted to hear. There was no way in hell a sober version of him was going to tell them even a quarter of the truth. Thankfully, Hashirama didn't question or even rebuke his demand and simply ordered one of his people to get the finest wine or sake available at the earliest. Naruto was more than relieved for the fact that he had skipped breakfast today. It would only allow him to get drunk faster. It was a risk because it would dull his senses, and if the Senjus decided to kill him then they could bloody well do it. But they wouldn't. Because if he died here, then it wouldn't matter who killed him or why. Madara would burn this entire city with everyone in it and murder Tobirama in the cruelest ways known to man. His brother's anger sometimes even terrified him, and after what he was about to do it would not just be Madara but his father and aunt who would all be pissed at him. Greatly. Still, there was no going back now, so he took a seat on the couch as the Senju family took up seats on the one on his opposite. The guard luckily brought 2 fine bottles of both wine and sake. He knew drinking both of them together was a bad idea, but frankly, he didn't care right now. While he had his drinks and felt his senses dull more and more, his audience maintained a respectful silence and made every effort not to stare at him too openly. Although he did see Tsunade getting a little disappointed on seeing him finish his 2 bottles and the effects kicking in so soon. He stored that information for later, maybe someday he could engage the Senju princess in a drinking contest. If they became allies, then that had a great possibility of happening. Even with his dulled senses, he aimlessly stared across the room, seeing faces he never thought he would see again. The bright red walls only seemed to remind him of all the crimson blood that had been shed that night. Finally, he mustered all the courage he had and hesitantly looked at the 3 Senjus who, if his drunken mind was seeing right, were quite eager to listen. It all started after our victory at the Great Tama River. Flashback, 10 years ago. Naruto sat in the middle of the Naka temple surrounded by his clansmen on all sides. All of his family was here except for Madara, who was currently away on another mission. The Uchihas looked to be in a good mood, for they had just scored their single largest victory against the Senju in years. And they had the Sharingan back. He saw his father stand up, making their remaining clansmen cease their chatter. Every set of eyes were now fixed on Tajima Uchiha. "We have achieved a great victory," announced Tajima proudly, earning a loud roar of cheers. When it finally died down, Tajima looked at his people with even more confidence, and they could feel his enthusiasm as they looked back at him with hope. "I have called you all here because it is our custom to thank the gods for giving us the strength to achieve what we did. It is true that we paid a heavy price for that." Nobody blamed Tajima when he took a pause, for while many had lost friends and family, Tajima had lost the most with the death of his 3 sons. But at the same time, he had gained immense prestige and had his position secure as clan head for the rest of his life now that his last 2 sons had the Sharingan. In fact, Tajima's family reign was guaranteed for generations. "But we won. So today, I seek blessings from the gods and ask you to join me," declared Tajima. There was not a single protest from everyone as all the Uchihas rose as one before joining their leader and his family and kneeling before the statues of Amaterasu, Shinigami, Tsukiyomi, Hachiman, Izanami, Izanagi, and the dragon. Naruto found himself intensely staring at the ancient deities. People said they were not worshipped anymore because they were old and never existed in the first place. But one look at his people showed him they didn't believe it for 1 second. No matter who they were, there was not one Uchiha who didn't look a devoted person. He remembered tales of Amaterasu, goddess of the sun. The scary tales of Shinigami, the Death Reaper. Not one Uchiha could claim not to fear this god. The songs of Tsukiyomi and his loyalty. The brother of Amaterasu and the god of the moon, not to mention the Uchiha's prime god. The courage of Hachiman, the god of war. The twins Izanagi and Izanami, god of the sky and goddess of the earth. The dragon, his clan's proclaimed ancestor. He didn't know if they truly existed or not, but by now most of the world believed the Uchihas to be retainers of dragon blood. Standing before these 7 gods made him feel at peace and gave him strength as he tried to suppress the feeling of missing his brothers. They would never join him in this pious task, never get to share this peace with him. He was brought out of his musings when the prayer was finally completed and the people started getting back on their feet. Soon chatter broke out amongst the clan members, and even Tajima was surrounded by people eager to talk to him. Even Aunt Nauri was swarmed by a group of women and looked to be busy. He bit his lip and waited for any of them to look at him, and was not proven wrong when Tajima beckoned him to step forward. Naruto obediently walked towards his father and saw an old man with a stern face and ice-cold eyes waiting for him. His once dark hair had turned all white and his wrinkled skin made him look more like a glorified mummy. "Meet your great-uncle, Yamamoto Uchiha." Naruto's friendly expression vanished as that name struck home. If he remembered it correctly, then this man was one of the distant cousins of his late grandfather. When he died, this man tried to take the Uchiha leadership from Tajima but couldn't gather enough support. In retaliation, Tajima had sent his uncle away on various missions that had kept him away from home for decades. But the resurgence of the Sharingan was a big enough event for an exile to come back. And he certainly didn't like the way this man was looking at him. He knew that look, had often seen it enough in Inabai and Yashiro's eyes whenever Izuna had doted on him. Jealousy. Still, protocol demanded him to show this elder respect despite his past actions. So he swallowed his pride and suspicion before giving a respectful bow to the older man. "You taught him well, Tajima," said Yamamoto crisply. Those words were meant as a praise, yet the condescending tone left little doubt regarding the man's true feelings regarding Naruto and his family. Fortunately, Tajima was used to something like this and simply looked at his relative calmly. "This was a courtesy, uncle. Since you hold an honorary seat on the Elders' Council, it was my responsibility to inform you of our latest victory. "I have done my job and I hope your stay here will be comfortable," replied Tajima. Even Naruto could see the older man grinding his teeth in order to contain his fury because Tajima again reminded him that he was not welcome to stay any more than necessary. What made it worse was the fact that there was nothing Yamamoto could do to change that. Realizing he couldn't hurt the Uchiha leader, the old man then turned his gaze towards Naruto, and this time he didn't try to hide his true feelings. "Show me those eyes of yours," commanded Yamamoto, and even he couldn't hide his eagerness. "No." Tajima smirked on seeing the gobsmacked look on his uncle's face on hearing that answer. He had clearly not expected that, and he couldn't be more proud of his youngest son than he was right now. Looking at the boy, Tajima saw an icy gaze staring at Yamamoto, refusing to bow to the man's blatant demands. "Are you disrespecting an elder and a member of your family, boy?" reprimanded Yamamoto harshly. If looks could kill, then Naruto should have been on fire. Tajima narrowed his eyes dangerously. It was true that things were not exactly peachy between him and Naruto, but to watch his boy be talked to like that invoked a renowned fury in him. Certainly not from this man. Before Tajima could come to his son's rescue, the boy took up the job himself. "My father taught me it is treason to command your liege lord's family. You expect respect but give none in return. I hope you understand that you have no right to ask anything of me. Even if you had, I wouldn't give you a penny." Tajima was more than impressed by what his son just said. If they were not surrounded by their clan, he might have even praised the boy for not acting like a child but far more maturely. Yamamoto looked thunderous, and Tajima didn't miss nearly a dozen Uchiha inching close to the three of them. He narrowed his eyes at those people, remembering each of them perfectly. They were all his uncle's supporters who had tried to overthrow him. Many had recommended them to be put to death for their treason, but Tajima had not done that, knowing how much it would have hurt his dead father's soul. Besides, their clan had taken a mighty blow from the Senju, and he could not afford to lose trained fighters at any cost. So instead, he gave them missions that kept most of them away from home for a very long time. But now that vacation was about to end. Naruto tensed as he too noticed the unknown people closing towards them. He was still deciding his next move when Tajima stepped before him protectively and glared murderously at his uncle and his supporters. "We are done here. Pack up your shit and leave before first light tomorrow," commanded Tajima icily. "And if I don't?" challenged the old man. Naruto could practically see the supporters of each faction eyeing each other warily. One wrong move and things could go haywire. Kento Senju. Nearly every Uchiha in the vicinity flinched on hearing that hated man's name. But their reaction was not one of disgust but of utter terror. It was a well-known fact that Kento had been the instigator who slaughtered Tajima's siblings when his father tried to offer peace. What Tajima did in return was enough to even terrify his own men. It took years, but Tajima was relentless. He finally managed to capture Kento and his entire family except for his son Butsuma. What happened next was enough to even make Yamamoto flinch as he remembered that incident. Tajima didn't kill his prisoners or torture them even. He broke them. Months of imprisonment in the dark cells with only the barest amount of food and water had left most of the Senju family insane or terrified. Their mental capacity was so eroded that they saw shadows everywhere waiting to kill them. Tajima gave Kento and his sons who were still sane one offer. Either have Kento's wife and daughters be raped by hundreds of Uchiha, or do the deed themselves. The prisoners had begged and screamed, but Tajima was merciless. He knew they would do what he wanted them to do and watched in grim satisfaction as the Senju head and his sons were forced to do one of the most disgusting acts on earth. And he made them do it again and again, just as they had raped his little sister. The family was broken beyond repair, and then Tajima simply allowed those women to be raped again and again by Uchiha until they died. Kento's sons tried to fight and Tajima slaughtered them brutally before their father's eyes, further traumatizing the man. By then, nothing was left of the Senju head. His spirit was broken. And then Tajima let him leave. Kento turned up at his hometown a few weeks later, a completely broken man, and before his entire clan, he set himself on fire. His screams as he was burned alive were enough to traumatize Butsuma for a lifetime as he vainly tried to save his father, but in the end failed. The scene just got the message clearly. Fire and blood. From that day forth, Tajima Uchiha was considered a brutal man. Naruto saw for the first time the respect and fear in the eyes of even those who hated his father. Tajima dared them to defy him, but no one did. Not even Yamamoto. "Get the hell out of my sight," commanded Tajima coldly. Just after dinner, Naruto had sneaked out of his home in order to visit the lazy fox. The beast always pretended to be annoyed or even furious by Naruto's increasing visits, but the beast's eyes that always sparkled with curiosity betrayed his true feelings. As for Naruto, he found Kurama interesting and fun to be around. Since Madara was always away on missions, it allowed him to spend time with someone with whom he was more comfortable than either his father or aunt or any other Uchiha. It was a sad truth, and he could only hope his relationship with them improved in the future. He was about to take his secret route to sneak into the forests when he felt it. A faint presence in the southwest direction, and there was only one place of importance there. Curious, he activated his Sharingan only to have his faint smile falter and be replaced by a heavy frown. Goddamn, if it wasn't those orphans trying to break the rules again. He never really cared as to what they did, since most of the time it was completely harmless, but today his father was clearly pissed off and might just deal with them harshly if they were caught. So, he changed course and instead followed the source of chakra signatures. Within minutes, he arrived at his destination and frowned on sensing those presences moving further underground. Those fools. Didn't they know they were not allowed to be in this place after sunset? With a resigned sigh, he entered through the doors and looked around in the darkness. It was dark, but, thanks to his Sharingan, he easily saw the trail of chakra and followed after it, descending towards the basement. He heard voices. So many voices. We move tonight. His breath stopped as he realized the owner of that voice. The same man who had nearly threatened his father to a fight in the morning. Yamamoto Uchiha. Still, he calmed his nerves and decided to listen on the conversation. If they were going to harm his family, then he needed to know everything before going to Tajima. There's no going back after this, Yamamoto-sama. Are you sure this is really necessary? Asked a hesitant young voice. It is the only way, Keiji. You can verify it yourself. Assured Yamamoto calmly. I have waited years for this. Finally, we can put Tajima in the ground for what he did to us, whispered another. Once we rebel, there is no going back. Either we'll live or Tajima and his family. Steal your hearts, because we will wipe all of them out and take this clan back to its rightful place, declared Yamamoto. Can we really take Tajima head on along with his supporters? Asked a skeptical voice. Yes. We can, reassured Yamamoto with so much confidence and the slightest hint of certainty. Naruto had gone deathly pale by the time he finished hearing the conversation. His hands were trembling. These people were going to attack his family. Tajima needed to know about this revolt immediately. Even if Yamamoto had fewer supporters, it still didn't diminish the danger to Tajima's life and that of his family. He was just about to leave when he heard a terrified scream followed by dozens more. Women and children. Had they already started taking hostages from Tajima's supporters? If that was the case, then the situation was even more alarming than he had previously imagined. He could feel there were at least 50 to 60 people in the basement. How many of them were enemies that he couldn't know? Tajima needed to know right now. Orders? Asked a cold voice, devoid of any emotion. Naruto stopped mid-flight, clearly trapped between running and staying. His heart threatened to burst out of his chest. He had already started sweating and his hands just couldn't stop trembling. His people, his clan, were all in danger. Kill them all. His sword was unleashed as those words passed his ears. There was no time to react, no time to get help. He had to save these people from those madmen. He ran down the stairs at an alarming speed with his sword ready and eyes wide in terror. He didn't think what would happen. He couldn't imagine doing anything else. Channeling chakra through his sword, he brutally carved the wooden door of the basement in half and crashed inside. Rolling in quick succession, he got back on his feet with his Sharingan blazing. He saw nearly 20 to 25 fully armed Uchihas standing around helpless and terrified women as well as little children tied to wooden posts. Their eyes full of horror, fear and unending tears, while the armed men looked shocked at the intrusion. What the hell are you doing? Yelled Naruto furiously, glaring straight at his great uncle. The man sneered at him, his eyes full of so much loathing. If it isn't the young dragon. Mocked Yamamoto, even going so far as howling a poor scream of a dragon. The old man's supporters now turned towards him with the same look of utter loathing in their eyes as they raised their weapons. I command you to release these people at once. Disobey and you shall be executed for treason. Warned Naruto, his Sharingan glaring murderously at these people. And they laughed at him. He gritted his teeth as he saw the women and children whimper on seeing their captors were not going to obey that command even if it had come from their liege lord's son. They were really going to rebel. That was something. Maybe you do have some dragon blood in you. Mocked Yamamoto. These people are our family. You have no right to do any harm to them, warned Naruto again, earning a snort from the rebel Uchihas. We don't want to, but for the greater good of our clan, we have to, said Yamamoto reluctantly, and was not surprised when the angry young boy frowned at his words. What? So naive. You think you and your brother got the Sharingan because you're special? Asked one rebel Uchiha in disgust. It's just a simple process. One which your father kept hidden from everyone for years, roared another rebel. What the hell are you talking about? Hissed Naruto bitterly. Yamamoto sighed in frustration but stepped aside a little to reveal their family's ancient tablet. There were many secrets engraved in that stone and only a handful Uchiha in history could read it. And even they couldn't read it much without the Sharingan. Our clan suffered for centuries without the Sharingan. But your father and his ancestors before him kept this secret from us. You activated those eyes because of the pain you felt when your brothers died. It must not have been a good experience, but it gave you the power to serve your clan better. We are doing the same, proclaimed Yamamoto. By murdering innocent women and children? These are our people. We are sworn to defend them, yelled Naruto in disbelief and mad fury. If 2 Sharingans could give us such a big victory over the Senjus, imagine what hundreds more would do? Asked Yamamoto eagerly, all sense of rationality gone from the man's eyes. Naruto stood still aghast, seeing what was happening before his very eyes. This was a dream, it had to be. Madness runs in your clan. His breath stopped when he remembered Kurama's warning about his clan and what they were capable of. He had refuted the fox back then, telling him that the Uchiha were only cruel to their enemies. But now, after hearing these rebels and seeing those innocents about to be butchered, his belief shattered. We will take back what is rightfully ours in fire and blood. These women and children are our nieces and nephews, we love them, but their sacrifice will be remembered in the future. Today, we all shall rise as dragons, declared Yamamoto enthusiastically, making every one of his supporters cheer for victory. We will strike down Tajima. We will butcher the Senjus. And we will rule the world. The mad cheering was stopped when a murderous aura spread across the entire basement. The killing intent that was unleashed made the captive children cry as the woman tried to console them despite being tied to different posts. The rebels flinched when they saw a pair of Sharingan eyes glaring at them murderously. Yamamoto clenched his jaw on seeing the defiant boy and unleashed his sword, making his followers do the same. Half of you, start the ritual. The rest shall help me in putting this runt down, declared Yamamoto. Hi! Chorused the rebels in silent glee, the eagerness to activate their Sharingan clearly visible on their maniacal faces. Now you die, boy, warned Yamamoto, pointing his sword right at Naruto. Naruto's hands inched towards his pouch on the back. After his and Kurama's encounter with the Kaguya and Hagoromo clans, he had made it a habit of being fully armed when he visited the fox. That habit might just save his life today. He glanced at every one of his enemies and realized one bitter fact. There were too many of them. Still, he had no choice but to fight, even if it meant his death. He could never look Izuna in the eye if he ran here, leaving these women and children to die. He raised his own sword and looked his great uncle right in the eye. Then let us die. Before anyone could react, Naruto unleashed 2 large smoke bombs from his pouch and shrouded the entire basement in a cloud of purple smoke. He heard the rebels and the prisoners coughing violently. Many shouted to each other asking for Naruto's whereabouts because they could not see the boy. But Naruto could see them with his Sharingan. He glanced at his sword, knowing despite all the reasons, he would be killing his own people to save his own people. There was no victory here. Only duty. The 5 sharp kunai flew from his left hand, hitting their targets with perfect accuracy. A part of him died as he saw the wounded men clutch their pierced throats as they spat blood. Their horror was clear for Naruto to see as they all slumped to their knees before falling lifelessly to the wooden floor. Tears stung his eyes, and oddly he felt the world move even more slowly as he charged. He gave a wordless battle cry before plunging his sword clean through the nearest man's heart. Before the man could even fall to his death, Naruto had moved to his next target and then the next one. He oddly heard the women and children scream painfully in the chaos before falling silent one after another. Naruto rushed in their direction but was blocked by 4 strong men who saw him clearly now that the smoke had started to disappear. Already he had killed 10 of the rebels, much to Yamamoto's horror. The old man watched 4 of his best fighters charge towards his great-nephew and gulped when he saw the boy's Sharingan evolve into 3 tomos. A full Sharingan. Naruto saw each and every movement of his enemies before they could even act halfway, with his sword making quick work of them. They were all stronger, older and more experienced than him. But he was faster and smaller, and he could see what they wanted to do before they even did it. He watched Yamamoto take a few steps back in fear as the last of his supporters tried to stop the red-eyed boy. Burn him. Burn everything. Burn them all. Yamamoto had lost every last ounce of his sanity, his crazy eyes watching the boy carve the rebels left and right. On hearing his frantic command, the last 4 of his supporters quickly performed a set of hand seals. Naruto barely had enough time to gasp as 4 giant fireballs were unleashed at him. In such close proximity, he had no space to evade and no water to call for his defense. He gave a silent scream as the fireballs hit him. Distantly he also heard the women and children behind him scream as they were hit by one of the fireballs that went astray. The entire basement was caught on fire. Despair coursed through Naruto's heart as he watched the flames engulf him and the women and children. They screamed, he didn't. He waited for that inevitable pain to consume him just as it was consuming those innocents, but strangely he felt the pain equivalent of a small knife tearing up his skin. He was on fire and yet he was not burning. His pale skin was turning beet red, and in some places even black from the fire, but even so he was not getting charred. A fact which shocked his remaining enemies. Pure rage coursed through Naruto's heart as he looked at these monsters. The rage he had only felt when Izuna died in his arms. The 4 rebels tried to flee away from the burning boy only to realize they were trapped in the fire of their making. They raised their swords in a last effort as Naruto charged towards them with murder in his eyes. Yamamoto winced when he saw his great-nephew butcher his last men. The boy took away their limbs, their bare hearts, their genitals, before taking away their heads. Covered in blood, gore, and guts and being consumed by fire made Naruto appear as the Shinigami himself born alive. He saw Yamamoto frantically grab one of his dying supporters. "Kill him," yelled the old man, only to see the wounded man die. When he finally turned away from his now deceased last supporter, he saw Naruto standing in front of him. All around them was fire, blood, and death. They were the last ones standing. "What are you?" asked Yamamoto in horror, as his eyes saw the fire still clinging to the boy covered in blood, gore, and guts. "A true Uchiha." With those last words, he charged forward and took a high jump. Yamamoto weakly raised his own sword to defend, but Naruto poured in every ounce of his strength into that strike and watched as his sword destroyed his great uncle's weapon before cleaving the man in half from head to toe. Showers of blood and flesh rained down on him as the man fell and was soon consumed in the flames he started. The entire Uchiha temple was on fire now and its foundations were falling apart. Despite the collapsing structure he was in, Naruto moved forward with mad fury burning in his Sharingan eyes. He could not think, he could not feel anything but hatred. Those men were monsters, but the thing which started this madness was right in front of his eyes. He raised his sword and brought it down brutally against the Uchiha tablet. The stone cracked but did not shatter. Naruto raised his weapon again and attacked. He screamed himself hoarse as his sword attacked the tablet again and again. Finally, after 24 strikes, the ancient relic shattered in half as Naruto grabbed the pieces and flung them viciously into the raging fire. His rage finally died and silent tears fell from his eyes on seeing despite his best efforts the rebels had managed to kill the women and children. He had failed again. Just like he had failed in saving his brothers. Broken and defeated, he marched towards the center of the burning basement grabbing a chair. He sat down and lowered his head as his hands clutched his blood-stained sword. The fire burned all around him and the ceiling started to collapse, destroying the ancient Uchiha temple. But he couldn't see or listen to anything. The only thing he could remember were those words that would haunt him forever. "Kill them all." Flashback end. "That's where my father and my clan found me." The Senju family sat in stunned silence as Naruto finished his tale. Their faces pale and eyes wide as they heard what the Uchihas tried to do to each other in their mad thirst for power. Hashirama had watched Naruto every second as he revealed the truth to them, and never once had he detected any treachery or lies. The Senju head knew the boy had said nothing but the truth, for the tears in his eyes were real. The pain, the sadness, and most of all the guilt of his failure still haunted Naruto till this day. Tsunade and Itama still could not believe Naruto went in despite the danger. He fought against enemies that outnumbered and outclassed him, knowing he would die all for the sake of innocents that were caught in the madness of the Uchiha. It went against everything they had heard about this man. "If this is true, why didn't you tell anyone? Why did your father hide the truth?" asked Itama hesitantly, and saw the hollow gaze of the Uchiha stare back at him. "The family is all that matters. The clan is all that lives on," recited Naruto, The words of his father. It would have torn your clan apart if the truth was revealed. Your people would stop trusting each other and your allies would desert you, whispered Tsunade, as she realized the aftermath of this tragedy the Uchihas could have faced. She flinched when Naruto's Sharingan eyes looked at her, and in them, she saw nothing but pain and guilt. Would you have done it? Would you have stepped aside and let those innocents burn to death? Would you have kept your oath of loyalty and let those madmen do what they wanted to do? Asked Naruto bitterly. For the first time in her life, Tsunade had no answer to give, and she could only lower her gaze in shame. She or Itama could not look into this man's eyes whom everyone had called a kin slayer when all he had tried to do was protect his family. Why? Naruto turned to look at Hashirama, who was staring at him with sadness present in his dark eyes. A ninja protects from the shadows, never seeks glory, only his duty. Hashirama closed his eyes as a lone tear slipped past his cheeks. It was never easy with Uchihas, one could never love them truly or hate them truly. There were madmen in that clan like Yamamoto and his supporters who would go to any lengths for the sake of power. Even killing their families. Such people could never be trusted no matter what. But at the same time, there were loyal and good men like Naruto. Ninjas who did their duty to the best of their abilities without expecting anything in return. Looking at Naruto, Hashirama finally realized the extent of his sacrifice. He accepted disgrace in the place of honor, hatred in the place of love, bearing it all with his unwavering silence, and all for the sake of the Uchiha name. He sacrificed his entire life so that the Uchihas could live theirs. Now that same boy was risking everything to save his people again, and there was the only reason for that which was clear for Hashirama to see in the boy's eyes. Love. Naruto got up from his seat and wordlessly walked towards the exit until a firm hand was placed on his shoulder. He stopped. Turning around, he saw Hashirama staring at him with great pride in his eyes. Enough. Tsunade and Itama both joined their eldest brother. They didn't say anything, but their faint nods were all that Hashirama and Naruto needed to see. I will believe in you, Uchiha Naruto. Hashirama extended his hand forward as he finished those words, watching the stunned boy glance at his face, then at his offered hand. Thousands of years of war, millions of deaths, an unending story of suffering, pain, and hatred. And it was about to end. Naruto looked at Hashirama seriously, trying to find any treachery in the Senju, but could not find any. He then glanced at Itama, who gave a small smile of confirmation. Tsunade gathered her courage and looked at Naruto when he stared at her. In her eyes, he saw guilt, hesitation, and fear. But there was also hope. A small smile formed on his lips. I have seen your guts. Hashirama smiled widely as Naruto raised his own hand and joined it with Hashirama's, bringing an end to a war that had lasted thousands of years. Chapter 19. Rebellion. Naruto sat alone in one of the castle towers of the royal palace. Here, away from the hustle and bustle, he sat on the stairs. His hands gently caressed Dawn, and one could see fine liquid drops hanging on the fine sword, with more joining every few seconds. He should not be feeling like this, certainly not after he managed an actual peace treaty with the Senjus. But with that came the condition of marrying someone he didn't love. Most of all, it implied setting aside someone whom he had genuine feelings for. Hashirama had reluctantly agreed to not make Naori Uchiha marry him in exchange because Naruto warned him that Tajima would rather choose war than making his only living sister a hostage. Hashirama, in his naivety or pure heart, agreed to trust Naruto with his sister's life. But on the other hand, the Senju Lord did ask to share power equally between the Uchiha and Senju, a task which Naruto knew would be the end of him because his family would rather eat their own guts than relinquish even a penny to their hated enemies. Naruto had also promised to keep Tsunade safe, treat her as his lawful wife, give her all the respect and comfort deserving of his life partner. It was the only way for him to keep the Uchihas and Senjus from destroying themselves. So many promises made to so many people made him wonder as to whether future historians would call him Kinslayer as most called him today, or the dragon who promised. Another pain crushed his heart as he remembered his conversation with Mikoto an hour ago. Flashback, an hour ago. Mikoto had been waiting for him when he entered their shared chambers. He had been dreading this conversation, but one look at her face showed him that she already knew. Itachi told me. She clarified, on seeing his worried gaze. What did he tell you? Asked Naruto hesitantly, making a wistful smile cross her lips. That there is nothing more powerful in this world than a just and loyal man. I am looking at one right now. He clenched his fists tightly and suppressed the lump in his throat. Tears threatened to burst from his eyes as she gave him a knowing nod. Why was duty always the hardest to perform? Was the price for loyalty always the highest? Many said love was always the death of loyalty. But in his case, both love and loyalty would someday be the end of him. I did what I thought was right, he said weakly, his voice barely above a whisper. I know, she replied gently. We attack the capital before dawn tomorrow. Hashirama will focus on capturing the daimyo and his family. Our job will be to neutralize the city defenders as quickly as possible. The Senjus will provide most of their forces to aid us, but Atama and Tsunade Senju shall command them. Our troops shall be commanded by me, however overall command of our combined forces lies in my hands. Explained Naruto seriously, trying to keep his mind away from the painful topic of his marriage to the Senju princess. And? Prompted Mikoto, and didn't miss him wince. I will marry Tsunade Senju once we have the capital. The war is over. A lone tear slipped from her eye as she marched towards the window and quickly inhaled some fresh air to overcome her own panic. He tried to get to her but stopped halfway through with a constricted look visible in his eyes. I'm sorry, Mikoto. She didn't detect any lies or fake sympathy in his words. He sounded genuinely sorry, which made it only worse for her because it was he who would suffer more than her. He might not love her yet, but she had loved him for years. Watching him go through something like this was breaking her heart. How do you do it? She asked sadly. How do you set aside your entire life for someone else? How do you remain strong in the face of so much heartbreak? He was silent for several long moments as her questions echoed in his heart. They were the ones he had asked himself for many years, and he had come up with only one answer. A distant face of a smiling boy carrying another younger boy on his shoulders flashed through his mind. If he could focus some more, he could hear that distant voice again in his heart. I learned from the best. He taught me to be strong in the face of danger, to have the heart to stand up for justice, to remain loyal in the face of obstacles, and most of all to live your entire life for your family without expecting anything in return. Izuna lived and died by that honor. I guess I am the same. In my heart, maybe I am still that little boy clinging to his brother's back, that perhaps I am the man he could have been. She had always known he had loved his brother deeply, more than anyone else. But today, she perhaps saw the true him for the first time. She didn't see his face but that of Izuna Uchiha looking back at her. All of Naruto's choices, his hardships, his pain, his loyalty, his duty, it had all been conducted on the basis of the teachings he learned from Izuna. You're a good man, Naruto, she whispered with a proud smile. They both looked at each other, conveying all they felt with their eyes. Mikoto couldn't stop the tears falling from her eyes now, but he remained strong. You deserve someone better than me. Someone who'll put you first before his duty and loyalty, said Naruto bitterly. Good luck on your journey, Naruto Uchiha, she whispered. He stopped any of his pending explanations or apologies on hearing those words. They hit him like a silent wave, sweeping his world away as he felt the connection shared between them break, for she had released him. You too, Mikoto. Those words were barely out of his lips before he turned away in order to disappear. The tears were now clawing at his eyelids and his chest felt crushed. Naruto. He swiftly turned around and marched back straight towards her. Their lips crashed against each other as their silent tears now clashed openly against their cheeks. They both devoured each other, trying to capture the last essence of each other and yet at the same time preparing to say goodbye. He was the one who broke the kiss gently, followed by kissing her forehead, her cheeks, her nose, her chin, as if he was memorizing every part of her in his brain while she did the same for him with her eyes. When they glanced at each other one last time, he saw the life he could have had with her. A small house with two little boys playing with each other while they both watched them with smiles on their faces. Of Madara sneaking in through the window with gifts in his arms, making the boys squeal in delight, and Mikoto giving her brother-in-law an admonishing glare for his antics. Of Tajima and Naori sitting beside their entire family, regaling their grandchildren/grandnephews with their past exploits. He walked away before his resolve could crumble in the face of that wishful dream. Flashback end. He got up from the stairs and wiped away his tears. It was easy to do one's duty when it cost one nothing, but most difficult when it cost them everything. Loyalty was easy to give but most hard to follow through. Words had power, but it was always actions that were remembered. Shizuka had foreseen him making 3 difficult choices in his life, ones which would determine not just his future but that of the world. He had not believed her then, but now it was his choice that had made possible a true peace between the Uchiha and Senju. His choice that was now about to join 2 blood families and fulfill the Sage of 6 Paths dream. If this was the first choice, then he dreaded what the other 2 would ask of him. He had already sacrificed his lover, risked the anger of his family and bannermen, and placed his faith in a family that he had hated for most of his life. Whatever the case, a choice was made. And he had to live with it for the rest of his life. Kurama had said that he reminded the Fox of Indra. Would the Uchiha founder make the same choices as he had made? Naruto had a feeling the man wouldn't, maybe even Izuna wouldn't, maybe it was what set him apart from those two Uchiha. He admired them and was like them in many aspects, but he doubted those men would make the choices he had made. With those thoughts in mind, he walked outside the tower in order to carry out his choice. Tsunade had been waiting for her betrothed to emerge from his self-imposed isolation in the tower. It was not to say, she had not tried to get in but had been stopped by none other than Shisui Uchiha. She had been surprised by his presence and even tried to irritate him for stopping her, but the man had more patience than Tsunade had barbs and as a result, she was defeated. It had been more than an hour and never once had she seen Shisui even twitch a muscle. The same went for Itachi who if possible had not even said a word to her. Kinsguard, they were called. Loyal and good men who had followed Naruto for years. If rumors were to be believed, the first ones to pledge their service to Naruto despite his dark past. Devoted themselves to him when he was not even the prospective leader of the Uchiha in the future and had nothing to offer them except disgrace. If she had not heard Naruto's story, she would have considered these men fools for following such a vile man. But after hearing the truth, she knew they had seen the true worth of her betrothed and made their own choice. It made her feel a little jealous. While she was loved and respected by her people and allies alike, it was mostly because she was once Butsuma Senju's only daughter and later on as the only sister of her brothers. Despite her skills in fighting and healing, people still saw her as a princess and a person who needed protection. They would follow her into battle because she was Hashirama's sister and not because of who she was. Naruto, on the other hand, was her complete opposite. Born into a family that almost hated him, losing his brothers early in his life, followed by losing his respect and status in the clan. Naruto was someone destined to be hated and forgotten, yet he had not given up. With his sense of loyalty and duty, he built himself back up from the ashes of his life. Became the best swordsman in the elemental nations, inspired men like the Kinsguard to follow him, regained the trust and respect of his people through victories, and most of all brought an end to a war that had lasted thousands of years. She would probably never say it out loud, but in a way, she felt small in comparison to someone like that, despite her princess status. The rumors don't do your beauty justice, princess, said Shisui with a gentle smile. Tsunade suspiciously looked at the Uchiha. People who often said those words were mostly hungry and lustful dogs, but she couldn't find a hint of lust in those dark black eyes. Itachi on the other hand actually looked even more disinterested in her appearance. She looked at these men in a different light, remembering what they were famous for. The morning star they called Shisui, wielder of the ancestral sword Fury that was currently hanging on his hip. He was Naruto's best friend, and if she was to develop any cordial relations with her betrothed, much less any Uchiha, she had to make this man her ally. That was not to discredit the silent shadow who was observing her every move. Itachi Uchiha unnerved her in a way Tsunade couldn't describe. The man was watching her like a hawk, but strangely his eyes didn't display any emotion. Nor hate, fear or even lust. Those kind of men were the most dangerous, and if she ever tried to even lay a finger on Naruto, this man's sword would be the last thing she would ever see. There were other Kinsguard members she had seen but yet to meet. It was actually the matter of one of them which had brought Tsunade here to have a conversation with Naruto in the first place. Well, they won't matter if my future husband continues to hate me, said Tsunade hesitantly, making Shisui grimace. Surprisingly, it was Itachi who spoke. He doesn't hate you, Senju. He hates your judgmental attitude, said Itachi flatly. What? Hissed Tsunade, a vein popping across her forehead. Shisui sighed before sending his friend and fellow Kinsguard a reprimanding glare that made the younger boy shut up. When he looked back at the princess, she looked about ready to explode. So this was the infamous temper of hers. What he means to say is there are many things you don't know about Naruto or our clan and allies alike. Our factions have been at war for a very long time, so it is natural for each side to have their grudges. But Naruto is willing to look past them so that all of us can live. But it is a two-way street. Explained Shisui patiently. What do you two think of this peace treaty? I want your opinion, said Tsunade insistently. Her brother was placing a lot of trust in one Uchiha, even going so far as to rebel against the daimyo who was their staunch ally. Naruto did look trustable, but it wouldn't matter if other Uchiha had different ideas of peace. It is not our place. We trust Naruto, that should be enough, replied Itachi calmly, which only seemed to aggravate Tsunade further on hearing the Uchiha's disinterested tone. Not all Uchihas want to continue this never-ending war. Some of us would prefer peace if it can be achieved, it's just we are extremely loyal to our families. If they chose war, then we cannot let them fight alone and die. It is true that Uchihas have plenty of hate in their hearts for their enemies, but it is also true that our clan is one of the most loyal in this world. Stubborn, prideful, but loyal, explained Shisui patiently. And you think Naruto can achieve this peace? Convince Madara and the others to back down? Asked Tsunade skeptically. From what she had seen and heard of Madara, that was a bleak possibility. She watched Shisui grimace, which only further fueled her doubts. Madara loves Naruto, more than you or anyone else can imagine. I have faith Naruto can bring our side to the negotiation table. What happens after that depends on the actions and words of both sides, revealed Shisui. You're quite honest. For an Uchiha, said Tsunade with a wry smile. I'll take that as a compliment, acquiesced Shisui with a faint smile. He's here, announced Itachi. When Naruto stepped out of the tower, he was surprised to see her, and in turn, Tsunade didn't miss the still moist cheeks of his. It was all the confirmation she had needed regarding her doubts about a certain Kinsguard member. On seeing her, he informed his two friends to stay back, much to Itachi's protests. Still, he managed to convince them and came towards her. He offered her his arm, which she stared at suspiciously. Wasn't he being a little eager? It would be better if our people see unity among us before tomorrow, he explained simply. It was then Tsunade noticed the nicely hidden Senju guards lurking in the nearby alleys, watching them like trained hawks. So, her brothers were worried about her despite the new peace. Enough to send highly skilled ninjas to keep watch over her. It made her feel happy and bitter at the same time. To think, Naruto saw right through them was another point Tsunade noted about his observation power. They both walked in silence, with him as rigid as a rock and her watching his every step. They made such an awkward pair that she doubted even her loyal guards could not stop sniggering about. Despite the awkwardness, she actually enjoyed the silence as it allowed her time to look at him more closely. His skin was fair like the moonlight, which was a trademark among Uchihas. His shoulders were broad and strong, earning an approving nod from her. She felt the tension in the muscles of his arm that was connected with hers, but she also felt the strength. But it was his hair that fascinated her most. She had always seen Uchiha with weird spiky hair that were always black in color. They were in such weird shapes that many Uchiha didn't even bother to tame them. But Naruto had light brown hair that were as soft as silk, a fact which was easily displayed by the wind, easily able to ruffle them in every direction. One strand of hair occasionally settled down over his left eye, and Tsunade had to fight back her urge to remove it. She was frustrated when he never glanced at her the way she was doing at him. Quite a stalker, are you? She flushed on being caught red-handed staring at him. A sarcastic retort was about to pass her lips when she noticed his cocky grin was very weak and his eyes were anything but jovial. It was a poor mask of normalcy and strength, one which she saw through instantly. Well, at least you're not ugly, Tsunade deadpanned, unable to stop herself. He tried to resist but failed as an amused smile came on his face. Tsunade, on the other hand, was stunned. His smile was so different than anything she had ever seen before. When he smiled truly, his eyes sparkled with kindness and empathy. His lips twisted to form an amused smirk, and two faint dimples were born across his cheeks that enhanced his boyish looks. It made her blush and look away or risk him teasing her again. That's got to be the weirdest but endearing compliment I've ever received, he commented amusedly. Well then, better take it, replied Tsunade petulantly, making him shake his head at her antics. They both had walked enough distance to reach a beautiful fountain that had a lion roaring water out of its mouth. He didn't know if it was meant to be intimidating or laughable. These capitalists had a strange taste. From the corner of his eye, he saw Shisui and Itachi maintain a respectable distance from them. The same was the case with the Senju guards. Although both sides looked ready to defend their sworn leaders should the situation arise. Knowing Itachi and Shisui, the Senjus would be dead before they even unleashed their swords. Still, deciding to forget those dark thoughts, he decided to focus back on his future wife. The term reminding him again of what he had sacrificed to accept her in his life. Tsunade was currently busy staring at the strange fountain, which allowed him a chance to sneak a peek. Despite their rough start, he had never once not considered her beautiful. Even more so than the other women he had been with, much to his shame for his ability of seeing the truth. She had a heart-shaped face and a strange diamond-shaped seal on her forehead. He didn't know what purpose it served, but it actually enhanced her beauty. Her skin was more fairer than him, which was saying something because the Senjus usually were dark-skinned except for a few anomalies. Her golden blonde hair were tied into fine ponytail that reached up to her waist, even the glowing sun couldn't shine more than her hair. Her face always looked gentle and welcoming when she smiled kindly, and menacing when one of her sinister and cold smiles took hold. But it were her eyes that fascinated him most. Those hazel orbs had so much life in them, so much happiness and positive vibes were overflowing from those orbs, which were a stark proof of her not being exposed to the things he had, which was a good thing, for the world could not handle two of him. That thought made him laugh out loud, much to her surprise. "What is it?" she inquired curiously. "Just realized how different we are, and it's a good thing because the world cannot handle two of either one of us," he joked. Much to his surprise, she burst out laughing as well, and in a manner which would have made most Uchiha noblewomen beat red in embarrassment. But he found the laugh quite endearing, for it was free and unhindered by manners, something which most Uchiha were always bound by. When she finally stopped laughing, the tension between them had subsided greatly and went even low when Naruto offered to sit down with her at the edge of the fountain. He proved his manners by making her grab a seat first before taking one for himself, and while they were close, he maintained a respectable distance in order to not make her feel overwhelmed. Such minor things would have escaped him had he not been with other women before, and had Nauri not hammered these manners in his thick brain over the past decade. Those thoughts again made him feel more relaxed and at ease. Which was a good thing, for the next words out of Tsunade's mouth were completely not what he had expected to hear. "Is there any other woman in your life?" He looked at her seriously, all playfulness gone from his eyes. Despite their shaky peace, he was yet to trust her enough. A fact which she saw through. "I am not judging you," clarified Tsunade, sending a thankful glance at Shisui, who gave her a small encouraging smile. Naruto looked at her again, more specifically in her eyes. There he found no lies, which eased him a little. He thought about refuting the question but decided against it, considering she would find out sooner or later. It was better if it came from him. "I had?" asked Tsunade, wincing slightly as the implication behind his answer became clear. "I ended it. And it is not for any reason you might think," clarified Naruto earnestly. Tsunade had to steady herself in order to not lash out at him. In her experience, men always abandon their lovers when they found better ones. And she was no small cache, if that was the reason he had left his former lover. Shisui's advice came running back in her mind, which prevented her from going down that line of thinking. Deciding to take a chance, she listened to him. "While it is true ours is a political marriage and there is no love between us yet. But that does not change the fact that I will not dishonor you as my future wife or her by carrying on an illegitimate relation behind your back. I respect you enough not to do that, and I love." He froze. "I love her enough not to do that." He couldn't believe what he was about to say to Tsunade, more than that what he was about to admit to himself even. All this time, he had refused to believe, and only now when Mikoto was gone because of his choices did he realize. Even Tsunade saw through him, even if he never managed to finish that sentence. He closed his eyes waiting for that lashing he deserved to receive from her, but was surprised when she actually entwined her hands with his. "I'm glad you were honest with me." Stunned, he looked at her and saw a newfound respect for himself in her eyes. Would it be there if he lied to her? Would it still be there if he told her that he had 2 children on the way? She might be accepting of his past affair, but he highly doubted she would accept his children from another woman. Tsunade Senju did not seem that kind of woman to him. More than that, he could not trust her with this secret. Not yet, and certainly not with the lives of his children. So he decided to keep his silence. "I cannot say if I can love you or not, Princess. But I will give you the respect and consideration as my lawful wife, if you give me the same in return," he proposed. This was the best he could offer her at the moment. "Tsunade." He blinked, unable to understand why she was smiling, and said her name. "If you want us to treat us each other as equals, then I would like you to call me by name." "As I would do the same for you, Naruto," she proposed, looking at him hopefully. It felt strange to hear her calling his name. It sent a warm feeling through his chest, for every other time she had mocked him by calling him Kinslayer. And if she was willing to take this first step, then so was he. "Very well, Tsunade," he said with a small smile. "It feels strange. Us sitting beside each other like this. Perhaps we are the first Senju and Uchiha to even sit like this without making any threats or slitting each other's throats," she realized out loud, her surprise easy for him to see. He fought back the urge to tell her that his grandfather had offered the same chance to her grandfather. An action for which his family was butchered. Was he committing the same mistake? Was he as deluded as his grandfather? He could only imagine the hell Tajima and Madara were going to give him for making this peace happen. It would be a miracle if they didn't tear him apart at first sight, and his best chance would be to convince his aunt to get him an audience with those two men. Nauri was the most rational person in their family, and even if she hated the Senjus like Tajima, she would do anything to save their people from annihilation. So he sat there contemplating his fateful meeting with his family while carrying out mundane conversation with Tsunade. No great secrets or unbreakable love confessions were made, and it was most definitely not love at first sight. But the initial prejudices they had against each other greatly mellowed down, which was a significant achievement in his eyes. She even decided to call him by his name as he did the same for her. They both parted on this small but shared mutual agreement, feeling more at ease with each other than they were 2 hours ago. Shisui and Itachi both approached towards him as the Senjus retreated after their princess. "Are the men ready?" asked Naruto seriously. "They are," informed Shisui confidently. "But they are not happy fighting beside enemies they have been battling for 1,000 years," pointed Itachi flatly, without mincing any words about the true morale. Naruto winced, but it was not anything he hadn't expected. "Well, if we don't figure out how to fight together, then 1,000 years from now our descendants would be calling us fools for not setting aside our differences in the face of slavery to civilians," spat Naruto. "Think you can rally two bitter sides to fight for you?" challenged Shisui with a smirk. A cunning smile spread across Naruto's lips as an idea came to his mind in regards to this problem. "Not for me." Naruto stared at the mixed bunch of ninjas standing before him in the vast training field. Usually, these men and women would be fighting to kill each other, but today they found themselves fighting side by side. The unlikely scenario was clear to see in the way every ninja was distrustfully glancing at the one of the other side. Tsunade and Itama were there as well to keep command over the 2,500 Senjus who were going to join the mission of seizing the capital. Aiding them were Naruto, the Kinsguard, and 500 Uchiha faction members, mostly made up of Shimura, Namikaze and few Uchiha allies. Together, their force could muster a paltry 3,000 strong force that were supposed to go up against a force of 9,000 strong royal guards located across the city. Many of whom were former ninjas who took up service with the daimyo rather than serve any clans as individuals. The problem Naruto faced was not the overwhelming numbers of the enemy, but rather their wide distribution across the city, and he had a feeling traps would be already in place against anyone that tried to harm the royal family's rule. While majority of those 9,000 royal guards were samurai or normal guards whom ninjas could take on with ease, that fact was made near impossible for Naruto if his mixed forces didn't coordinate or trust each other on the battlefield. These ninjas may stand grudgingly beside each other now, but on the battlefield they would protect only their own, which would be a disaster in making for their combined side. Hashirama had taken 500 of his best soldiers with him, promising to capture the royal family. Naruto had offered some of his men to aid the Senju head but was refused since Hashirama didn't trust Uchiha not to slaughter the royal family. To pacify this refusal, Hashirama granted Naruto combined leadership over their united forces, with Itama acting as his second-in-command followed by Tsunade. It was a fair offer. But how was he supposed to lead these men when he couldn't even trust the majority of them not to stab him in the back? "Well, this is the risk you took," whispered Kurama sarcastically. Naruto grimaced but nodded in acknowledgement. He could not use the fox's help or risk reducing the city full of innocents to ashes. He had to personally lead this small army, make sure they attacked only the soldiers, leaving the non-combatants alone, and not destroy their property even. It wouldn't be a good start to ninja rule, if in the process they burned down the lives of innocent civilians. So many things to be taken care of by one man. No one ever said duty could be such a pain in the ass. With a deep breath and checking his golden armor and sword one last time, he stepped forward and looked sharply at the assembled army. They had already taken care of the sentries and the guards in the outermost sections of the royal castle, while Hashirama was currently busy making his way towards the royal family. So far, no noises were made, but he doubted that would remain the same for long. "I'll lead this attack," announced Naruto clearly for every person to hear. His supporters gave him proud nods and would readily fight for him. The Senjus and their allies on the other hand looked ready to maul him to death with their hard eyes. "Form up," commanded Naruto, and while his supporters followed the order readily, the other side still looked hesitant until one harsh glare from Tsunade made them follow through. Itama also said some encouraging words but was only heard by those most close to his position, leaving majority of his army clueless. Naruto sighed because this was so not happening before such an important battle. These people needed to understand what was at stake rather than their old rivalry. And there was only one way he could achieve that. He unleashed a mild force of his chakra, bringing all the attention back to himself before speaking loudly for everyone to hear. They say I am a kin slayer, the worst of the worst. But if you don't have the balls to fight against your common enemy, then that makes every one of you a coward, he yelled. Kurama grinned when he saw the boy's words ignited the fragile ego of every shinobi. Their mistrustful looks were now replaced by anger and a desire to pommel Naruto for his outrageous insult. If the boy didn't change the situation soon, they might very well do that. The enemy outnumbers us, and shouldn't we try to find another solution with the daimyo? Asked one of the Senjus bitterly. If we fight together, then I'll show you how we can win, said Naruto passionately. He saw many staring at him calculatingly. The Senjus and their allies might hate his guts, but they were aware of his past victories, and despite their grudges many now seemed interested in listening to a proven commander even if he was an Uchiha. Naruto decided to use this golden opportunity quickly as he looked all of them in the eye. Don't fight for me, don't fight for Hashirama or Madara. Don't fight for glory or riches, because we won't get any here. More and more ninjas were now stepping closer to him with intense look in their eyes. He didn't know if they wanted to listen or just wanted to stab him outright. It is your freedom and independence the daimyo wishes to take. It is your settlements he wants to rule, your families he wishes to command, your women and children he wishes to lord over. If you bow to him now, your descendants shall be his slaves for eternity. Are you going to be cowards and allow a civilian to do that to you? Yelled Naruto fiercely. Every ninja's eyes were as hard as stone. Bloody murder was evident on their faces, an anger which neither Tsunade or Atama had ever seen before. Stunned, they looked at the man who had instigated such emotions within every Uchiha, Senju and their allies alike. Naruto unleashed dawn, earning surprised gasps from many who had not seen one of the most ancient weapons of the elemental nations. They all flocked even more closer to the boy in golden armor as he pointed his weapon at the vast capital ahead of them. There are 9,000 strong men in this city, roared Naruto. His Sharingan came alive as he roared at the top of his voice by raising his sword high in the air. Let's go kill them. For the first time in history, Uchiha and Senju gave out a ferocious single battle cry that was about to shake the foundations of the elemental nations. Naruto quickly jumped up to the walls of the royal castle as thousands of ninjas followed after him. He was thankful on seeing Mikoto still fighting for him despite what had happened between them. He was brought out of his thoughts when alarm bells finally went off across the city and the ninja army saw the first defenders rushing out. This is going to be bloody, said Kagami with a grimace. Hundreds will die, brother, said Shisui in a resigned voice, as he watched the royal defenders arriving in every street. Thousands, whispered Kurama. Naruto was not undeterred by all those doubts and gloomy predictions, but unlike the others he didn't have the luxury to display any such thoughts. He looked at Tsunade, who gave him a resolute nod before looking at the assembled ninja army. Come with me and take this city. Chapter 20. Field of Fire. Tsunade along with her clansmen and allies alike had never in their wildest dreams imagined a day would come when they would be fighting side by side alongside Uchihas and their allies. But that day had come, and tonight their 3,000 strong combined force was currently charging towards the defenders of the strongest city of the world. Whatever she may think of the Uchiha, she couldn't deny the fact that their roars were as powerful as the dragons they claimed to descend from. It was enough to make the royal defenders flinch as they formed a great defensive line. Her sharp eyes didn't miss the dozen ninjas at the front, followed by heavy infantry in the middle and skilled archers at the back. Since the streets were narrow, many of the ninjas had decided to take up to the roofs, but their enemy had also positioned their own ninjas on the opposite side. It was as if the daimyo had trained his forces for fighting against ninja clans. Whatever the case, her eyes were now fixed on the one leading the charge. Riding atop his giant fox and dressed in his golden armor with dawn in his hand, Naruto Uchiha did strike as an intimidating warrior. He was quite far ahead of his army, leading the charge with his Kinsguard members right beside him mounted on their own horses. The enemy either considered the group foolish or suicidal as a hail of burning fire arrows were launched by the royal archers. Tsunade didn't miss the seals carefully written on those arrows, and she had a feeling they were meant to make the arrows pierce shinobi armor. Yet Naruto and his group charged forward despite the hail of arrows descending down upon them. It was at that moment when the bloody fox that roared while looking up at the army of arrows, and not a second later that entire volley was shattered into metallic dust. The fox again gave a mighty roar, this time aimed right at the front line of the ninja defenders who were going through a set of hand seals. Tsunade's eyes nearly popped out from her sockets when she saw nearly 24 men and women go flying away from the force of that roar. The front line had cracked. In the meantime, Naruto and his squad had finished their hand seals. Fire style, fire flame missile. All 6 Uchiha launched wild and searing flames from their mouth that took the shape of fire missile that tore clean through the enemy ranks, burning unfortunate royal soldiers that were caught in its grasp. What was more important was the attack was solely focused and spared any nearby buildings from catching fire. With their frontline ninja defenders sent flying away because of the fox, the royal army was left open and faced the brutal charge of the Kinsguard. The fox unleashed 9 long tails from its body, shattering the nearest poor souls before sending them flying away as if they were annoying flies. The remaining Kinsguard members charged after the beast, cutting down any royal defenders of the broken frontline lucky enough to survive the beast's wrath. By now the allied forces had reached the battlefield and clashed head-on with the 6 dozen ninjas of the daimyo who valiantly fought on. Their courage might have worked if they had more numbers and if they were not facing 2 of the strongest clans in the world and their allies. Tsunade herself launched a mighty punch on a ninja cocky enough to attack her. In his defense, the man raised his sword and was surprised when the weapon shattered against her punch, allowing her chakra-coated hand to tear his chest apart. His eyes widened in horror just before he was sent halfway across the city, where he splattered against the walls and splashed into hundreds of tiny pieces. A nasty grin arrived on her face as she watched every mercenary ninja of the daimyo shiver on the fate of their comrade. Even the Uchihas and their allies gulped at the sheer power of her fist. Instead of basking in the looks of awe and fear, Tsunade's sharp eyes narrowed when she saw 3 large armies made up of thousands of soldiers descending towards their position from 3 sides of the capital. "They are trying to box us in." "Itama," she yelled. Her brother had just finished burying his sword in one of the enemy kunoichi's neck when he turned at her voice. On seeing what Tsunade was pointing, he grimaced. Tsunade watched her shy and reserved brother actually steel himself before glancing at his widely distributed troops. While it was true that she was the second in command of this army, Tsunade badly wanted her brother to regain his lost confidence. After his defeat against Naruto, his reputation had taken a severe beating in the clan, and this was his chance to regain his lost honor back. She was happy to give him this chance, but would step forward if he couldn't do it. Fortunately, seeing Naruto's valiant charge had ignited some of the lost fire in the Senju boy's heart as he raised his sword. "Senjus, with me," he yelled. Despite his past defeats, Tsunade's clansmen followed her brother's command and joined him as he personally led the charge against the army coming from the town square. Tsunade looked around the battlefield to gauge the situation. She was surprised to see Naruto and his squad, along with some help from 100 Uchihas and Shimuras, had nearly annihilated half of the enemy to the front. The Kinsguard had formed a protective circle around their leader as they all advanced forward, cutting down any and everyone with their swords. Her gaze shifted towards the man she was supposed to marry, and she realized the tales about his prowess were not false. Naruto had dismounted from his fox's back, allowing the beast to run forward and wreak havoc. In the meantime, the second son of Tajima was channeling wind chakra through his ancestral weapon. Dozens upon dozens of royal guards had their armors pierced, heads chopped off, necks slashed, or limbs gone as they tried to stop the force that was Dawn or its wielder. Any who tried to attack Naruto from his blind spot got their heads chopped off through the blades of the Kinsguard, the most lethal of them being Shisui and Itachi Uchiha. That enemy flank was as good as massacred. Looking elsewhere, she saw 2 armies were still charging towards her positions from the markets and merchant district. She had roughly 1,000 warriors left with her, since the remaining were currently busy fighting for Itama and a few for Naruto's side. Kenji, one of her old bodyguards, instantly stepped beside her. Currently in his 30s, this man had protected her when she was a babe, and even now he was there for her when she needed him. "Take 800 of our forces and stop the forces approaching from the merchant district. There could be ninjas among them," ordered Tsunade. "Yes, princess. But what about the other force? Wouldn't you be outnumbered? I can easily see 2,000 warriors among them, and you'll barely have 200 ninjas on your side. And that 2 namikaze fighters who are sworn to Uchihas," warned Kenji worriedly. "Like Naruto said, we need to work together. Besides, I have a plan." "Now go," commanded Tsunade, her voice leaving no room for any doubts or protests. Kenji flinched but did give her a dutiful bow before rallying the troops she had ordered and running towards the enemy approaching from the merchant district. "Rest of you, with me," yelled Tsunade. The namikaze fighters looked at each other first before glancing at Naruto, who was busy in his own battle. What probably made them follow a Senju was the presence of a dozen Senjus actually fighting beside Naruto. Tsunade grinned when they joined her as she led the charge, her hands already blurring through a set of hand seals. Summoning Jutsu. The enemy army stopped in their tracks when a massive slug appeared right before them. They all glanced up at the blonde Senju woman standing on top of the creature, who stared back at them coldly. "Shields up," yelled the royal commander. The capital defenders joined together and raised their metal shields over their heads as a few soldiers broke from their ranks. "Katsuyu, fire," yelled Tsunade. The giant slug took in a deep breath before shooting off a massive barrage of acid from her mouth. However, before the lethal attack could hit the enemy, the few of their soldiers that had broken rank actually turned out to be ninjas who quickly slammed their hands on the ground. "Earth style, earth wall." Tsunade snarled when multiple layers of earth walls rose from the ground, covering the entire royal army contingent from the rain of acid fire. Katsuyu poured more of the lethal liquid, but as soon as she broke through one layer of wall, another was there to replace the lost one. "They are trying to tire her out." Tsunade glanced at her own smaller forces and watched many namikaze maintain a safe distance from the acid rain. But instead of standing idly, they were all hammering multiple explosive kunai on the enemy walls, but their attacks were having even less effect than Katsuyu's. She ordered her battle partner to stop her attack and waited for the enemy to take the bait. They didn't. The layers of earth wall were still standing strong despite the best efforts of Tsunade's forces. Once her forces were tired, the 2,000 warriors and ninjas would emerge from that shell and slaughter them with sheer numbers. Tsunade charged forward with a murderous battle cry as she jumped off from Katsuyu's head, going straight towards the earth walls. In the air, she backflipped herself, making her chakra-coated right leg slam at the center of the enemy defense formation. Crack! Several large cracks appeared all over the wall as Tsunade slammed into the structure with her entire force. Snarling furiously, she attacked the structure with her furious fists, making more and more holes appear everywhere. "Katsuyu, breach!" Her summon didn't give any verbal reply, but instead unleashed several smaller versions of slugs from her body that Tsunade quickly caught in her arms. Without hesitation, she placed the creatures across many of the new holes in the earth wall as they all started to pour acid from their bodies. Even if the enemy could reform more and more walls to protect themselves, the temperature within the structure would increase very rapidly. It wouldn't be long before they would be forced to break out or die from the insufferable heat. Tsunade jumped off the wall and commanded her troops to take to the nearby roofs. When they were all clear, she performed a set of hand seals before slamming her hands on the ground. Earth style, star crater. The entire ground started sinking lower and lower as thousands of royal soldiers screamed in panic. Tsunade saw her troops had taken up positions across the rooftops and were now staring at the sinking ground. "Katsuyu, flood them now," yelled Tsunade urgently. The slug unleashed another massive river of acid from its mouth, flooding the core of the sinking ground first before focusing on making the escaping borders full of acid. Tsunade forced her summon to stop as she saw the enemy walls cracking now that the heat was unbearable for the royalists. They were about to be cooked alive from the heat of the smaller Katsuyus unleashing acid in their cracked walls. The walls cracked open urgently as thousands of panicked soldiers rushed out to save themselves. To their horror, they were now standing in the middle of a large crater full of acid, and the only way outside was crawling up towards the far street. All around them namikaze shinobi were waiting for them at the nearest rooftops. Tsunade steeled herself when she looked at the namikaze troops and then at the horrified royalists. Fire! Hundreds of shuriken and kunai were launched at the royalists. Those soldiers were yet to split up properly and as such were badly hit by the volley of weapons launched by accurate namikaze ninjas. If that was not enough, Katsuyu's attack was the death blow. Tsunade closed her eyes when her summon unleashed massive quantities of acid on the trapped royalists. The trapped souls screamed in horror and agony as their skin started to melt before their very eyes. Those at the center of their formation were the first to burn alive. The few who managed to run towards the steep hill of the crater couldn't climb much farther as the namikaze fighters massacred them all from their superior positions on rooftops with the help of kunai barrages. Long and painful minutes passed as Tsunade watched the entire enemy army massacred before her very eyes. To their credit, the royalists fought to the last man, and even in the face of annihilation they continued to struggle and try to get themselves out of the death trap. Many would call their actions folly, but Tsunade knew they were dying for someone they believed in. A massive river of acid had now flooded across the entire crater, and most of the royalists were floating lifelessly in the liquid, with many of the body dissolving slowly. The stench was horrible, with most of the dead having been killed by acid first before the kunai of the namikaze warriors took their lives. Her eyes widened when a last group of royal soldiers charged straight towards her under the leadership of their commander. The officer had third-degree burns and his chest was marred with kunai, yet there was murder and determination in his eyes. The namikaze ninjas reacted quickly and unleashed another rain of arrows towards the enemy group. It was the royal soldiers who valiantly stepped in between, taking the blows aimed for their commander and slumped lifelessly into the acid river. Tsunade's eyes widened when the enemy commander reached the edge of the crater. He was almost dissolving into the acid with half his legs gone, not to mention the continuous barrage of kunai hitting all over his body. The roar unleashed by the dying man sent shivers down Tsunade's heart, leaving her paralyzed as the man launched a mighty spear at her with full force. The Senju's eyes widened and she evaded the incoming weapon in the nick of time, only to realize it was never meant for her. The spear actually sailed high in the air before exploding right beside Katsuyu's left eye. The creature screamed as the explosive laced on the spear unleashed a mighty shockwave along with flames that consumed the entire eye along with half of the creature's face. Screaming in agony, it vanished in a puff of smoke, much to Tsunade's horror. Her murderous eye turned towards the man who had hurt her friend and saw the dying man grinning at her defiantly. He had now sunk to his knees into the acid river with his body a picture of stabbed kunai and shuriken. Long live the daimyo. The man exploded himself with the help of hidden explosives inside his tattered uniform. While the explosion itself was small, the shockwave was wide, sending brutal tremors across half of the capital. Tsunade yelled in horror when dozens of namikaze fell from the rooftops after suddenly losing their balance due to horrific shockwave. Their screams tore at her heart as they were all consumed in the acid river while they tumbled inside the crater, joining the dead royal soldiers. Victory was hers, but the enemy had not gone down without a fight. Itama Senju was chasing after the royal army alongside his own forces. It was a bizarre scenario which he had never imagined to happen. Instead of facing them openly, the royals had decided to run back towards the vicinity of the daimyo's castle. Itama had no choice but to follow or risk allowing them an opportunity to set another ambush. Looking at the daimyo's castle made Itama wonder about the safety of his brother. Hashirama was the strongest fighter he had ever seen, and he had almost 500 fighters helping him. Still, he could not help but worry for his brother and dearly wished they had Yamanaka in their forces right now, if only to help him learn if his brother was safe. He was disrupted from his thoughts when the royal army reached the gates and suddenly adopted a Tetsudo-like formation. Looking closely, he realized there was a thin barrier that would stop any jutsu being fired by a shinobi from long distance. The daimyo had went to great lengths to make his fortress very difficult to be attacked by shinobi from the outside. Still, to figure out such a strategy was not the work of any normal civilian commander. Itama looked at his own forces and saw he had roughly around 1,800 men with him, the remaining were away fighting for his sister and Naruto. The royal army had roughly the same number of forces, but still an uneasy feeling was emerging in Itama's gut. He cursed out loud when nearly 100 hot-head Inuzukas charged forward without any warning. Itama yelled for them to come back, but it was too late as suddenly dozens of archers appeared on the castle walls. It was a trap. The Inuzuka force realized too late their own folly and paid for it with their lives as they royal archers mercilessly shredded them with hundreds of arrows. The royal army cheered as every single Inuzuka and their ninja dogs was butchered. Suddenly 2 of the other gates of the royal castle opened up and Itama stiffened. From the eastern gate emerged hundreds of cavalrymen. Judging from their armor, they were veteran samurai trained to fight against shinobi. From the western gate, emerged 2 entire platoons of massive war elephants with dozens of archers mounted on top of the beasts. If that was not enough, from Itama's rear emerged hundreds of civilian fighters armed with light swords, axes, and whatever weapon they could find. The defenders of the city were out for the blood of those who had threatened their leader's rule. The shinobi force buckled and started taking whatever little cover they could find as volley after volley of deadly arrows started raining down on them. Itama was trapped between the expertly crafted hammer and anvil of the enemy forces. Looking up at the castle walls, he was surprised to find a Nara commander looking down at him calmly. The Naras were said to be the best strategists in the elemental nations, and their entire clan was loyal to the fire daimyo for generations. Now they were repaying that loyalty when the daimyo needed it most. "We've got no chance," yelled several allied shinobi. Itama had to think fast or risk the annihilation of his entire force. If they were killed here, it wouldn't matter how strong Naruto or Tsunade were, because they would be butchered against this organized army led by a capable Nara commander. Just looking at the charging war elephants stopped his heart several times. The beasts didn't care if they stepped over houses of nobles or crushed a few unlucky souls that got in their way. Their wide and dangerous tusks making quick work of any human that had the audacity to stop them. The royal army at the gate was slowly marching forward, leaving even less room for Itama's forces to maneuver. There were no high buildings nearby which the shinobi could use to escape, only small but lavish houses that could be easily destroyed by the war elephants. His army was wavering and none of his family members were here to save him. It was just him. He didn't know from where that courage came, but he looked at his fighters. "To me," he yelled valiantly. Despite the dire situation, hundreds of Senjus rallied around him, followed by many Sarutobi and few Inuzuka that were still left. The few Uchihas clearly didn't want to follow him anymore, but seeing there was no other choice, they did the same. Uchihas use fire to break the cavalry charge. "Inuzukas, you'll charge with me towards the gates," drawing the attention of the archers away from the Uchihas. Senjus and Sarutobis blocked the elephants with earth and water attacks. He unleashed his sword and took a deep breath before staring at the heavily organized royal army closing in and the archers ready at the castle walls. If this plan was to work, then he had to take the lead as a true leader would. "Follow me." Itama was the first to charge forward, and the brave roars of the Inuzuka fighters told him that they were following his lead. Maybe it was the sight of him charging bravely at the enemy army or some newfound motivation. Itama was glad to see his forces regain some of their vigor and run to carry out the objectives he had assigned to him. He couldn't think about failure right now as he finished performing a set of hand seals. Lightning style, lightning stag. From his fingers, Itama unleashed gigantic beams of lightning that soon took the form of several massive stags with tall horns of the same element. The Senju were known for their fury, and there was no other animal Itama found more befitting to represent his rage. The beasts roared and charged forward, cackling devastating lightning bolts across the barrier protecting the royal forces at the gate. Within seconds, it shattered and the stags charged clean through the defensive enemy. The beasts were not alone as Itama heard another yell. "Gatsuga!" The Inuzuka force and their ninja dogs joined together to launch devastating tornado-like attacks that drilled massive holes in the enemy formation and butchered hundreds of royal soldiers on the spot. Those who survived the clash were soon being torn apart by the hungry ninja dogs. Their master's son joined them in the slaughter, tearing apart enemy forces and taking vengeance for the murder of their comrades. Itama blocked a sword from a royal soldier and batted away a spear aimed at his ribs. Turning around in a half circle, he instantly spilled open the guts of a dozen royal soldiers that tried to corner him down. His eyes narrowed when he spotted several Inuzuka dogs and their masters getting cutting down by the heavy fire from the royal archers on the walls. With a mighty roar, he jumped high in the air and unleashed a hail of kunai right at the castle walls. He grinned in satisfaction when the explosive tags on the kunai went off, shredding a third of the castle walls and burying many archers alive. Several others were caught up in the blast and had their limbs torn off. Some were caught on fire and were now running around in panic, spreading the deadly element among their disorganized comrades, creating even more havoc. Itama was relieved on seeing the Uchihas forming a single line against the approaching heavy cavalry of samurai. Their hands moved in sync as they all unleashed their attack at the same time. Fire style, fire flame wall. A monstrous tidal wave of fire was unleashed by the Uchiha that roared furiously as it charged right towards the incoming cavalry. It burned houses and even the castle's walls, taking down many more archers in its rush to reach its target. The horses panicked on seeing the approaching fire and kicked off dozens of riders from their backs. The samurai in the middle and rear had to instantly rein their own beasts as their front line panicked and collapsed. They started to turn around in order to flee from the raging fire wall, but were too late as the flames consumed them in a matter of seconds. Itama found himself cheering alongside the Uchihas as the entire samurai cavalry was consumed in flames. The dragon warriors roared before rejoining the battle at the gates, helping the Inuzuka, slaughtering the diminishing royal foot soldiers. The archers on the wall were mostly dead, thrown off the walls, buried alive, or injured. The few still left alive were bravely doing their best to crush the enemy forces, but were not able to make any decisive impact. The Senju commander continued fighting against his enemies in close combat while wondering about the plan of battle. Initially, it was agreed upon by both factions that only the daimyo's family should be secretly captured and the royal castle taken over. That would have been enough to pacify the thousands of defenders in the city, for they would not attack until the enemy had their liege lord hostage. But Hashirama pointed out that while the defenders would not attack, they would surely surround the ninja forces, preventing them from leaving or anyone from coming to their help. Leaving those soldiers alone also posed the risk of them calling for reinforcements and making the common civilians rise up in revolt. No ninja army could stand against more than 150,000 civilians and nearly 9,000 highly trained soldiers. It was why it was decided to not only capture the royal family but also subdue the city garrison that would allow the ninjas to assume complete control over the capital. But this plan had several fatal flaws. The most important one being the ninjas had underestimated the skill, tenacity, and loyalty of not only the city garrison but also those of the civilians loyal to the daimyo and were now finding themselves trapped. Second error was the fact that the daimyo had not only prepared his city but also his forces in fighting against trained ninja forces. The presence of the Nara commander only added further problems for the ninjas. His intervention could be the reason as to why the allied ninja army's flag was yet to fly from the top off the castle. Third mistake was the presence of hidden special forces in the form of samurai cavalry and war elephants which the daimyo had been expertly able to conceal from the ninjas for a long time. While the samurai cavalry was vanquished, Itama could only watch in horror as the war elephants continued their charge despite facing massive tidal waves of water launched by the Senju. The Sarutobi warriors uprooted the entire ground with the intent to make the elephants panic, but instead the beast madly charged forward without any thought for self-preservation. It was then the Senju commander noticed the shadows stretching from top of the beast to its legs. The ones controlling the beasts were now revealed to be Nara shadow binders supported by squads of archers. Hundreds of ninjas were either crushed alive or sent sailing away halfway across the city as the war elephants smashed into their lines. They were moving more rapidly and wildly than any animal of their kind ever had, which was another proof of the Nara's fine control. Whatever Senju or Sarutobi ninjas lucky enough to survive the rage of the beasts found themselves getting slaughtered by the hail of arrows launched by the enemy archers on elephant backs. Itama grabbed a nearby spear and made 10 earth clones of himself quickly. In front of his eyes, hundreds of his fighters were dying horrible deaths. They had followed him into this peril, and as their commander it was his responsibility to step up. No more running away, no more cowering in the shadow of his siblings. He had to act. The young Senju and his clone force charged forward and took up positions several feet away from the charging elephants. The Naras saw him instantly and focused their entire force in his direction. Itama took in a deep breath and controlled his nerves as he commanded his clones to raise their spears while he did the same himself. "Steady," yelled Itama, as the beasts crushed a few more of his men. "Hold," he commanded again, as his own clones gulped because the beasts were just about to reach them. "Take down the riders." No sooner had he given the command, Itama threw his chakra-coated spear right at the one who he assumed was the Nara officer leading this charge. The enemy ninja, realizing the threat, instantly moved out of the way but in turn lost his control, making his elephant crash against the one on his right. It was as if a tidal wave had been unleashed as one after another the war elephants started colliding with each other. They all gracelessly fell to the ground, burying most of their riders including the Nara officers. The few who managed to remain standing were taken down by the hail of the chakra spears launched by the clone army of Itama. The ninja forces and royals alike were stunned at the display of valor and skill of one Senju. Itama was not done as he unleashed his sword and valiantly charged towards the downed beasts, intending to make sure they and their masters never rose again. The surviving Senju and Sarutobi were more than inspired by their leader's courage and followed after him. By the time they finished off the elephants and their riders, Itama found himself facing another grave problem. He grit his teeth in anger and frustration when he saw the Nara commander of the castle had personally arrived outside the gates. With his shadow binding, he had already took hold over the bodies of eldest 10 Uchiha and 3 Inuzuka along with their dogs. He was making them attack Itama's remaining forces, creating more confusion and allowing the remaining royal foot soldiers and archers to hammer down more casualties. "Let's kill the bastard fast," proposed one of the Senjus. "Before he falls he'll make sure to butcher the Uchiha and Inuzuka under his control," warned a Sarutobi frustratedly. "Who cares? Let those dragon bastards die," yelled another Senju. "What about the Inuzuka? They are our allies, or are you craven enough to let them die willingly?" shouted another. Mayhem broke across his divided forces, with each ninja proposing more and more radical suggestions. But if one thing was common was the fact that for the price of the Nara commander's life, the Senjus and Sarutobis were willing to sacrifice every Uchiha in their force. This was exactly the kind of scenario Naruto had warned them about. One which could threaten their entire mission and get them all killed. "Shut up and follow my lead," barked Itama furiously, never having used such a murderous tone in his entire life. But right now he didn't care. His men flinched on seeing the raw fury blazing in his eyes. He couldn't believe the nerve of his own men. There were Namikaze fighters currently fighting beside his sister. If those Uchiha bannermen could put aside their differences and actually work side by side with Tsunade herself, then these men had no reason to betray their allies. Hashirama would never forgive him if he let their allies die needlessly. Most of all, Itama could never forgive himself if he didn't stop this. When he charged towards the last enemy forces, the Nara commander immediately noticed him and made sure to send every Uchiha and Inuzuka under his control straight towards Atama. A sly grin came on the Senju's face as he decided to take a page out of Naruto's book. Having personally experienced the power behind this move, he knew how much he needed to apply his power. When the Uchihas and Inuzuka fighters got close to him, Atama fired bolts of lightning from his hands, striking every one of them in non-vital body parts but with enough force to shock their brain. The Nara commander grimaced when his pawns fell unconscious with minor burns, the shock to their neural system enough to make them black out. Naruto had used more than a dangerous amount on Atama. Fortunately for the young dragon, his former enemy was not that vengeful or his people would be dead tonight. The two armies clashed against each other as Atama reached the Nara commander. He was older than him by at least a few years and his face was marred by nasty scars which proved he had faced more war than Atama had years. Atama knew the Nara would force him to engage in long-range combat in order to try to capture him with his shadow binding technique. His only option was to get close quickly and finish off the man. Just when he was about to move, his eyes widened in shock. One of the Inuzuka dogs leapt out of nowhere and brutally tore apart the head of the enemy commander in a gory manner. The headless body slumped gracelessly to the ground. The remnants of the royal forces could only watch in despair as their commander was brutally murdered in the chaos. If that was not enough to break their morale, the cacophony of war horns and a very familiar war cry shattered their last courage. Fire and blood. The war cries could be heard even so far away from the gates because they were being yelled out by thousands of bloodthirsty warriors. Atama had known this could happen, but he never actually imagined those bloody dragons would come through. Whatever miracle happened, it was the death nail for the royals because Madara Uchiha was here with the entire Uchiha army. Tajima watched his eldest son dismount from his horse and was soon surrounded by various clan heads. The Uchiha patriarch could have taken the lead, but their people had chosen Madara as their Hokage. This was his son's moment to show their people that their faith was not misplaced. They were all stunned when they received the urgent message from Naruto stating that conflict was imminent, as the daimyo had been already making steps to take Naruto hostage the moment the Uchihas refused. Madara marched his entire army hard and fast to the capital before the royals could lay a hand on his last sibling. It was a mistake. Tajima glanced at their vast army and saw nearly a third of their fighters were tired after having ran from the river to the capital in a span of 2 hours. A journey which would usually take 8 hours. While the veterans looked a bit tired, they were still ready enough to fight. The same could not be said of their most inexperienced and youngest fighters, who looked ready to fall dead. Now they had to lay a siege to the strongest city of the world with such a force. Still, Tajima knew he could not make Madara's choices for him, or the boy would never learn how to lead. His victories or losses should be made on his decisions and not on Tajima's instructions. Still, he wished the boy would show restraint in the future. While it was true Naruto's life was in danger, the boy was not alone. He had 500 of their most loyal bannermen with him who would defend him to their deaths should the daimyo make any move against him. But Madara didn't listen, his love for his brother overriding his rational sense of properly leading his army. Despite the tactical error, Tajima could not openly blame the boy because it would be hypocrisy, as he would be doing the same thing as Madara if it was Nauri in Naruto's situation. Command any fighter in our army who has an aerial summon to call their beast. We shall send in a small force that will open the gates, commanded Madara. Shinoburame demurely nodded in confirmation as he went out to find the said ninjas. Have the Kurama Fuinjutsu masters start working on disabling the seals on the city walls that prevents our ninjas from scaling them. If that fails, then we'll tear those bloody walls apart, yelled Madara furiously. Hokage-sama, why are there no defenders arriving to stop us? Asked Rei Namikaze suspiciously. Madara glanced at the tall city walls and activated his Sharingan. It was true, there were no defenders manning even an inch of those walls. There should be an entire city garrison ready to greet his army on first sight. He closed his eyes and let his senses flow. At first there was nothing, but as he concentrated more he sensed the disturbance, the sound of steel clashing, the cries of the dead and dying. They are already attacking my brother, hissed Madara murderously. He turned towards his most loyal bannerman and saw the man look at him with full confidence. Tear these bloody walls apart. And get me a damn bird, I'm going in, commanded Madara. Tajima quickly stepped forward to intervene. Madara, don't be hasty. Naruto can take care of himself for a while, and you need to lead this army through this siege. Break the gates or scale the walls, whatever you do, Don't abandon your forces to the task and rush in like that, chastised Tajima, yet even so he carefully chose his words in order to not diminish the authority of his son in front of all their allies. A siege will take too long to break. How can I leave my brother out there to die? Asked Madara worriedly. Your love for your brother will be the end of you someday, Madara. Tajima desperately wanted to say those cruel words to his son for making such a grave mistake. But he had to restrain himself and think about how to convince Madara to act like a leader and not like a worried elder brother. It's not going to be a siege, Hokage-sama, whispered Rei Namikaze. Madara and Tajima both turned around to see what had made the Namikaze leader go so pale. The voice reached them first before the sight. The Uchiha leadership and their 10,000-strong army could only watch in dismay as thousands of horses broke out of the forest. All of them carrying the royal banners, but it was the one leading them that made them shiver. A deer. In the thousands of years of clan wars, numerous attempts had been made by both Uchiha and Senju to gain the loyalty of one clan by force, negotiations, bribe and threats. Every attempt had ended in utter failure. No matter their power, numbers or skilled warriors, no Uchiha or Senju clan head had ever been able to bring this clan to their knees. It became an impossible task when the said clan swore loyalty to the daimyo and received his protection, leaving them out of the grasp of their enemies. They were not the strongest fighters of the world, but they had a power not even Tajima could dismiss. The Uchiha clan head clenched his fist when he saw Den Nara at the head of this army that only seemed to grow larger and larger as more and more royal fighters came running out of the forests. At least 5,000 samurai cavalry, 3,000 archers, 12,000 infantry, and another 6,000 or so bunch of mixed fighters carrying the emblems of shogun or mercenary armies. Among this vast sea of royal forces, there were also nearly 4,000 Nara fighters rushing towards the battlefield. It was a trap and they all fell for it. Tajima bitterly smiled at the ingenuity of the man he was here to depose. From one hand he offered a choice of slavery, and with his other he prepared a sword to stab into the hearts of his enemies should they refuse. The said sword was the entire royal army led by the Nara clan that now surrounded the enemies of the royal family. Nauri glanced at her brother in alarm. Even if she was not a military strategist, her eyes could see the 10,000-strong Uchiha army was now facing a 30,000-strong royal army of the daimyo led by one of the most feared clans of the world. They literally had their backs against the wall facing an enemy that outnumbered them 3-1, which was not taking into account the summoning creatures that would be unleashed, the nasty tricks the Naras would definitely play, or the possibility of the city defenders striking them from the back. The Uchiha army was now trapped between the hammer and the anvil. Madara's face was blank for several long moments, even as his supporters looked at him for an order. And then the newly appointed Hokage smirked. Nauri shivered when Madara unleashed his sword and gun at the same time. Following his lead, almost every Uchiha who all loved Madara unleashed their weapons, forcing their allies to do the same. She looked at Tajima to stop this madness, for no matter their skill or courage, they would all be slaughtered here to the last man because of the sheer numbers the enemy had brought with them. But then she realized they had already rebelled against the daimyo. If they surrendered right now, their fate would be worse than death. She looked at the capital and could only pray for the safety of her trapped nephew, because it didn't look like they would be able to help him anytime soon, if ever. Not even Kami could save them from their doom, but it didn't stop Nauri from unleashing her own sword as Madara charged forward and was joined by thousands of his forces. Let's show these weaklings how to dance, barked Madara with a laugh, his battle lust taking him over. While the Uchihas understood the joke and laughed like their bloodthirsty leader, their allies could only hesitantly prepare themselves as the enemy army started to spread out in order to encircle them. Both armies were now rushing towards each other in a mighty clash that would soon change the course of history for either side. Until, thousands of warriors from both sides lost their balance as a massive tremor passed across the land. The next moment there was a monstrous sound of a horrible explosion which instantly shrouded the entire battlefield in dust and smoke. Madara and Tajima stopped each other from falling. When they were sure of their footing, they looked at their rear from where the explosion had come from. The entire area near the city walls was now shrouded in dust and debris. However, Madara with his Sharingan saw what others didn't, and he froze. His shock was soon passed among his family and entire army alike. Even the enemy forces that were previously confident of their victory now started taking several steps back in horror. As the dust cleared, a mighty roar shook the entire landscape. A roar which had not been heard in 1,000 years. Nauri fell to her knees as she saw the monstrous shadow step out of the dust. The first thing everyone noticed was its sheer size and demonic eyes that glared at all of them as if they were pesky insects. Its massive 9 tails were unleashed in every direction, threatening to crush this entire land with one swing. But what brought nearly half of both armies to their knees was not the beast's size, but the unending hatred and anger that threatened to burn them all in a never-ending inferno. "I don't believe it all this time," whispered Tajima in awe. Madara was the first to catch sight of a shining glint on top of the beast with his Sharingan. He could never fail to recognize that sword, nor could he not recognize the man in golden armor bearing the dragon on his chest. The lone warrior was murderously glaring at the royal army. "A bijou," whispered Nauri in fear. "Naruto." Madara's declaration shocked each and every clan head and ninja alike, as they all now saw the youngest son of Tajima standing atop the massive 9-tailed fox. And his eyes were as cold as ice. They all watched the young dragon raise his sword and point it straight at the stunned form of Den Nara, the enemy commander. No words were spoken, but the message was clear. The reply from the royal army commander would be pondered over by historians for several centuries, because instead of doing what most would expect from a Nara in this situation, Den picked himself up from the ground and grabbed a nearby sword, calmly pointing it straight at Naruto. Nor would any historian or shinobi alike ever forget the young dragon's words. Charge, Kurama. Chapter 21. The end of an era. Naruto stared at the enemy commander, who glared at him defiantly. But instead of arrogance, he saw the grim determination in Den Nara's eyes. The clan head was well aware that a defeat here or retreat could spell the end of not just the daimyo's rule but his entire dynasties, and if those monarchs fell from power, then the Nara clan would lose their protection, making them open targets for the Uchiha and Senju. Those two ancient clans had not forgotten the everlasting defiance the Naras had shown to them over the thousands of years, and would make them pay for it dearly in blood, if not outright annihilation. Even the samurai's livelihood depended on their service to the daimyo. If that man's rule was overthrown, then they would become jobless and always be looked down upon by shinobi. They had no choice but to fight. The same was not the case for the common civilian soldiers, shogun and mercenary warriors. These thousands of fighters were trained to defeat great armies and even ninjas, but none of them had the first idea as to how they could defeat a bijou. They would all be massacred before they could even harm a hair on Kurama's body, and their fear was clearly evident for Naruto to see. Still, their commander had decided to fight, and it was their obligation to follow him no matter the consequences. Despite the perilous situation, the 5,000-strong samurai heavy cavalry was the first to charge on Den Nara's command in order to stop Kurama, who was charging towards the royal army. It was a sight not a single person present here would ever forget. No matter how hopeless the situation was, the samurais charged forward with hundreds of them slashing their swords trying to take out Kurama's legs. To their dismay, not even a single sword could make a tiny scratch on the bijou's tough legs. Naruto grimaced when Kurama roared furiously before smashing his tails wildly over the samurai cavalry. Within seconds, hundreds of samurai and their poor warhorses were being crushed to death. So bad was their fate that not even a body was left to recover by the time Kurama pummeled them into the bloodied ground. He should be feeling overjoyed on seeing his enemies die like flies, but the sight only filled him with more sadness, as these brave men were dying for a lost cause. He heard Kurama roar murderously as hundreds of Nara attached their shadow binding technique all over the bijou's legs. "Now it ends," whispered Naruto. The furious bijou opened its mouth, and to the horror of the Naras they saw that while their shadows had trapped the beast for now, it had not allowed them any control over the beast's other actions. A fact they realized too late as Kurama started creating a massive Baijudama. The royal army paled, and most of the mercenary ninjas started fleeing instantly, so did many civilian soldiers. They had lost what little courage they had left on seeing the monstrosity the beast was about to unleash. Even if they couldn't feel chakra, they could see what was about to unleashed was big. And then something happened. Madara was witnessing the most memorable battle of his life. His eyes could not believe the power of his brother's pet beast, which was just about to go up another notch as it started forming a Baijudama, until Naruto knelt and placed a hand on his friend's head. The bijou stopped. No words were spoken, but the massive ball of chakra being created by the fox shattered. The fox sighed but nodded in resignation as Naruto jumped off the beast and landed gracefully across the battlefield. The remaining samurai cavalry flinched at the sight of him, and even if they wanted to attack him, Kurama's menacing eyes dared them to do such a thing and face the penalties. Tajima and many other Uchiha growled in frustration when Naruto started walking towards Den Nara and his army. "Honorable fool," hissed Tajima, but before he could move to save his idealistic son, it was Nauri who placed a hand on his shoulder. "Don't," she warned. "He'll get himself killed," said Tajima heatedly, earning a nod from Madara, who also looked ready to charge in order to protect his brother. Nauri watched her youngest nephew walk calmly towards the enemy army. She had watched this boy grow up before her, and what she saw today was not something she had ever seen before. "You have grown up, Naruto. He knows what he's doing. Trust him," she declared, leaving no room for doubt, making Tajima and Madara sigh, but they did step down, making the others do the same as all their eyes shifted towards the boy in golden armor who stepped towards Den Nara. Both armies watched the Nara commander and Uchiha stand before each other at a respectable distance. "Quite a beast you got there," commented Den without any sarcasm. The man was simply stating the hard and bitter fact. "That I have," agreed Naruto, keeping his face set in stone. "Why are you here?" asked Den curiously. "Look at your men." The Nara commander was forced to look at the now 22,000 strong royal forces that were still standing with him. The rest had either fled or were simply butchered by the fox. In each and every person's eyes he saw fear, doubt and despair. "I don't want to slaughter men needlessly," said Naruto honestly, making the Nara commander sigh. "You know I have no choice but to fight," replied Den bitterly. "What if you don't have to?" questioned Naruto sincerely. Den blinked and looked at the young Uchiha before him. There was not a shred of treachery or hidden agenda in those eyes. "This boy. Neither Uchiha or Senju will spare us if the daimyo is overthrown. My people weren't exactly known to be either clan's lapdogs. We valued our independence then and we still value it now. Besides, your father and Tobirama Senju are not known for showing mercy to those who have defied them," pointed Den Nara frankly. Den waited for the boy to refute the accusations he had laid against Tajima or even Tobirama. To his surprise, Naruto never flinched and looked him right in the eye. "Then retain your independence. Serve neither Uchiha or Senju but whoever is chosen the next ruler of the Land of Fire. Bend the knee and your clan lives, your soldiers live, your people live," promised Naruto. Den glanced at Tajima nervously as the Uchiha clan head was glaring at him with cold murder in his eyes. "We all know what your father did to Kendo Senju's family," said Den worriedly. "I am not that man." Den could not help but admire the conviction in those eyes and the sincerity burning in them. He glanced at Tajima again but then looked at Naruto, who never looked away from him. Den saw Kurama actually nod, much to his shock, suggesting the beast actually supported the boy's offer. Whatever Tajima or Tobirama were capable of, the nine-tailed fox could surely do more harm should he be insulted. And the only way that could happen was if Den refused this Uchiha before him. Den looked at his own clansmen and the royal army soldiers. Most of them nodded as he closed his eyes and looked at Naruto with a resigned smile on his face. "I never thought I would ever see an Uchiha with honor," said Den, making Naruto's lips twitch into a faint smile. "Let's end this senseless bloodshed," proposed Naruto, as he extended his hand towards the Nara. The said man glanced at him one last time before raising his own hand and joined it with Naruto's. Under these terms, I surrender," declared Den loudly for every soldier to hear. Madara and his entire army could only gape in shock as one by one each and every royal soldier threw down his weapon and knelt, marking their official surrender. He actually saw the fox smile when Naruto turned back and walked towards his family's army. Nauri wanted nothing more than to hug the boy standing before her. It was one thing to mercilessly slaughter one's enemy when your victory was assured, but an entirely different matter when you offer the defeated enemy a chance to surrender peacefully. It was a double-edged sword with many risks. History was proof of success and failures behind such moves. Naruto could have wiped out the entire enemy army with the help of his bijou, but he showed mercy. What consequences it would have for him and their people was something only the future would tell them. She restrained herself from hugging the boy as he was currently staring at Tajima, Madara, and all the clan heads along with their entire army right in the eye. Gone was the look of a devoted Uchiha who would do anything for his clan. These were now the eyes of a man who had committed himself to a cause. "The daimyo has been captured. The city has fallen and the royal army has surrendered. We have won," declared Naruto calmly. Shock and disbelief ripped through the Uchiha army on hearing those words. They all had came here prepared for a bloody fight only to realize that it was already over. Many glanced at the massive fox, a beast that dangerous could have reduced the city to ashes, and yet the capital was still standing, which could only mean Naruto took it by force. While the young dragon was a brave and skilled man with an army of 500 fighters, he would have to go through thousands of royal guards. A feat impossible to accomplish unless he used the beast, or... Tajima was the first to arrive at this conclusion as he narrowed his eyes dangerously at his youngest son, who had the grace to gulp nervously. "You have a lot of explaining to do," boy warned Tajima. "Yes, father," agreed Naruto reluctantly. Despite his great victory, the cold glare of his father made him feel like the young boy from his past. Tajima could be very intimidating when he wanted to, backed by an entire army. The same man could prove disastrous. Naori sensed the rising tension in the air and decided to quickly intervene. Just one glance at Naruto's nervous gaze was enough to show her the boy had done something very bad. Knowing Tajima, he would lash out quickly, and that would not bode well for Naruto's reputation, which was skyrocketing these days among their faction. After seeing what power he was capable of displaying with the bijou, it was best for their faction if they listened to the boy and not alienate him. "We shall talk, but not here. Understood?" she commanded, looking at all the clan heads and her own family. Surprisingly, it was Madara who was the first to agree, which made everyone else fall in line as well. The young Hokage was glancing at the giant fox with a gleam in his eye which Naori didn't miss. The same was the case for many of the more militaristic clan heads. The only thing keeping them from just outright grabbing the beast was Naruto's presence and the prior memory of what the fox could do if enraged. Tajima finally gave a nod, but never once did his cold and merciless eyes leave his son's. "You took it upon yourself to ally us with our sworn enemies?" Not one man in the large hall didn't flinch on hearing Tajima's thunderous roar. The Uchiha patriarch was fuming in anger, his murderous eyes glaring at his youngest son standing in the center of the hall with a composed look on his face. Naruto held his ground despite the heated glares he received from the various clan heads, not to mention from his own father and brother. Even Naori was taken aback by his choice. The only one standing beside the boy was the fox, who had reduced himself to the size of a small wolf, much to the amazement of the ninjas present in the room. When their force had marched through the city, they had seen the carnage it had gone through and the dead littering in the streets. Still, the bloodshed was minimal, with only 800 allied ninjas dead in comparison to the 8,500 royal guards and 400 civilians. Hundreds more were injured, but the daimyo was taken prisoner and his 3 sons died trying to defend the royal monarch despite Hashirama's best efforts. Most had expected Tajima to instantly attack the weakened Senju, and probably the Uchiha patriarch would have done so had he not received a pointed stare from the monstrous bijou that made him back down and agree to talk first before waging war again. Still, the capital was tense as a cold war had erupted between the Senju and Uchiha factions. The only thing keeping them from jumping at each other's throats was the presence of the bijou and the responsibility of watching over the surrendered royal army and the Nara clan. In a matter of hours, the oldest dynasty to rule the Land of Fire had been overthrown. But it didn't matter to Tajima and his supporters, for all they were seeing right now was a foolish boy who not only agreed to marry a Senju but also robbed them of their rightful vengeance. It didn't matter to them that most of them along with their people would be dead by the time the last Senju was killed. Even Madara was for once in agreement with his father, which did not bode well for Naruto. "I did what I thought was right," said Naruto tiredly. "I can have you beheaded for this," replied Tajima coldly. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. His father was many things, but never once had he made such a threat. A fact which had shocked not just him but every person in the room. It went to show how deep the man's hate for the Senjus went. "Father, show too much kindness to your enemies and you'll wake up one day to find your throat slit," barked Tajima. "Father's right, Naruto. The Senjus are weak right now. Together with our army and the fox we can defeat them," urged Madara passionately, earning many nods from the clan heads. Kurama snorted in disgust, which made Madara narrow his eyes, for his brother had not rebuked the beast for that audacity. "They killed our brothers," Naruto said, Madara sadly. The faces of 3 young boys flashed before Naruto's eyes, and for a moment he wanted nothing more than to join Madara, but then he also the faces of 2 unborn girls that were yet to see the world. Could he allow them to feel the pain he had? Could he willingly let them be born into this savage world? Could he allow them to watch their siblings die for a petty feud? He and everyone else in the room got his answer when his Sharingan came alive and a monstrous killing intent was unleashed. "I'm tired of fighting." His outburst stunned not only his family but all their bannermen. His furious eyes glared at all of them, which made many flinch and made Tajima as well as Madara shut their mouth. Never before had they seen this look in Naruto's eyes. The look of a man haunted by death, war and misery along with unbearable pain. "It's all I have done since I came into this world. I've killed men and women, I've burned clan heads alive, I have given orders that lead to the slaughter of entire clan to the last child," yelled Naruto disgustedly. "You're no son of mine," whispered Tajima in disbelief, not knowing how much it hurt his son. "I am your son, father. I am more like you than any of your children. It is why I know that the best course of action for our people is to make peace. If not for ourselves, then for our children," pleaded Naruto. Suddenly, Madara got up from his chair and briskly walked towards his sibling. Everyone tensed and Kurama even stepped forward growling at the approaching Uchiha. To the beast's surprise, Madara not only ignored him but brushed past him to grab Naruto by the collar of his shirt. Naruto had never seen his brother so furious and disappointed at the same time. Madara would die for him without hesitation, but right now his brother looked about ready to kill him. Give me one reason why I should not kill you right now? Tell me why you are doing this, because I know you desire revenge as much as me for what they did to our brothers. For what they did to Izuna, whispered Madara fiercely, his Sharingan glaring heatedly at those of his brothers. Naruto looked at his brother and he saw Madara was not joking around. His brother loved him, but what he was asking was everything Madara had desired in his entire life. If he tried to take that away without a just reason, Madara would not kill him, but no longer would his brother love him. A blow which would be the death of Naruto himself. Closing his eyes, he leaned closer so that he was near his brother's ear. You're going to be an uncle, brother. Madara stepped back as his eyes went wide, unable to believe what he just heard. Naruto had kept a lot of secrets from him over the years, the most dangerous being the fact that he had a bijou following him around for years. But this was even bigger than that. But it did explain why he wanted to make peace with the Senjus. You're not lying to me? Asked Madara seriously. No, whispered Naruto defeatedly. Kurama was gaping at his friend for revealing his most important secret to someone like Madara. He had never trusted the eldest son of Tajima. The thirst for power and revenge was clear to see in those eyes. While Naruto reminded the fox of Indra when the Uchiha founder was a boy, Madara reminded the fox of the power-hungry man Indra became. Still, for Naruto's sake he had tolerated Madara, but if he or as a matter of fact anyone else tried to harm the boy, then they would feel his true wrath. Kurama was not blind as to how much Naruto had sacrificed for this peace. How much the boy was risking to stop this unending war. No ordinary man could have done such things. In the boy, Kurama saw hope for humanity for the first time, and he would be damned if he let these fools take that away from him. But he was surprised when Madara, instead of lashing out at his brother, actually sighed. He looked a lot older right now than he actually was. Our people chose me as Hokage, brother. You think the Senjus will still want peace when they learn this? Would they still desire peace when the Uchiha don't give them leadership over the land of fire, because father will die before he lets that happen? Asked Madara seriously. I'll find some way, brother. But I cannot do it alone. You once promised me that it will always be you and me against the entire world. For your sake, I remained loyal to this family and our clan even after what happened that night. I have fought for you my entire life, but now I need you to fight for me again, explained Naruto honestly, his eyes becoming moist. Madara flinched as he was reminded of the pact he and Naruto had made to each other when they were young boys who had just lost their brothers. Naruto had kept that promise just as he had kept every other promise, and so had Madara. But this went beyond everything Madara could have ever imagined. He looked at the fox and saw the beast was ready to jump at this throat should he attack Naruto, but the fox didn't have to worry. Without another word, the eldest son of Tajima walked away from the hall, much to Naruto's shock. The boy's shoulders slumped as he realized this was his defeat. You are all fools. His eyes widened when Kurama stepped forward and spoke for the first time. Every person in the room stared in shock on hearing the beast actually speak the common tongue. Tajima went pale and so did his sister. Kurama saw Naruto urging him not to reveal his true power, and it made him even more grateful to the boy. Even now, at the brink of losing his family and allies, Naruto had not revealed Kurama's identity to his people. It had been the bijou who had offered his help to crush the royal army, while Naruto wanted to find another way. Even against Madara, Naruto had not revealed Kurama's true mission or the extent of his powers. You truly kept your promise, Naruto Uchiha. Now it is time I keep mine. What are you? Whispered Tajima, bringing Kurama back from his thoughts. He ignored Naruto's pleading gaze to stop and instead walked towards the Uchiha clan head. Several guards bravely or foolishly stepped in his way but were waved away when Tajima dared to look the beast in the eye. Contrary to what you think, I am not a mindless beast. I was created by the Sage of Six Paths. I was there when your ancestor Indra was born. I was there when he waged war against his brother that has been going on till this day. And if you think for 1 second that I will butcher Senjus just because you want it, then you are a moron. Barked Kurama. What? Hissed Tajima furiously. I don't fight for the Uchiha and I don't fight for the Senjus either. I am loyal to my only friend who saw me as a person and not as a weapon. He remained loyal to me all these years, and in turn I have remained loyal to him and will remain so until his last day. You all have lost a lot to this war, but so have the Senjus. The only thing that can come out of this war is the end of both clans and their allies, warned Kurama. I will not stop until I make those bastards kneel before me and then take their lives for what they did to my family, roared Tajima. If looks could kill, both the fox and the Uchiha patriarch should have burned each other to death. All the clan heads were silently watching this match, dreading the conclusion. Kurama restrained himself from killing this man right here, so blinded by hate was this human that he couldn't even make decisions that were best for the future of his children. Enough. Naruto Uchiha walked towards her brother and laid a firm hand on his shoulder. Tajima glanced at her steely gaze and took a step back as the Uchiha woman stepped before Kurama. What do you want, fox? Asked Naruto calmly. At least hear out what the Senjus have to say. Try to make peace as your father did, urged Kurama, as both Tajima and Naruto stiffened. How? I told you I have been here in this world for a long time. Your father was a good man and one of the finest Uchiha leaders I ever saw in history. What happened to him was wrong and you made the Senjus pay for that dearly. But if you continue this war, then your children will suffer just like you have. And so will their children after them. Explained Kurama honestly. Naruto glanced at her nephew and saw the pain in his eyes. She and Tajima had lost their siblings early in their life, but Madara and Naruto had watched their brothers die when they were merely young boys themselves. Those two had seen more death and suffering than either she or her brother ever had. The only reason they had survived was the fact that they were strong and remained united. A fact which could change on the decisions made today. Very well. We'll listen to what the Senjus have to say, declared Naruto. Sister. Barked Tajima in anger, but was again silenced when she ignored him and looked straight at the fox. And if we don't find their terms satisfactory, then the war continues, with or without your help, fox warned Naruto, earning a snort and a nod from the beast. That's all I can ask, grunted Kurama, as he marched back towards Naruto. The boy looked at his aunt, but she shook her head, making him sigh as he left the hall. Naruto soon commanded the remaining clan heads to leave them, and when they were gone she turned towards her furious brother. We need to talk. Hashirama had been nervously pacing in his room with his siblings watching him worriedly. They had won the capital and now the city was theirs. Many good men and women died for that, but the daimyo was a prisoner now along with his wife and daughters. The Fire Lord's sons chose to die fighting than let their father be overthrown. Hashirama was too late to stop them from dying. He had watched Naruto unleash the Bijou against the royal army and Naras. Hashirama had dreaded that the boy would wipe out all those people mercilessly like any Uchiha would. What happened next was not something Hashirama had expected from any Uchiha, much less Naruto. The boy gave the enemy a chance to surrender, saving thousands of lives, and in doing so preserved the future of all the millions of families of those royal soldiers. He made the Uchihas back down and even got them into a room to negotiate peace with the Senjus. But now he was worried for the boy. Hashirama knew what kind of man Tajima was, and many lords who followed him were just as ruthless and vicious. They could very well kill the boy for robbing them off their revenge. The only thing that gave Hashirama hope was Madara's presence in the room. As long as Madara was there, nobody would dare lift a finger at his only surviving brother. He was brought out of his thoughts when the door of his room was slammed open. His siblings unleashed their weapons when they saw the Senju guards outside had dropped unconscious as the striking form of Madara Uchiha approached towards them. Hashirama could not help but feel happy and even more worried at the same. It was so good to see his old friend, but one look in his furious eyes was enough to make Hashirama tense. Without warning, Madara cast a scathing glance at Tsunade and Atama. Get out. The two Senjus blinked at the audacity of this Uchiha, but Hashirama saw how tense his friend was, and if disobeyed then he might very well resort to violence to make that happen. So he curtly gestured to his siblings to comply. They grumbled but obeyed his commands and walked outside the room. But Hashirama knew they were not far away, waiting to come to his aid if Madara turned hostile. It's good to see you, Madara said Hashirama with a true smile. Wish I could say the same, grunted Madara, as he deactivated his Sharingan. Hashirama silently waited as he saw Madara pace across the room without speaking. This went on for a few long moments before the Uchiha looked at him seriously. My brother is a good man, Hashirama said Madara, and was surprised when Hashirama nodded with an even wider smile. He's the best of your people, praised Hashirama, which only made Madara grimace. Good men don't survive in this world, Hashirama. Only the worst do, replied Madara sadly, as the faces of his dead brothers flashed before his eyes. Not if they have the support of others, countered Hashirama, earning a bittersweet chuckle from his dark-haired friend. Neither of us have changed. We are like ice and fire. Hashirama froze as realization struck him. The Uchihas were always like the fire, dangerous, swift and all-consuming. Their love was as fierce as their hatred, their sanity as great as their madness, their courage as great as their arrogance. The Senjus on the other hand were like ice, long-lasting, enduring and unending. Their silent fury as great as their gentle hearts, their calmness as dangerous as their ability to create storms. The savior shall be born by the joining of two ancient elements. Hashirama still remembered that old Toad's prophecy revealed to him a few years ago. The frog had been vague and smiled at him when Hashirama said he didn't understand. The only thing the geezer had told him to not fight fire with fire but calm it with ice. Hashirama hadn't understood then. But he did now. You once told me there is nothing in this world more precious to you than your last brother, said Hashirama seriously. It was then and it remains the same now, agreed Madara, despite the tense situation. This Uchiha had many faults, but if one thing Hashirama had always admired about Madara was his love for his siblings. There was not anything this man would not do for them. If we fight, then your brother's life will be in danger. You may have the bijou on your side, but you know what I am capable of, said Hashirama gravely. Madara chuckled. Now who's being cocky? Asked Madara amusedly. It had always been Hashirama teasing him about the same thing, and now that man was doing the very same thing himself. I'm serious, Madara. The Uchiha stopped laughing and looked at his friend. There was no doubt in Hashirama's eyes, his face set in stone. I'd like to take my chances, challenged Madara with a dark grin, just like fire. I have 3 siblings left, Madara. By the time we are done you'll have none. Warned Hashirama, his voice as cold as ice. Madara paled and his eyes widened as he saw an image of Tobirama plunging his sword into Naruto's heart. His brother coughed, his eyes wide in shock and pain. Madara ran to him and caught him in his arms, watching his last brother gurgle painfully before falling silent forever. Time stopped for him as he kept on looking at that pale face of the jovial and sarcastic boy he had loved his entire life. A boy who meant everything to Madara, one who had 2 little girls waiting for him but would never see him again. He was brought out of his thoughts when he felt a gentle hand placed on his shoulder. Dazed, he looked up to see his old friend staring at him with a knowing and sympathetic look in his eyes. I know how you feel, Madara. Our families have torn each other apart for thousands of years, and it will go on until we stop this madness. Don't make peace for me or anyone else either, do it for your brother, urged Hashirama. My people already declared me Hokage, Hashirama. Do you still want peace after that? Asked Madara skeptically. I'll admit it will be difficult to make my people accept peace with you as Hokage. But they will accept it, said Hashirama with conviction burning in his eyes. Why? Asked Madara hesitantly. Because I believe in you. Madara looked at this man in disbelief. His throat felt dry, his lips trembled, and his wide eyes could only stare at this man with shock. In him, he saw that young boy with whom he had played stone throwing across the river, the same boy whom he had shared his desire for peace, the same person with whom he had wanted to create a new world where his brother and family would remain safe. What about the leadership of the Land of Fire? Who will replace the daimyo? Asked Madara worriedly. What do you mean? Aren't you supposed to lead now that you are named Hokage? Questioned Hashirama in confusion. Madara sighed. I am not a politician, Hashirama. I am a ninja. Ask me to defend these lands against armies and I will gladly do so. I might even excel every single time, but ask me to discuss trade and politics, and I'll make a spectacle of myself. I rarely compromise or negotiate, I command, explained Madara honestly. And I am too soft-hearted, which might work well in maintaining relations but disastrous when it comes to ruling, admitted Hashirama, receiving a disbelieving look from his friend. The people love you, Hashirama. They'll accept you as their new daimyo and I will support you if you let me be Hokage. I'll keep command over the military forces while you make sure that our lands and people prosper, offered Madara honestly. Your father will never agree to this. Pointed Hashirama worriedly. Both of them became silent as their dilemma hanged over their heads like a sword. They were glad to put their differences aside for the sake of their family, but to make their people not just see reason but accept it was a grave challenge. There were hardliners on both sides who wanted war and would use the first chance to start it. How to arrive at a solution that would be acceptable to all if not welcomed? Hashirama was surprised when Madara smiled a little. What is it? I think I have a solution which will be acceptable to my father. But I might need quite a lot of help from you, said Madara hesitantly. Hashirama gave his friend an unwavering nod as he replied. Whatever you need to make this peace, Madara. The large courtroom that once belonged to the Fire Daimyo and his advisors was currently packed with almost every ninja lord of the country. Great and minor clans all were here representing the two most powerful factions of the world. Kurama couldn't even remember the last time there was such a gathering except for the sole purpose of killing each other. On the right side of the large hall sat Tajima Uchiha along with several clan heads representing Namikaze, Shimura, Aburame, Kurama, Yuhi, Hatake, Yamanaka and several minor ninja clans. Together, they made up the largest military alliance in the elemental nations. On the left side of the large hall sat the tall figure of Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Itama Senju along with their various allies representing Sarutobi, Inuzuka, Akimichi, and many other minor clans. Together, they were the most wealthiest and influential faction in the world. In the center of the hall were seated the Nara clan head and various former royal army commanders along with Naruto Uchiha. The said boy had decided to sit away from his people considering they were angry at him. To make him not feel alone, both Kurama and Tsunade had joined him much to his surprise. Following their example, the Kinsguard had also taken positions with their leader rather than their faction. It was more of a shouting match and insult trading than any formal negotiations. Old feuds and rivalries could be seen openly with various clan heads trying to insult one another. Tsunade was more than pleased to see her brother released from captivity. At first the Uchihas were reluctant as they wanted to have more leverage. Surprisingly, it was Naori Uchiha who reminded her people that the Senjus had honored their vow to return Dawn and they must honor their side of the bargain. It was not welcomed, but Tsunade had seen the power Naori wielded as she made sure Tobirama was released. It would seem Naruto was not the only Uchiha who really wanted to try for peace because that action had removed some of the bitterness between their factions. It was not much, but it was a start. The arguments were going nowhere and the atmosphere was getting more heated until Naruto got up from his chair. He made sure to release a considerable killing intent that made everyone shut up one after another and look at him. My lords and ladies, all of us are missing the fact that together we overthrew a dynasty that had lasted for centuries. We did it because we were together and we can do more for our lands and people, but not if we try to kill each other rather than work together, urged Naruto, and was not surprised when one of his own bannermen presented his objection to the cause. The daimyo is defeated, our war with the royals is over. We have a bijou that you can command to fight for us and defeat the Senjus once and for all. Fuck the peace, said Tobi Shimura passionately, earning cheerful nods from his allies and curses from the Senjus. Not surprisingly again it was a Senju ally who gave a befitting reply to that threat. Bring it on, you prick. We have defeated your kind for thousands of years and will do it again with Hashirama and his family. Bijou or not, we can kick your asses back to the shitty holes you came from. Barked Sasuke Sarutobi, earning loud roars of approval from his side. The main Uchiha and Senju families could only grimly watch as their supporters viciously attacked one another with more and more sharp words. The situation was about to go haywire until Den Nara stood up. Despite being a former enemy, the Naras were respected as worthy foes by both factions and was the reason as to why everyone became silent and stared at the scarred clan head. Neither side will win if you continue to war. Even if some manage to survive on both sides, by that time the land of fire will be ruined. The civilian population will revolt against your atrocities, and let me remind you they outnumber us 500 to 1. I don't know about you, but against those many numbers none of my ninjas will survive. Warned Den seriously. Tsunade was surprised when the man actually got the full attention of not just Hashirama or Madara but that of Tajima Uchiha as well. From what she could see, Den was not taking any side but only pointing out the outcome if they continued their war now that the daimyo was not there to control the civilian population. Seeing that his audience were paying rapt attention, Den decided to intensify his efforts to make these fools see reason. Both Uchiha and Senju along with their allies have forgotten their true purpose the Sage of Six Paths wanted you to do. But the Nara remember, said Den honestly. He looked at the formal royal army commanders and when they all nodded their consent, Den turned back towards the two factions who now looked very interested in what he had to say. The sage taught us ninchu so that we can maintain peace across the elemental nations and not wage war. The Nara have never allied with either side because you never serve the well-being of the people. We chose to serve the daimyo because he at least tried to give peace to all those who couldn't raise their voices against shinobi atrocities. The daimyo may be gone now, but the Nara clan and the former royal army commanders and soldiers are still duty-bound to protect those people, explained Den loudly for everyone to hear. Neither the Uchiha or the Senju clan heads or as a matter of fact any other ninja clan have any right to claim leadership over people you have never thought about in your entire lives. But there is one person in this room who remembered the duty the sage wanted us to do. Tsunade's eyes widened when she saw not just Den but all the former civilian army commanders rise from their seats and step before Naruto. The one who cared about the lives of people he didn't even know. The one who chose to do the right thing no matter how hard it was, the one who chose mercy and compassion over brutality. We don't care who he is or what his past was, we don't know what the future holds for us all, but he's our leader from this day till the end of time. The Dragon King, declared Den proudly. Naruto's heart stopped beating and his face turned extremely pale when Den and all the civilian army commanders unleashed their swords and knelt before him. Shock rippled through the hall and everyone nearly started panicking but were fortunately stopped when Hashirama got up from his seat, making everyone go silent again. I never thought one day there could be a chance for peace between our two factions. Both sides have done inhuman things to each other in the past, yet I took a chance upon Naruto Uchiha. I trusted that man with not just my family's future but that of this country because I knew he was a good and honorable man. I gave him the hand of my sister in marriage because I knew he has the courage to do the right thing, even if it meant giving his life. That is the kind of man who should not just lead us but this country and world towards the future the sage wanted us to develop. Naruto Uchiha brought an end to this war. He is the young dragon. Hashirama unleashed his sword, pointing it straight at Naruto with pride and conviction in his eyes as he knelt, declaring the words that would be forever remembered in history. The Dragon King. Tajima and Naori along with their allies were hardly able to believe the words Hashirama had just said about Naruto. Most of all, none of them were ever prepared to watch the first Senju in history to willingly kneel before an Uchiha and swear fealty to their rule. Tajima's jaw nearly dropped to the floor as he glanced at Hashirama and saw nothing but pure conviction in his eyes as he made his decision. Majority of the Senju allies were also shocked and moved by their leader's declaration. The Uchiha patriarch glanced at his youngest son, who was as pale as ice, as he watched not just Hashirama but Den, Nara and all the civilian army commanders still kneeling before him with their swords. He had done the impossible. A boy who was destined to be nothing more than a spare heir had made two of the most ancient and noble clans who had never knelt before the Uchihas to do the impossible thing. No, they are not kneeling to the Uchiha clan. They are kneeling to him. Tajima's lifelong dream was to see the Senjus kneel and accept the Uchiha as their rightful rulers. If they didn't, then he would exterminate them to the last man. It would be costly and devastating, but he had prepared for that his entire life, making alliances and creating the single largest military faction. Yet a boy who had no great social standing, armies, wealth or influence had accomplished a feat Tajima could only dream of. Most of all, he did it with his pure heart. I am your son, father. I am more like you than you think. You're no son of mine. Naori watched as a lone tear fell from Tajima's eyes even as Madara got up with a determined look in his eyes. Both brothers glanced at each other, one with shock and the other with pride. Am I your brother? Asked Madara simply. Always, whispered Naruto in a choked voice. Naori gave a tearful smile when Madara unleashed his sword and pointed it at his brother with a smile. My sword is yours, now and always, promised Madara, as he too joined in kneeling beside Hashirama. Kurama could hardly believe the dream of his creator could very well be realized today. It had taken a very long time and could yet again fail as he watched Tajima rise from his chair. The Uchiha leader looked fierce and cold as he looked at his son, but there was also warmth and regret in those cold eyes. I could never fully believe in you, and I will regret that until my last day. A father is supposed to nurture their sons to become great men, but I failed in the task, yet even so you became the man you are today because of your own actions, said Tajima honestly. Naruto got up from his chair and looked at his father. Tajima Uchiha was a proud man, and to admit his mistake in front of all these people was not something to be taken lightly. Most of all, he saw the regret and apology along with pride in those dark eyes. No matter their differences or what people thought of this man, if there was one thing clear to Naruto was the fact that he loved his father. It's all in the past, father, whispered Naruto with a smile, even as his eyes became moist. Tajima nodded in relief as he got the message before he steeled himself and not just looked at his own bannermen but those of the Senjus as well. He cast one last glance at his sister, who stared at him with tearful eyes as she gave him a proud nod. I can never truly believe in any of these people. But I can believe in my sons. The future is uncertain for us all. However, the Uchiha clan shall devote itself to the well-being of this country as we have for thousands of years, pledged Tajima fiercely. Every person watched in pure shock as Tajima unleashed his sword before locking his eyes firmly with his youngest son. And I will stand behind my son. Silence reigned across the hall as the Uchiha clan head knelt side by side with Madara and Hashirama beside him. Kurama could only watch with an overjoyed heart as the three most powerful men in the world yelled in one voice. The Dragon King. Naruto could only watch in awe and shock as every ninja lord from both factions rose up and unleashed their swords. Together, they all knelt before him as one single call was declared for the first time in history of the elemental nations. The Dragon King. The Dragon King. The Dragon King. The declarations were getting louder and more passionate with every passing second as every person in the room took a leap of faith. In their eyes there was hope for a better future and they were entrusting him with it. Suddenly, he felt overwhelmed by this new mantle, but as he glanced at Tsunade she gave him a supportive smile. Most of all, he saw belief in her eyes for him. A lone tear fell from his eyes as he saw Kurama smile before the beast also knelt and joined all the ninja lords proclaiming Naruto as his leader. The Biju's lifelong dream finally realized after thousands of years. In a way, history had unknowingly corrected a wrong done thousands of years ago. Even though every ninja lord declared for Naruto, it didn't change the fact that he was Indra's descendant. Through this declaration, the dragons had achieved their lifelong dream of making the Senju submit. At the same time, the Senjus had managed to not only secure peace for themselves but also managed to make themselves vital to the success of this new regime through the marriage of Tsunade to the Dragon King. Through her, the sons of Ashura would always play a vital role in the ruling of the elemental nations even if they officially didn't have one of their own as the supreme leader. Tsunade widely smiled as she watched all the ninja lords still proclaiming her future husband as their king. Not only did she feel happy for Naruto but for herself as well, because the war was finally over and if things worked out then soon she would no longer be a princess in name but an actual queen herself. She looked at Naruto and saw he was still trying to accept what was happening before his eyes. For one who had no claim to power, he was now perhaps the most powerful leader in history after the Sage of Six Paths. However, her smile faltered as she caught a pair of eyes that were full of resentment and bitterness. Even as all the ninja lords were making their declaration clear again and again, Tsunade didn't miss several bitter people flocking around that one person who was glaring at Naruto murderously. His lips said the words but the tone of his voice left little to imagination about his feelings towards his new leader. The Dragon King. Chapter 22. The Union. On top of the tallest towers of the royal castle stood a young man in golden armor. There was a proud smile on his face which was as bright as the new crown on his head. Unlike the ones worn by the dozens of daimyo before, this man's crown was circle in shape set with big square-cut pale rubies. On his back where once rested a simple black cloak was now replaced with a stark white houri that had a roaring red dragon in the center. A few weeks ago many people didn't know this man but now almost the entire world did. He was Naruto Uchiha, first Dragon King, ruler of the Land of Fire. The said dragon descendant smiled widely when he saw the dragon banner of his clan finally being unfurled at the top of the royal castle. He looked down and saw thousands of Uchiha and their allies proudly watching the moment. Most of them were roaring, hundreds were crying and few were simply watching their dream be fulfilled before their eyes. A dream for which millions of Uchiha had perished over thousands of years. He looked at his 5 oldest friends currently standing around him with identical smiles on their faces. When they glanced back at him, he couldn't help but whisper, "It's finally over." Most of the Kinsguard members knew it was far from that, but at the moment looking at how happy their new king was, no one decided to point that out. Not even realistic Itachi. Apart from the group of friends there was one other man present who was intensely staring at Naruto. "Look at them. Uchihas and Senjus actually standing together side by side, it's still hard to believe," admitted Naruto. "Do you know how to keep it that way, my king?" asked Dan Nara seriously, making Naruto look at him curiously. "By being a better ruler than the one before me," confessed Naruto sincerely, earning a nod from the Nara leader. "That is good, my king. But what makes a good leader?" questioned Den, and his eyes were not just fixed on Naruto but his friends as well. "Someone who cares about the people," suggested Shisui. "A man who rules with iron strength," suggested Takeshi. "Someone who is fair and impartial?" offered Kagami, earning a consenting nod from Mikado, revealing she shared his thoughts. Naruto listened to his friends and couldn't help but wonder that they all had presented valid points. However, it also made him worried, for all those qualities were very rare to find in one person, much less in someone like him. A wise man. He blinked at Itachi's suggestion said in the Uchiha's ever-calm voice, which earned a firm approving nod from the Nara, who saw the young Uchiha in a new light before turning towards Naruto. "Your grandfather was a man who cared for the people enough to propose peace to the Senjus, but in doing so he became blind to reality and his family was murdered for his mistake. Kento Senju and Tajima Uchiha ruled with an iron fist, and while their people remained safe during their reign, they became hated by many men. The same was the case with the former daimyo who we overthrew. Hashirama Senju is a fair man, but he lacks foresight and cannot judge the true worth of a person, explained Den briefly, and was pleased when he saw realization dawn on the young king's face. The Nara leader approached towards the edge of the wall and was soon joined by Naruto as they both looked at thousands of former enemies staring up at them. You have all the right qualities and temperament to be the ruler this country needs, Naruto. But you must be wise in every decision you make and always take the opinion of other men, but in the end make decisions that you think are best for your people. The war might be over, but the grudges and hostilities between these two factions will take a long time to subside. Most of them will soon start asking you for more lands, more wealth, more resources for their loyalty. How will you deal with it? Asked Den patiently. Naruto went silent as he watched his people. Only now did he realize the true enormity of the responsibility that now rested on his shoulders. He had so much power in his hands but had no clue as to how he could use it best. Den carefully watched the young king. He was a good person and a better leader than most who had come before him. However, he had a fatal flaw. Naruto was the youngest child of his family, a spare heir. Unlike Madara, he had never learned how to lead a clan, much less an entire nation. Winning battles was one thing, making sure dozens of ninja clans didn't tear each other apart at the first chance was a whole different matter. Naruto Uchiha might have made him a little well aware about politics, but unlike Madara, who learned from Tajima and knew the game better than most, Naruto had never received that privilege. Still, there was a hidden leader inside the boy, a fact he displayed by his next words. I need to make these bitter enemies see a common cause to fight for. Our nation is rich and powerful, but there are still pockets of royalists who still oppose my rule. Maybe I should start putting them down with the help of my bannermen? Asked Naruto seriously. Very good. Choose the ones who seem most tolerant and keep the most bitter ones far apart. For example, one of the daimyo's cousins is raising an army to overthrow you in the eastern side. The threat is small, unlike the daimyo's uncle who has mustered close to 6,000 mercenaries. How will you deal with them? Asked Den seriously. Naruto tapped his chin as he glanced at the various ninja clan members. Unknown to him, all his friends and Den were keenly observing his every move. Sasuke Sarutobi is a good and brave leader. Have him muster a force of 8,000 ninjas to put down the smaller enemy army. His forces should be made up of Namikaze, Yuhi, Sarutobi and Akimichi warriors. Make sure to keep the Shimura and Inuzuka far away from each other as well as the Sarutobi. As for the daimyo's uncle, have Hashirama Senju muster up a force of 10,000 ninjas made up of Uchiha, Senju, Hatake and Yamanaka warriors. As for the Inuzuka and Shimura, have their warriors start scouting missions on different sides of our borders alongside the Aburame clan. With these many clans allied together, we'll run out of resources in a few years and we have to expand now. I can unite these bitter sides behind the cause easily. Hashirama has also suggested that I build a ninja village where eventually these clans can learn to live together. Madara will use that village under his power as Hokage to control our military. But all of this shall happen only after the wedding, explained Naruto briefly. When he looked back at his supporters, he saw his friends were openly gaping at him while Den was smiling at him proudly. What? Asked Naruto hesitantly. Had he made a mistake somewhere? Den could not help but admire the boy's intelligence. He might not be as cunning as his father when it came to politics, but Naruto had the ability to understand people. From the Uchiha side, the Namikaze and Yuhi were the most tolerant clans who could work very well with the Sarutobi and Akimichi. On the other hand, having the mighty Uchiha and Senju join together to defeat a powerful enemy was enough to give them a challenge. And if one thing those two clans liked was a worthy foe, they might just work together to put the daimyo's uncle down. At the same time, the Inuzuka and Shimura were one of the most dangerous and bitter clans. They were the ones most opposed to this peace. By sending them to the borders, Naruto was allowing time for this peace to settle in. The boy was also aware that a war of expansion would unite these clans. Their coalition was now the largest and most strongest faction in the world, with most of the powerful clans united under one banner. The remaining elemental nations were divided between hundreds of smaller ninja clans and feudal lords who were constantly at war. The Senju and Uchiha factions would gain great wealth and resources if they decided to expand their kingdom. Building a ninja village would take time, but the plan Naruto had suggested would provide ample opportunities to these bitter sides to work together for their mutual benefit. It might just give birth to the first flames of unity. Of course, the whole move could backfire, but it was a risk which had to be taken. Den found himself being wrong in the few times of his life. Naruto Uchiha might just manage to bring peace. Those are very good ideas, my king. But I advise you to give these clans some reward for pledging themselves to your rule. Suggested Den. What should I do? Asked Naruto seriously. Den had been one of the daimyo's most trusted advisors and knew how to run a country better than most clan heads. Start making appointments in your royal court. Give the most powerful clans important positions and new lands, the lesser ones wealth and a chance to earn fame under this new regime. I have a few suggestions if you would be willing to listen. Offered Den. I'd like that very much, replied Naruto with a sincere smile. Then I'll wait for you in the courtroom. For now, I hope you enjoy with your friends, said Den kindly. With that the scarred man walked away, leaving Naruto and his friends alone. When the king turned back, he saw his friends staring at him with surprise evident in their eyes. That was quite heavy, joked Takeshi, making everyone except Itachi laugh out. Don't take it lightly, fool. A king must never sit easy. Chastised Itachi. Calm down, Itachi. Everything will work out, just give it time, advised Kagami patiently. Yeah. Stop being a pain in the ass, teased Takeshi. Naruto could not help but smile on watching his friends bicker with each other. It reminded him of the fact that while many things had changed, he still had his friends. He was surprised when Mikoto asked the boys to leave him alone with her. They all glanced at her and Naruto suspiciously, with Takeshi even sending a warning glance at his sister before they all left. When they were finally alone, Naruto stared at his former lover hesitantly. While they had ended their relationship peacefully, it still didn't make him feel less guilty. But he was relieved when she gave him a warm smile as she stepped beside him. I hope you are okay with all this, said Mikoto honestly. It's crazy but needs to be done. But as long as I have my friends and family with me, I'll try to make this work, replied Naruto sincerely, making her smile again. I know you will. Mikoto, You are a good man, Naruto. And a great friend to have, but the distance between our status in society is too large now. Most of all, every clan will be watching your every move, and there are more than a few who would want to overthrow you. They might just use any means to do that. Warned Mikoto. Then we'll deal with it together, promised Naruto, but it only made her smile falter. I'm afraid you don't understand. I am your past and most might not know about what we shared, but if I stay near you then some of them may just find out the truth and use it against you, cautioned Mikoto. But we ended it, said Naruto angrily. Why was she saying such things to him? He couldn't lose her after so many years of having her by his side. Mikoto was a dear friend first before she became someone he dearly loved, and he was not willing to be parted from her any further. Had he not done more than enough for the sake of duty and peace? I cannot be near you, Naruto. I have seen the way Tsunade looks at me and I know she knows about our former relationship. She may trust you in time but not if she sees my shadow following you around every day, explained Mikoto patiently, desperately trying not to feel guilty as she saw despair in those eyes she loved. What are you saying? Whispered Naruto hesitantly. I am leaving the Kinsguard. She felt as if someone had stabbed her right into her heart when his eyes became moist first before they were consumed by rage, hurt and betrayal. Her eyes widened when he wildly grabbed her shoulders and looked at her with such fury in his eyes. You cannot leave me. I don't care if I am king or if someone tries to use our past against me. You are my friend and anyone who tries to harm you, I'll burn them all. Promised Naruto murderously. She was stunned by his rage, but it also brought tears to her eyes. He might have ended their relationship for the greater good, but the love he had for her was clearly visible in his enraged eyes. It only made her decision even more harder. You don't understand. Then make me understand, he yelled furiously right into her face. She roughly pushed him away and turned around to run, only to have a strong hand grip her arm. Before she could wrench free, he pulled her back and slammed her harshly against the nearby wall. Their faces were inches apart from each other, and it was then she saw the pleading gaze of his. Mikoto broke as tears slipped from her eyes. I let you go for the sake of your duty. Now you have to let me go because I cannot watch you be with someone else for the rest of our lives. I might just kill Tsunade someday in rage, said Mikoto darkly. I can't, he whispered, but she could see he was losing the battle. You have to. You chose your path, now let me choose mine, she begged. She saw his broken gaze and his trembling lips, but most of all she saw his desperate attempt to not cry. She hated doing this to him, but this peace was important for the future of the Uchiha and all the citizens of the Land of Fire. She could not stand to see it destroyed just because of her. Most of all, she might very well kill the Senju princess if she ever made Naruto feel sad in any manner. None of this was fair and not what both of them had ever wanted. But then again, life was never about what you wanted, at least in this era. Then go. The words were said in a brief whisper, but she heard them nonetheless. Without waiting, he turned around and walked away, never looking back once, but his angry strides and clenched fists along with his thunderous aura was enough to let her know he was devastated. When the king entered the courtroom alongside Den Nara, most of the clan heads didn't miss his icy expression. The new ruler simply nodded to the greetings and short bows of his subjects before marching towards the throne. It was only when he was seated did the people relax and look at their ruler for an explanation, because he had called for this meeting in the first place. Tsunade knew in a few days she would have her own seat beside him, but right now her focus was fixed on the fact that Naruto was dealing with something that was hurting him. Even so, his eyes were full of determination. She could only imagine the pressure he must be feeling right now, having never expected to lead his own clan, much less an entire nation. But he had started to accomplish this task as it was his duty, just in the way he had served the Uchihas faithfully his entire life. Only now that duty was expanded to the entire land of fire. I have called you all here to formally acknowledge the support all of you have given for the future of this country. You have given me your loyalty, and I want to make sure such faith is rewarded appropriately, declared Naruto. There is no need for that, my king. We did it for the good of this nation, replied Nakamura Akimichi calmly. Naruto nodded while also searching the man for any deceit despite his good words. He knew there were some good and honorable men among this lot of clan heads, but there were more ambitious ones too. Most of all, every one of them was a shinobi, and their kind was known for treachery than honor. I insist, said Naruto firmly. He was not mistaken when he saw that his decision was very much welcomed. Outwardly, every clan head remained impassive, with some even pretending that they didn't need these gifts. But their body language and their eyes betrayed their intentions. The king couldn't help but look at Den as he realized the Nara had been right. Maintaining peace between these dangerous leaders was going to be even more difficult than ruling over hundreds of thousands of civilians. But if these ambitious leaders thought him weak and gullible, then they really didn't know him. He gave them the first shock by creating the post of guardian, a position that would make any ninja lord the most powerful man in the country after the king. In simple words, the person who held this post would hold the most influence and be the king's right hand. Many clan heads subconsciously stepped forward, confident of them getting this honor, but were all thoroughly shocked when Den Nara, a former royalist of the daimyo, became the first guardian of the new Dragon Kingdom. To say the ninja lords, including Den, were shocked would be an understatement. Most had expected their king to name his father or even Hashirama, but instead he gave this power to a former enemy. Den was quick to accept before any protests could arise, not that there was a chance considering the presence of the Bijou lazily sleeping in the corner of the courtroom. By now everyone was aware the beast was loyal to the king, and any defiance would earn them its wrath. Naruto went forward to formally declare Madara as the first Hokage and gave him leadership over the kingdom's ninja forces. The offer was swiftly accepted. The next announcement was regarding the position of the royal treasurer, and not many were surprised when Hashirama Senju was named to the post. The Senju leader was a force on the battlefield, and despite his peaceful nature, it was because of his actions that the Senju had become wealthy through favorable trade deals. A skill Naruto wanted to put to use for the entire kingdom. Plus, it didn't hurt that the Senju faction looked very pleased with this decision. The next announcements were also very important. Sasuke Sarutobi was given command of the Royal Naval Fleets. Tobi Shimura was tasked with the development of an elite ninja Black Ops unit loyal only to the king, with the Shimura leader named its first commander. Many clan heads tensed, for the Shimura were the most fiercest Uchiha allies, and with this decision the king had made sure to keep himself and his rule safe. Not to mention the Shimura clan knew the art of spying and assassinations better than most clans, a fact which would greatly stop anyone from getting any dangerous ideas. Tajima Uchiha received the honor of keeping law and order prevalent across the kingdom. The Uchiha patriarch was a stern man who was a stickler for rules and discipline, a fact which would greatly keep the civilians in check. The king's father accepted the position with a smile when he was given the authority to form an entire police force to help him accomplish his duties. Tori Yamanaka, the widow of the deceased Atama Yamanaka, was made master of intelligence. Rei Namikaze was given the responsibility of becoming not only the creator but also the leader of the first airborne troops of the kingdom by combining every shinobi having a bird summon placed under her command. Nakamura Akimichi was given the prestigious position of being the king's representative across merchant guilds. Hiro Inuzuka and Shin Aburame were both assigned the task of developing a new scouting legion made up of the best trackers from the Land of Fire. Both men would share joint command. Sakumo Hatake was made protector of the capital and tasked with its security. A decision which was greatly appreciated by the minor ninja lord. The remaining smaller clans like the Kurama, Yuhi among others were not only given more lands and wealth for their loyalty but also a chance to join the royal guards that would protect the capital and be the king's personal force that would be the first to step into the battlefield alongside their monarch in every battle. It went to say the minor clans had not expected the chance to achieve this much fame and reward, which led to every one of their leaders quickly jumping on the offer. Naruto also made the formal announcement that a new village would be created near the southern forests. While a name was yet to be decided by the king for this village, its purpose was clear. It would serve as the central command of the ninja forces and be the Hokage's personal seat. The king also announced his plans to crush the remaining daimyo loyalists and revealed the battle strategy he had formulated with Den Nara. He was pleased when the clans quickly accepted the strategy because despite their differences, no one wanted a civilian to rule again. But the most shocking announcements were saved for the last. The first being the royal marriage of King Naruto Uchiha with Princess Tsunade Senju that would take place in a week. Many were aghast to hear such an important affair had to be conducted at such a short notice, but Naruto was adamant that the marriage had to happen as quickly as possible because only when it was done could Naruto's most important goal be accomplished. The War of Conquest. Not a single clan head was not shocked when their king revealed his intention of ruling not only the land of fire but the entirety of the elemental nations. It was not to say they were against the move because they were shinobi and war was their profession. The king's desire would only give these ninja clans more power and resources while establishing the first dynasty after the fall of the Hagoromo clan to truly rule the elemental nations. The words of King Naruto Uchiha would forever be remembered in history. From this day forth, dragons shall rule the world. Tsunade gently brushed her long blonde hair while observing her reflection in the mirror. Nights were cooler in the capital but she was used to such weather and could move around in her simple nightgown. Her mind preoccupied with the events that happened today. Just when she thought she knew Naruto Uchiha, he again surprised her with his brilliance. But hurt her at the same time. Even she could see he would be a great king, perhaps one of the best in history, but he always walked alone and carried his burdens in silence. Already thousands worshipped him for giving them peace and in time even most of his former enemies would come to admire him. How could she ever match up to someone like that? Was she destined to be a shadow? Was she just an obligation that he was tolerating in the name of duty? Before she could wallow more in her sadness, the door of her room was opened much to her surprise. Her guards always informed her regarding any visitors and only when she gave permission were they let in. Most of all it was well past any visiting hours, it was almost close to midnight. A frown came on her face as she glanced at the unwanted visitor. "What are you doing here so late?" asked Tsunade hesitantly. The Dragon King stared at her calmly, ignoring her frown or borderline hostile tone. It was then she noticed the dark bags under his eyes and the tired gaze of his. He looked ready to fall dead any second. "Kami, were you still working?" asked Tsunade in disbelief. "Too many things to take care of. Assuring trade merchants their deals were not off and making new ones, checking the treasury, reports on enemy movements, discussions with clan heads among other things," he explained in his ever-calm voice. "You didn't have to exhaust yourself like this. A king does not have to do everything in one day," advised Tsunade, as she got up from her dressing table and walked towards him. She didn't miss him getting stunned as he got a good look at her loose nightgown which only served to make her voluptuous breasts more visible. He looked away instantly, and was there guilt she saw in his eyes? Something was troubling him, and for once she decided to not let her sarcasm fly at him. He was surprised when she placed a hand on his shoulder and looked compassionately in his eyes. "What is it?" she asked gently. "I am sorry." She had expected to hear many things from him, but an apology was not on the list. Looking into his eyes she saw he truly meant it, but what for? He answered her unasked question with his next words. "I promised you that I would treat you as my equal, as my queen, but in my haste or my anger should I say I forgot to take your opinion on the matter of the appointments I made today. I saw it hurt you, but by then it was too late and we were in public. It will never happen again," he promised. Tsunade had never been left so speechless as she was at this moment. "You noticed?" she whispered, her wide eyes searching his darker ones for any lies. There were none. "I did. I take my promises seriously, Tsunade. I will never set you aside like that again," he assured her. The smile that arrived on her face was one of the most beautiful things he had ever seen. Her skin glowed brighter than the moon's light, showing how happy she was, her eyes sparkled with relief and warmth. He was so lost in watching her beauty that he was not prepared when she abruptly closed the distance between them and hugged him. He lost his footing and soon they were both tumbling gracelessly to the floor. Fortunately, he was still wearing his golden armor, which easily absorbed the shock as his hands grabbed her protectively so she didn't get more hurt. His head hit the ground and he winced from the impact along with the sudden weight of her that crashed into his armored chest. Her long and shiny blonde hair went flying all over him and for a moment he thought the morning sun had arrived again. But it was over before he could blink as she realized what just happened and continuously started apologizing over and over. She was forced to stop when instead of rebuking her he started laughing. Softly at first before it turned into a full-blown laughter. Tsunade was mesmerized as she watched the tension vanish from his handsome face as he laughed, making him look even more younger than he truly was. Her own laughter joined along with his as she realized how dumb her action must have truly been. Thankfully, he was taking this far more graciously than she expected. "You're beautiful." Her breath hitched. It was not the first time she had heard those words, but no matter how many times he said them, it always made her feel happy. What made her heart skip several beats was the fact that aside from the lust there was true warmth in his eyes. Gods, this man would drive her crazy. She had never met a man so complicated in her entire life, but there was something about him that attracted her to him. "You're not so bad looking yourself." For an Uchiha, teased Tsunade without any true bitterness in her voice. He took her sarcasm with a wide smile as she got up on her feet, and for a moment she felt she saw him sigh disappointedly. But that might just be her imagination. She decided to test his commitment he made moments ago by offering her hand to him. Most men would balk at such a gesture of help, considering it was against their male pride taking help from a woman when they were more than capable enough of helping themselves. He made her smile again as he grinned before taking her offered hand as she hauled him back on his feet in a flash. He blinked at her sheer strength. He had of course heard tales of her brutal strength from the soldiers who participated in the battle for the capital. But she was so beautiful that made it hard for him to imagine her having that much power just in her arms. "Are you made of steel?" he mocked teasingly, earning a cocky grin from her. "I can be your knight in shining armor. And admit it, I'm more attractive than your bodyguard friends," she winked. "Cocky, are we?" he asked with an amused grin, and chuckled when she shrugged shamelessly. "I learnt from the best." Naruto stared at his soon-to-be wife. She was his complete opposite yet alike in many ways, and he would be a fool if he denied he had ever seen any woman more beautiful than her. He had spent his entire day buried in work, not because it was just his duty but also for the fact that it kept his mind off the fact that Mikoto was going away from him forever. It pained him immensely, but he had to respect her choice just as she respected his choice to do his duty. He could not change the past, but if he allowed himself to wallow in misery over what was lost, then he might just miss what could be his in the future. He had not missed the fact that she was attracted to him as he was to her, even if they had both not admitted it out loud. Maybe he didn't love her right now, but that shouldn't stop him from letting her be his friend. He owed her a chance. "Thank you," he whispered honestly, as he gently patted her soft hands, expressing his gratitude for her understanding. "I just hope one day you can share everything with me. Just as I wish to do the same with you." She replied sincerely. Guilt coursed through his heart, for there was one big secret he had kept from her. One that could threaten whatever bond that was developing between them. He wanted to tell her, but something stopped him. "Not yet. I need your opinion on an important matter," he said seriously, trying to distance his mind away from his building guilt. "What is it?" she asked attentively, looking into his eyes. "The daimyo's sons are dead and his relatives would soon be crushed. But we still hold the lord, his wife and daughters prisoner. Many are demanding I execute them all to stem any threat of future rebellions. I'm inclined to agree in the daimyo's case. But," he said hesitantly, not able to finish the words, but he didn't need to. "You don't want to kill innocent women if you can help it," she deduced with a warm smile, glad that he was not as heartless as those who were advising him. "I can't think of a proper solution that doesn't involve executing them," he said worriedly, and was relieved when she squeezed his hands reassuringly. "Give me till tomorrow morning to think about this?" she inquired. "Very well," he conceded. He glanced at the diminishing candles in her room that reminded him it was very late and time for him to go. He was just about to turn away when he stopped. Hesitation coursed through his heart, but in a rare display of courage or foolishness he went forward to close the distance between them. Tsunade froze when his soft lips brushed her cheek, but before she could relish that strange warmth he had already pulled away, leaving her trembling from that simple touch. "Good night," he said with a warm smile. She couldn't wish him the same, for no words escaped from her lips. He must have understood her feelings as he gave her one last smile before walking away. Only when he was gone did she raise her hand with her fingers brushing against the lingering faint moistness on her cheek. Soon she went to sleep with a happy smile on her face. In a dark room were currently seated 4 figures around a round table. 3 of them were men and 1 was a woman, but if they had one thing in common was the fact that none of them were smiling. In fact, their faces were full of worry and anger. "This is stupid. How long do we have to pretend to bow to that boy king?" snarled one of the men. Out of the entire group he looked to be the most angry. "That boy is not worthy to be king. Have they all forgotten he's a kinslayer? Or the fact that he butchered an entire clan? Burned men alive?" asked the lone female icily. "I can muster a force of 4,000, but without help will be slaughtered. What is the situation with the remaining clans?" asked the last man worriedly. The 3 turned towards the only person who had remained silent till now. Unlike them, this man had not said a word, much less even show his true emotions. He just sat there calmly listening to the arguments happening around him. "Not good. It would seem they, like Lord Hashirama, are blind enough to have faith in an Uchiha," said the patient man. "You have to admit, he did give everyone pretty good rewards for their loyalty. I'm not surprised most of the clan heads can't see that we cannot allow those mad dragons to rule over us. This boy might be sane, but who's to say his descendants would be the same?" asked the worried man. "Even many of my own people are actually liking this change. If we don't act soon, then we might lose what little loyalists we still have left," snarled the angry man. The 3 were all silenced when the patient man gave them a chilling stare. "Patience. We need to destroy the remnants of the daimyo's forces. An Uchiha will never rule over us, but that does not mean I want to submit to civilian control again. Certainly not after what the daimyo did," said the patient man coldly. For once his comrades had no objection to his suggestion, which was a big relief for him. "While we do that, you all must also try to gather as many of your loyalists. I've also been contacted by certain external parties who are very interested in making sure those mad dragons never rule," revealed the patient man. "Who?" asked the lone woman eagerly. The blank stare of the patient man was enough to make her flinch and not ask that stupid question again. "How much support can they give us?" asked the angry man, despite the prior warning the lone woman had received from their leader for asking too many dangerous questions. But in this instance, the patient man answered. "Enough to wipe out every last Uchiha from the face of this world." All 3 of the conspirators were stunned to hear that. They all might hate the Uchiha, but even they were not blind to their enemy's power. Even without their Sharingan, the Uchiha were a force on the battlefield and only the Senju could handle them. Considering the Senju under Hashirama had submitted, there was no equal to the dragons in battle now, much less deal with the likes of Madara and Naruto. Nobody even dared to even think about that monstrous bijou that was loyal to the king. But their leader was dead serious, which could only mean he had a lot of allies backing him. Foreign allies who were very interested in the downfall of the Uchiha. The patient man got up from his chair and walked towards the window, observing some of the Uchiha guards now manning the royal castle. "The Uchiha's madness and arrogance know no bounds. If we allow them to rule, then our future generations will curse us for this folly. But wait for my command, when the time is right," whispered the patient man. His comrades nodded at his orders and went away, even as the lone man continued staring at the Uchiha. Away from the rebellion happening in the south lay the vast northern lands of the elemental nations. Unlike the land of fire, which was awash with wealth and prosperity, these lands were rough and hard to live in. The tribes and ninja clans living here were more rougher and dangerous than their southern counterparts. Still, the people of these lands lived simple lives and followed their respective clan leaders. There was minimal politics or backstabbing than what usually happened in the south, not because the ninja here were honorable, but for the sole fact that they were separated by vast arrays of treacherous forests, high mountains and dangerous seas. One such clan resided in the northeastern side of the elemental nations. Unlike other lesser clans, this group were the branch family of the Senjus and indirectly related to the Sage of Six Paths. Being the farthest outpost of humanity, the Uzumaki enjoyed total independence from any daimyo or ninja factions. They had prospered because of their sealing skills and ability to make as well as trade in valuable weapons and goods. Their lands were free of war not because others spared them, but for the sole fact that they had blocked every sea route from the southern lands to their little kingdom with powerful barriers. Nobody could reach Uzushiogakur, the home of the Uzumaki, if the redheads didn't want them to. One could only reach the Uzumaki nation through sea, and that too by ship, because the Uzumaki had the protection of fierce whirlpools near their islands that had been the cause of destruction of many a great ninja armies. But such benefits came with their respective drawbacks. The most important being the fact that the Uzumaki were literally isolated from the rest of the elemental nations. The only lands ahead of them was the ruined and haunted land of water, where the war for Dawn had been fought and was now a wasteland where humanity had not existed for thousands of years. However, unlike the Senjus, their cousins were not known for patience but for their temper and wildness. Over the thousands of years that passed, the Uzumaki tried to expand in all directions. Their efforts failed for the most part. Their first military expansion in the Land of Lightning was utterly defeated by the mountain clans who knew the lands better than them. Their campaign to gain a foothold in the Land of Fire was defeated by the daimyo's endless hordes. With such defeats, the Uzumaki turned their eyes east. Even the Uchiha and Senju, who were renowned for their power, had never once dared to step foot in the Land of Water. Both noble clans and their allies considered those lands as haunted and touched by the devil himself, but the Uzumaki in their desperation or wild sense of adventure decided to claim an entire continent for themselves. Alas, they were in for another disappointment. Over the centuries, hundreds of expeditions full of brave and adventurous Uzumaki had set sail from their island nation to the Land of Water. No man ever returned. Instead of making the Uzumaki back down, it only fueled their desire to conquer the dreaded land. A monstrous expedition of 200 ships full of 3,000 fighters was mustered under the command of Lord Shinzo Uzumaki. The young lord sailed his vast fleet with the sole aim of getting an entire new continent for his people to rule. If only he had taken a lesson from the fate of his ancestors. The fleet was met with wild storms that were unnatural, which led to destruction of a quarter of the ships in a single night. Still, the survivors pushed on and finally managed to reach the Land of Water. A feat no human had achieved in 1,000 years. Confident that the worst was over, Lord Shinzo Uzumaki ordered his remaining people to spread across the lands and start their occupation. His decision proved to be disastrous, as one after another he started losing contacts with his clansmen spread across several groups. The few survivors who managed to reach their lord revealed horrible tales of ghosts, shadows, dangerous beasts butchering them. Yet the Uzumaki lord was not to be cowed. Rallying all his remaining fighters, the young lord marched right into the heart of the area marked most hostile by the survivors. What followed after was a tale every Uzumaki would know centuries after. Except for the younger brother of Lord Shinzo and his 5 bodyguards, the remaining Uzumaki vanished from the annals of history. The survivors fled from those lands with all haste in order to reach their homeland. 3 of the bodyguards died of starvation, 1 was drowned in the sea when another storm hit their small boat, and the last one went mad and slit his own throat. By the time the younger brother of Lord Shinzo arrived at his homeland, he had lost most of his senses. His trauma and lack of food and water had turned him into a lackwit who continued to babble about horrible tales his people experienced in the Land of Water until the day he died. After that, the Uzumaki developed an irrational fear of venturing outside their lands and forbid anyone from getting even 100 miles near the Land of Water. If only they had known that their worst nightmare would one day come back to haunt them again. It were these exact thoughts of their clan's history that were coursing through the minds of the 3 Uzumaki men and 1 woman, along with their fear. They were running as fast as they could, hoping to Kami that they were on the right track, as the moon was currently hidden behind dark clouds, leaving the lands in gloomy darkness. Every now and then, one of the Uzumaki would sneak a peek back and sigh in relief when they saw nothing. But it didn't stop them from fleeing. "Did we lose them?" asked the female with the barest hope present in her voice. "I hope so. We need to tell Mito-sama about this. If those bastards have already reached our outpost, then it means the outer defenses have fallen," said one of the men. "My brother was there," whispered the female, making the men grimace. "I heard a rumor," said one of the men in a desperate attempt to get the minds of his comrades off the gloomy topic, if only to encourage them to run faster. "What?" asked all his clansmen quickly. "Mito-sama received word a few days ago that the Fire Daimyo was overthrown. An Uchiha now rules over the Land of Fire. The war between the Uchiha and Senjus is over. Some Dragon King is their leader now," revealed the man with a mocking laugh. "Fuck me, Kirito. Those mad bastards actually stopped their war?" asked the female in disbelief. "They did, Nikki. Apparently the new king managed to make those idiots see reason. He now has command over 50,000 soldiers, with half of them ninjas," said Kirito in awe. "Fuck those fools. What do we care who becomes king? The daimyo was our ally and they got rid of him. I highly doubt an Uchiha would come to over aid, certainly not after our people gave his clan the finger since the beginning of time," muttered Kota bitterly. "Well, I hope the new king's not a bitter fuck as you, Kota. Or we are all doomed." Before any Uzumaki could reply, they were all shocked when their one comrade, who was silent till now, stopped abruptly. There was a momentary panic in his eyes before he coughed blood and fell lifelessly on the ground with a strange spear-shaped white weapon sticking out his back. The remaining Uzumaki paled when they saw literally hundreds of figures emerging from the ground around them. The new arrivals were quick to make themselves stand up before looking at the Uzumaki fighters with blank dark eyes. What shocked the Uzumaki ninjas was the fact that a lot of these new hostiles had very familiar red hair. Leading this army was a strange figure which sent a chill across the hearts of the Uzumaki. What terrified them most were the figure's pale white eyes. "Nikki, get word to Mito-sama now," ordered Kirito, as he unleashed his sword. The Uzumaki kunoichi could only watch helplessly as her last two comrades unleashed their swords and formed a barrier between themselves and the army of hundreds. "Kirito, Kota," she whispered, but neither of the men looked back at her and only grimly stared at the approaching army. Nikki steeled herself and ran as if the devil himself was after her, and the last thing she heard before the silence were the words of their clan roared by the two Uzumaki men as they clashed against the enemy army. Family. Duty. Honor. Chapter 23. The White Wedding. Tajima and Naori peacefully ate their breakfast while watching the two young men before them nursing their heads quite painfully. It was quite hard for the two older Uchiha to see these two as men, for in their eyes they were still young boys whom they had watched grow over the years. Today was going to be a historic day for their family and they needed the boys at their best behavior, but for now both brother and sister couldn't help but enjoy Naruto and Madara's suffering. "How much did you two idiots drink?" asked Tajima amusedly, and watched Naruto glare at Madara. "More than I'd like," muttered the new king sourly, earning a snort from Madara. "I organized a party for you because after today you're going to be bound to that woman. I don't regret making you have the best time of your life," replied Madara without remorse, even as he groaned from his hangover. "She's not that bad, brother. Maybe you should give her a chance," urged Naruto tiredly. "HN." Naori could not help but smile at the fact that Naruto at least respected his future wife if not love her outright. But at the same time, he also knew Madara was still sour with the Senjus and it was best if he was not pushed any further. He had already sacrificed his revenge for Naruto, which was more than Naruto could ever ask from the older boy. But she also didn't miss the fact that her favorite nephew aside from his painful hangover looked quite nervous. And she had a feeling why. Just when she was about to speak, her brother cut her off. "Am I to believe that you do know what happens on wedding night, Naruto?" Madara spewed the lemon juice he was drinking all over the table before bursting out loud laughing while his younger brother blushed crimson and grabbed his forehead in agony and humiliation. "Naruto," snapped Tajima, and smirked when his son raised a patronizing hand. "I am aware of the procedure," muttered Naruto. "I'd say," teased Madara, earning a sharp glance from Naruto, but was relieved when Madara gave him a reassuring nod. "Good. I cannot afford for you to shame the Uchiha name in the marriage bed, and now is your chance to clear away any doubts. Theory is quite different than the real thing," boy advised Tajima seriously. "You would know, wouldn't you, father?" grinned Madara. It was one of the rare times Tajima was left speechless and gaped at what Madara just said. Naori chuckled loudly at her brother's stupefied expression before giving an approving grin to Madara, who returned the gesture. "Not so loud," muttered Naruto painfully. "Oh, shut up, you baby," chastised Madara, before playfully smacking Naruto on the head, making the younger boy groan in even more pain. Madara's moment of victory didn't last long when he noticed his father gaining a cold smirk on his lips. He knew better than most what that gesture meant. "Madara, since you're so cheery today, I'd like you to oversee the final decorations of the royal castle. Coordinate with the Yamanaka and make sure all the flowers are in place." Naori howled in laughter when Madara cried out in horror and even pleaded with his father to make him not do that dreadful work. Unfortunately for the wild dragon, his brother had similar thoughts. "The king insists," said Naruto with a savage grin. "Fuck you," cursed Madara. "Care to repeat that again?" asked Tajima a little too calmly, making Madara gulp and lower his head in defeat. Naruto could not help but smile as he watched his family sit together and enjoy for the first time in years. Such a phenomenon would never have happened if the war had gone on. But most of all, he knew these three had given up a lot for him. "I am glad you are all here today," said Naruto honestly with a smile. "Wouldn't be good if I miss your wedding with the Senju," mocked Madara, but the smile on his lips was enough to show Naruto that despite his reservations about this union, Madara would have his back just as he always had. The king got up from his seat and approached the eldest members of their family. Despite his painful headache, He knelt before them and took each of their hands in his own. He could only imagine what kind of tragedies these two had borne together. The death of Naruto's own brothers haunted him to this day. But these two had watched so many of their siblings be torn apart in ways worse than Naruto's brothers ever had. They watched their parents die painful and miserable deaths, their people almost fall apart. Yet both Tajima and Nauri, despite their pain and hatred, had given up everything for him. Words would never suffice how indebted he was to these two, but he felt he had to do this regardless. "Thank you," said Naruto sincerely. Nauri cupped his cheek and placed a warm kiss on his forehead before looking into his eyes. "I wish you all the happiness in the world, Naruto. I hope you find the peace you deserve with Tsunade," said Nauri happily. Tajima merely placed his other hand on Naruto's shoulder and looked at his son with a firm but proud gaze. Uchiha are loyal to their own. The Uzumaki are not the only ones who value family above all else, answered Tajima frankly. "I understand," replied Naruto with a smile, earning a nod from Tajima as the older man adopted a distant gaze in his eyes. "I just wish your brothers could be here today," whispered Tajima sadly. Both Naruto and Madara were shocked on hearing what their father just said. Never once had Tajima talked about his dead sons to anyone, much less his own family, except for Nauri. However, the unending sorrow that the man had kept at bay for years was finally visible for his sons to see. Tajima gave a weak smile and Naruto was stunned to see his father's eyes were moist. Before he could say anything, Tajima got up from his chair and hurriedly walked out of the room. Nauri was about to follow her brother, but Madara gave her a reassuring nod before running after his father. Her gaze then turned to Naruto and the emotion in his eyes was clear for her to see. "Guilt. Does this pain ever go away?" whispered Naruto, looking at this woman who could understand his suffering better than most people ever could. "No," answered Nauri gently but honestly. "I often dream of them. Of what they would think of me now. Izuna had always loved me, Yashiro and Inabai were distant," confessed Naruto sadly. "They were boys, Naruto. They didn't understand," consoled Nauri, as she caressed his hair, making him chuckle humorlessly. "They were mean to me most of the time. I'd call them twin demons, but those same brothers nearly pummeled other boys to death when few of them tried to take my baby dragon toy from me. I asked them if I'd ever see a true dragon in my life. They laughed at me and said dragons don't exist anymore. When I started crying, Yashiro bonked me on the head and smirked before pointing at himself and calling himself a dragon. Inabai did the same. They had such stupid grins on their faces which made me laugh. They were angry and sad because mother died giving birth to me, but they did love me, Nauri. I know that now. I swear, I'll go to my grave thinking about the stupid grins on their faces and their god-awful howls as they tried to imitate a dragon's roar," whispered Naruto with a wistful smile. She embraced him in her arms and felt him shudder for a few moments before he managed to regain control over himself. Nauri knew better than most what pain their family had endured, and yet Naruto had found it in his heart to forgive the Senjus. It could be said both Uchiha and Senju had murdered each other in equal measures, but to her their family was not just murdered but butchered in very cruel ways. The faces of her own lost siblings flashed before her eyes, followed by the faces of the various clan heads that now infested Naruto's court. Those men and women had also their own pains and grievances. All it would take to shatter this peace was Naruto's death. If such a horror happened, Madara and Tajima would wage war and kill every last one of those traitors before getting killed themselves. Naruto had a good heart, but Tajima and Madara were both going away. Madara was going to focus on the upcoming war against the other nations while also building the ninja village. Tajima, on the other hand, would be focused on maintaining peace in their own nation while also governing the Uchiha clan. That left Naruto alone in the midst of these former enemies. None of them would dare attack him openly or risk being butchered by the fox, but ninjas had other subtle ways of making their enemies go away. She looked at this boy who was her son in all but name, and the thought of seeing his cold corpse would break her completely. Her decision was made. "I'm staying here with you," said Nauri fiercely, making him look up at her. "The clan can survive under Tajima. I'm not leaving you alone here in the midst of these snakes," said Nauri seriously, her tone leaving no scope for opposition, but it only made Naruto smile. "I can live with that," said Naruto cheekily, making her smirk. "You better." Naruto and Madara both observed the finely decorated capital before them. There were still traces of the battle that was fought here not so long ago, but with the help of the ninja clans, much of the damage had been repaired. The residents of the capital were initially hostile to the new regime until Naruto, despite the warnings of his advisors, marched out and interacted personally with the people, a phenomenon that had not happened in nearly a century, with the previous daimyos considering it beneath them to personally visit their subjects. Madara had watched his youngest brother patiently listen to the people and their grievances. He immediately punished the few former royal guards still alive who had terrorized the civilians, imprisoned the corrupt officials. With winter coming, the citizens requested more food, work and coin for their families. A demand which the king promised to fulfill with his first act, giving a considerable sum of the crownlands for civilians to grow farms upon, build houses and claim some lands for themselves. The kindness didn't go unnoticed, and now the tales of Naruto the Good were spreading like a raging fire throughout the land of fire. To add further to the joy of the civilians, their king had organized a grand festival for them on the occasion of his marriage. Tonight, these poor and impoverished families would eat a feast they could have never imagined in their wildest dreams. They would get to share some good wine and be happy with their friends and loved ones. At first, Madara thought his brother to be more than lenient with people whom ninjas could pacify very easily. But as each day passed, he watched his brother's popularity grow to the point that now if anyone tried to take this city from Naruto, they would have to go through thousands of civilians loyal to their king. But right now the same king looked nervous. "What is it?" inquired Madara with a raised eyebrow. "I don't know if I can be the husband Tsunade wants me to be," confessed Naruto, making his brother snort in disbelief. "Trust me. If the Senju cannot see your worth, then she's stupid. You're more than what she deserves," assured Madara confidently. "I don't know, brother. If she ever finds out about my unborn daughters," whispered Naruto, his fear over that possibility clear for Madara to see. "We'll deal with it when we get there. But if it gives you peace, I've already assigned 100 of my best men near the temple. If anyone tries to harm my nieces, they'll have to go through those 100 Uchiha first, and I won't be far away. I won't let anything happen to them," Naruto promised Madara fiercely, earning a smile from the king. "Thank you, truly. But I need another favor," said Naruto hesitantly. "Careful, brother. You owe me quite a lot already," japed Madara, earning a nod from his youngest brother. "I know. And whenever you need me, I will be there for you," promised Naruto sincerely. "I'll hold you to it," replied Madara seriously, before continuing with a smile. "Good. Now tell me what you need." Madara listened as Naruto explained to him of the fact that Mikoto was leaving the Kinsguard. He didn't have to be a genius to see his brother had great affection for the woman and was now worried about her future. When Naruto told him about her fighting skills, Madara was quite impressed. But he soon frowned when Naruto told him about her origin of being a servant's daughter and how many would try to take advantage of her now that she was not under his protection. "I'm thinking of forming a small elite force loyal to me. Considering her experience and recommendation, I'll see her worth, and if she proves herself, then she can command men sworn to defend me, not that I need it," said Madara honestly with a wink. "I owe you one," said Naruto happily, earning a light bop on the head. "More than one." Naruto wryly smiled at that statement, knowing it was true. Still another concern crossed his mind, and only his brother had the answer to that problem. "Is father okay?" asked Naruto worriedly, earning a grim nod from Madara. "The old man more tougher than the both of us combined. He'll be fine," assured Madara, and didn't miss his brother sighing in relief. Without hesitation, he placed a hand on the nervous boy's shoulder. "This is your day, Naruto. And your family will be there for you, so cheer up and enjoy," encouraged Madara. Naruto could not help but smile. Winter was coming along very fast, and as a result the royal gardens that would be the place of the historic marriage were now sporting a few layers of snow here and there. Naruto wagered that it would turn to muddy slush by the end of the day, and he had instructed a group of servants to clear a path through the courtyard to the gardens. He was walking along that cleared path now, pleased to see that they had done a good job. It was not himself he was concerned with, it was Tsunade. He knew how much importance she gave to her appearance, which had greatly increased now that she was to be queen, and he imagined she would be upset if the bottom of her wedding dress was soaked through and stained with mud and snow by the time she reached the gardens. Though he thought it likely that she would inevitably damage the bottom of it, he was hopeful that it would not be as bad now that she had a clear walkway. It would not be long. Soon she would be making her own way to the gardens. The thought of it had his hands coming to rearrange his clothes nervously. He declined the urge to look back at Madara, who was walking behind him carrying the cloak bearing the roaring red-colored three-headed dragon on a background of black silk, the new sigil of his future family that elevated them above the Uchiha clan. Many of his bannermen had made the effort to join the wedding. He had been expecting many to decline, and he was not offended when a few like the Shimura, Inuzuka and Yamanaka declined, and it was for the best considering this peace was still hard for those clans to accept. He only hoped that Tsunade would not be offended. Besides, every ninja lord would all have to meet her at the first gathering of the Royal Council tomorrow after the wedding, where he would formally announce the War of Conquest, and Naruto was confident that Tsunade would be able to make a good impression then. He had been unable to help liking her as days passed and started to enjoy her company. She was not a Senju to him in anything but looks, and that he was more than happy to live with. He did wish they did not have to get up and leave in the morning after their wedding, though, to start a war and crush the remaining daimyo loyalists. Once upon a time he imagined he would relish any chance he had to be away from her. Not now, though. Now he looked forward to spending time with her and enjoying her company. Their strolls around the gardens had slowly become his favorite part of the day. He smiled wryly, knowing that when the snows fell thicker they would no longer be able to participate in that particular pastime. They had learned a lot about each other in the past week. Tsunade had taken upon herself to participate vigorously in the wedding preparations while he sorted out the royal court. In that time, he got to know she liked gambling, drinking, dancing, riding horses, as well as Katsuyu and sparring. She was no delicate flower and was a warrior through and through, a fact which he respected and admired. But there was also compassion in her heart, which she brilliantly showed when she recommended him to offer the daimyo's prisoner daughters and wife to either join the Nadeshia clan as priestesses for the rest of their life or choose to marry any minor ninja lord of Naruto's choosing. Unsurprisingly, the entire family chose the option to live free than be saddled with men who overthrew their husband/father. When that was done, Naruto swiftly executed the daimyo. Tsunade had been there and was surprised when Naruto carried out the sentence himself, unlike her brothers who always executed traitors and criminals with the help of special jailers. At the same time, Tsunade also pleasantly discovered that unlike most rumors that claimed Naruto to be a savage monster, he actually enjoyed reading stories on occasion and listened to bards. He was a pretty decent player of the flute and had made her cry with one of his songs. He also enjoyed spending time with his subjects and often made it a habit to visit them every day to interact with them personally. For the ninja lords he was the Dragon King, but for the common folk he was Naruto the Good. He also liked eating new foods but was terrible at drinking, a fact for which she teased him endlessly, much to his embarrassment. Naruto tore his mind from those thoughts as he finally entered the gardens, noting that all those attending were already present, besides Tsunade and her brothers, of course. He strode towards the holy tree to take his place, seeing his family lined up nearby as he came to a halt. His heart panged dully for those he was missing. 3 of his brothers who should be here were not there, and words couldn't describe how badly he wished Izuna was here on this important day. His only solace was the fact that he had Madara right by his side, giving him a reassuring smile which made his sadness vanish. He was glad to see his childhood friends were all there except for Mikoto, but he understood why she chose to skip this event. Unlike the ninja clan heads who chose not to come to this event due to old grudges and wounded pride, Mikoto had a valid reason to avoid watching him be promised to another woman for the rest of his life. Naruto scanned his family again, noting for the first time that his father was not clad in black. It was the first time he had seen him in anything that resembled color in so many years, and he was touched that he had managed it for his wedding. Even in his simple but elegant blue-colored shirt with the Uchiha crest on his back along with simple black pants and sandals, Tajima Uchiha cut a striking figure. Unlike the Senjus, the Uchihas were never one for extravagance, and Tajima was the living definition of that philosophy. Naori, on the other hand, had decided to skip that tradition, and Naruto could not help but notice how stunning she looked, a fact which was clear to see as many ninja lords, despite being married, were silently staring at her form. Naori was wearing a blue dress, albeit a rather dark shade of blue, beneath a gray cloak. He sent her a small smile and she returned it, inclining her head slightly. Before he could finishing looking at the other guests, he heard stunned gasps and was forced to turn towards the source that evoked such a reaction. He froze. Blasting the tradition of choosing one family member as escort, Tsunade had chosen to have all 3 of her brothers walk by her side as she entered the royal gardens. Her dress was as white as the untouched snow around the pool of the gardens. Even from a distance he could see that the bodice was sewn with pearls and silver and golden thread. Pearls were woven into her hair as well, which was half braided back from her face to allow her golden curls to tumble down her back. Around her shoulders was a black cloak made of fine velvet, and Naruto imagined that the roaring antler of the Senju would be woven into the back of it. He swallowed hard as she and her brothers came to a halt on the opposite side of the pool to him. Everyone in the garden seemed to have turned to stare at her, and he vaguely wondered if she looked as enchanting to them as she did to him. He had always known she was beautiful, it seemed only now he was appreciating just how captivating she really was. He took a deep breath, knowing that this was it. He could not allow the silence to continue much longer. Thankfully, the Senjus had reluctantly agreed to carry out the marriage in the old ways followed by the Uchiha. It was a good decision because Tajima would never allow any of his sons to be married in a temple of gods whom he considered false and blasphemous. At the same time, the Senjus had made clear they would not appreciate to marry their only princess in front of the old gods of the Uchiha. It was another one of the cultural differences between the two former enemies despite the fact that they were once a part of the same family. In the end, a compromise was made when Naruto suggested the marriage take place in the royal garden under a simple holy tree with the blessings of a priest who knew enough about both religions. It would seem this union was going to set a lot of new rituals and send cultural shocks throughout the elemental nations, if it had not already done so. A fact which made Naruto smirk internally before he was brought out of his thoughts by Madara's loud voice. Who comes? Who comes before the gods? Madara asked clearly. Naruto's eyes stayed on Tsunade, who smiled at him, as her eldest brother answered the question. Tsunade, of the Senju clan, comes here to be wed. Hashirama announced proudly with a beaming smile. It was her second brother who followed the ritual, although his ice-cold eyes seemed to bore into Naruto's very soul and his clenched fists was enough to show how much he hated this. She comes to claim the blessings of the gods. Who comes to claim her? Tobirama asked coldly. Me, Naruto said firmly, determined to show the white-haired Senju he was not intimidated by him in the slightest, that his opinion did not matter to him. That he was glad to marry Tsunade, regardless of Tobirama's bitter feelings. Naruto, of the Uchiha clan, he continued clearly, the Dragon King and rightful ruler of the elemental nations. I claim her. Who gives her? He asked, finally moving his eyes from his bride and to his last good brother. Itama, of the Senju clan, Itama replied, meeting Naruto's eyes for a moment with a smile before he turned his attention to Tsunade. Princess Tsunade, will you take this man? He asked amusedly, referring to her former title, earning an eye roll from the blonde beauty and slight chuckles from the guests. I take this man, Tsunade said, her voice strong and clear as her eyes found Naruto's. He smiled a tiny smile for her, and she relinquished her hold on Itama's arm at the gesture. Slowly she walked away from her brothers, and stepped around the pool until she stood face to face with Naruto. He offered his hand at once and she gave her own without hesitation. Naruto put a little pressure on her hand as he took it in his, holding her eyes and sharing a smile with her before they both turned slightly to face the holy tree. They knelt as one, their hands still clasped, and bowed their heads in submission to the priest who started the ceremony. Naruto knew that unlike him, Tsunade did not believe or pray to any gods, new and old, but he himself sent a silent prayer to them. A happy and contented life. That's all he asked for. That's all he ever wanted now. He squeezed her hand lightly again once he had finished, hoping that she would understand the pressure. She squeezed his hand back, and he assumed that she had. He raised his bowed head before rising slowly to his feet, keeping Tsunade's hand firmly in his own to keep her steady as she rose gracefully back up. With that, Naruto glanced behind him, nodding slightly to the Madara, who approached slowly with the royal Uchiha cloak draped over his arm. Naruto turned his attention back to his bride, moving his fingers to the clasp around her neck. He could feel her warm breath on the back of his hand as he unfastened her maiden's cloak from around her and slipped it away from her shoulders. He passed it back to the Madara, receiving the royal Uchiha cloak in return and sweeping it quickly around Tsunade's shoulders before she had the chance to get cold. His fingers shook ever so slightly as he fastened the clasp, knowing that this final gesture was the one that bound them fully as husband and wife. When he moved his hands away again, he met her eyes before taking both her hands in both of his, tugging her closer slightly. She moved willingly, her head already tilted up so she could meet his eyes. In that moment he wished that he had kissed her that night when they were alone in her chambers, when there had not been any other eyes on them. Now they were surrounded by people, and he could practically see Tsunade's nerves shining in her eyes. He couldn't not kiss her. For one thing he wanted to, and for another, it would look bad to those in attendance. They would make assumptions. Wrong assumptions, that he wished to avoid at all costs. He pushed that from his mind and leaned into Tsunade, tilting his head and closing his eyes the moment before their lips met. Hers were soft and warm as he had expected them to be, and he let his own linger for a long moment before he pulled back. She smiled widely when he did so, and he returned the gesture gladly, unable to believe that this moment he had dreaded for so many days had brought him such an inexplicable joy. It's gorgeous, really, but I could not have another bite, Tsunade protested, raising her hands up to stop Naruto from tempting her with another forkful of raspberry and cream tart. Are you certain I cannot persuade you? He asked her teasingly, and she shook her head determinedly. No, you cannot, not in this matter at any rate, she answered him, and he chuckled, laying the fork back down against his plate before contemplating his new wife. She had discarded her cloak due to the heat in the dining hall, and the unblemished skin of her arms was teasing him through the delicate lace of her sleeves. He was so busy admiring her that he didn't notice that she was no longer occupied with sipping from her wine glass. She cleared her throat slightly, and he snapped his eyes up to meet her amused gaze. Admiring the lace? She arched that one brow, and he smiled sheepishly. Something like that, he muttered, holding her eyes for a moment before he turned to pick up his own glass. It's been dark for rather a while, Tsunade mused quietly as he sipped down the sweet wine. Indeed, he agreed with her after he swallowed his mouth full. I wonder when. She hesitated. When the call will come for us to leave, she finished, and Naruto moved his hand to lay across hers. I will not allow anyone to accompany us to our chambers and risk having them embarrass either of us, he soothed her, rubbing his thumb against the back of her hand. What do you mean? She turned to frown at him. I mean I will not have you teased, with the men and women ogling at you. I won't allow it, you're my queen, he explained, we will retire when we are both ready. From that I can only assume that you are waiting on me, she smiled rather wickedly at him, and he narrowed his eyes at her. And will you keep me waiting? He asked her softly, leaning in slightly closer to her. No, the simple word sounded like magic, and Naruto's eyes could see the quickening of her breathing in the way her bodice rose and fell more rapidly. Then will you allow me to escort you to our chambers? He asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Yes, she breathed back, that one word making his pants feel uncomfortably tight. Gods, he had been far too long without a woman. Looking at Tsunade, however, had him certain that his patience would be well rewarded. Slowly he pushed back his chair and rose up to his feet, offering her his hand. She took it, rising up to her own feet. At their action the dining hall seemed to pause, and Naruto swallowed hard, knowing he would have to address them. The queen and I are retiring for the night, Naruto declared, knowing it was already close to early morning. The feast and celebrations had gone long into the night, with all clan heads and other leaders actually enjoying themselves to fine wine, delicious food, and exotic women whom Naruto had to reluctantly acquire for their amusement. Feeling Tsunade add pressure to his hand at his words gave him the courage to finish his addressal. Please, in our absence continue to feast, drink and dance until whatever hour you choose. A cheer went up at his words, and there was the distinct clanking of many tankards and glasses. He saw his friends giving him amused grins, with Madara and Nauri being the same. Tajima gave a brief nod, but the small smile on his lips was all the assurance Naruto needed from his father. Hashirama had far too many drinks and was already passed out. Itama was busy watching the exotic dancers but did give them a nod, but if previously Tobirama looked cold, right now he looked murderous. Unlike the other guests, the sour man had not enjoyed himself and sulked in a corner despite Tsunade's best attempts to cheer him up. Naruto could still remember the few words Tobirama had said to him when he managed to corner him away and when Tsunade was not looking. Tobirama had looked at the drunk clan heads before giving Naruto a cold look. King Naruto, you'll be fighting their battles and grudges forever. I wish you good luck. Those words had hit a nerve with Naruto, and if not for the fact that Tobirama was Tsunade's brother and quite dear to her, he would have been more than willing to throw the bitter man in the dungeons. Maybe it was best if he kept an eye on him, an endeavor in which Tobi Shimura would prove greatly useful considering the man's utter contempt for Tobirama, as the Senju had killed two of the Shimura clan heads' brothers in the war. He felt Tsunade's worried gaze staring at him, which made him dismiss those dark thoughts and give her a reassuring smile. It was better if she didn't know about her brother's attempts to ruin their wedding with his bitter attitude. Naruto pulled Tsunade away from the high table and off the dais, skirting the edge of the dining hall rather than leading her through the middle of the throng of people. Her hand was holding on tightly to his, but he did not complain of the pressure, knowing that she was likely nervous. He himself was nervous, having never taken a Senju into his bed before. The last thing he wanted to do was hurt her, but he knew well enough that he would not be able to prevent all of her discomfort. It had been a surprise to him when she revealed to him that she had not been with any man before. Considering how beautiful she was, he found that hard to believe, not that it bothered him. It would be hypocritical of him, but the sincere look in her eyes was enough to make him believe her. In the end he could not deny he felt happy to be her first and was determined to make it as bearable as possible. That was about as much as he could promise. After the first time he could promise her pleasure, his time with Shizuka and Mikoto had taught him the best ways to satisfy a woman. He almost shuddered with desire, thinking of manipulating Tsunade's glorious body in any number of ways. How he longed to have her shaking beneath him, clenching tightly around him and crying out her relief to the gods. Damn it all, his pants really were unbearably tight now, and they were not even halfway up the stairs. He quickened the pace slightly, hoping that Tsunade would not be offended by his eagerness. With every step he reminded himself that he could not just remove her gown and ravish her as soon as they closed the door to their chambers. He had to be slow with her. Gentle. He had to be patient and reassure her that he was happy to go at her pace. This time, at least. Gods. He almost groaned as he realized morning was barely a few hours away and they needed to rest thoroughly before the important announcements tomorrow. It wouldn't be good if they showed up half exhausted. Most of the clan heads would understand, but it would also send a bad message that their new king and queen valued their pleasure more than their duty. Neither of them could afford to let such rumors flow, not with this new peace so fragile and many clan heads still bitter with their grudges. All it would take was a minor slight and the war could start again. He could not afford that, not after everything that he had to give up. Everything his family gave up for him. Naruto could have wept in relief when they came upon their chamber door, and he pushed it open, pulling Tsunade in after him before he closed it firmly behind them and slid the lock into place. He turned to look at her then, seeing her eyes lingering on the locked door. I would leave it open, but we have rather a lot of people in the castle tonight, and a large portion of them will likely end up drunk and disorientated. He smiled reassuringly at her and she giggled slightly. His eyes were drawn to her hands, seeing how her fingers flexed towards her palms. He frowned, crossing to her and gently taking hold of her hands. Are you okay? He murmured, looking up to meet her eyes and seeing that a frown adorned her own face. I hate to think that anything here makes you feel uncomfortable. That I make you uncomfortable. If that is the case, then I won't. You don't. Tsunade protested at once, her hands flying to his chest as her head shook almost violently. You couldn't, you never did, not once have I been uncomfortable in your presence. Apprehensive, yes. Nervous, yes. But not uncomfortable. You don't frighten me, Naruto. You have been kind and honest with me despite how cruel I was to you when we first met. He let one of his own hands come up and caress one of hers in response, hoping to calm the wild look in her eyes. Or control his own guilt, while it was true that he had been kind to her but honest? Not by a long shot, a fact which haunted him every moment he was with her. I wasn't accusing you, he said softly. I know you're nervous about tonight, but I swear the last thing in this world I want to do is hurt you. I know, she whispered, her free hand coming to toy with the leather lacings of his cloak. He didn't move. He kept silent, just watching the progress of her finger as she wound the lacing round and around it. When she tugged on it slightly, as though for permission, he met her eyes and inclined his head slightly. At his action she pulled more firmly, undoing the top of his cloak. He heard her take a steadying breath, and he stepped closer on hearing it, moving his hand from hers so he could place both of his on her waist. As slow as you like, he promised, not moving his eyes from hers. Say stop, and I will, without question. She nodded at his words, both hands at his chest working to unthread his shirt now. Naruto kept his hands resting gently on her waist as she slowly removed it and left his chest hanging open. Author's note, there is a lemon here if you want to read it. Link to the story is in the description. Her hands came to settle in his hair, gently twirling his locks around her fingertips. Would you let me stay here? She asked him quietly, unsure if he was ready to sleep by her side. She knew it was ridiculous after they just performed the most intimate act a couple could ever perform, but she just had to be sure that she was not violating his need for privacy. Alas, her concerns were totally wrong. You don't even have to ask, of course I want you to stay here. He lifted his head up to meet her eyes. I want you to stay here even when I am not here. I want these chambers to be ours, Tsunade, he told her insistently, and she smiled weakly at him. Hold me, she whispered, and he shifted himself carefully to separate himself from her once more. He moved to her side and helped her settle herself across his chest, nestling her head under his chin and stroking one of his hands soothingly through her hair. Will you promise to wake me so that we can leave tomorrow for court together? She asked him sleepily, her nails clenching into his chest slightly as she spoke. If that's what you want, he said, and she nodded against him. I promise to treat you as my queen, my equal. I will honor that promise, he said sincerely, making her smile and kiss him deeply again. A gesture which he was more than happy to reciprocate. Many things were uncertain even after their wedding and their challenges were just about to begin. But for tonight, they both nestled closely against each other and decided to forget about the world for once. Chapter 24. War of Conquest. He lay awake in bed staring at the soundly asleep person beside him. It was hard to believe that she was his wife now, bound to him for life. Just as he was to her. Last night was unlike anything he had ever experienced before. It was not just the pleasure that excited him but more the fact that there was an understanding between them. She had trusted him with everything, be it the future of her family or her own body, had understood and accepted him for who he was. And it made him feel horrible. He had promised to treat her as his queen, his lawful wife, his equal. To love and care for her, to provide and protect her from anything and everything. All his life he had lived by his own sense of honor. It was the only thing that had kept him sane after the things he had seen and done over the years. Others might consider it a stupid moral which shinobi should never abide by. But to him it was everything. If one cannot trust their own words, how could they expect others to do the same? But now he could slowly feel his honor slipping away from him. The sense of righteousness and justice that had always given him strength was now becoming his weakness because every second he realized he was lying to his wife. Honor dictated that he tell her the truth about his daughters with Shizuka. It was the right thing to do, and it was not as if he had done anything wrong because the deed was done before he ever met Tsunade. But duty dictated that he do everything in his power to protect his children from everyone in the world, no matter who they were. He was the one that gave those two growing babes life, and it was his duty to keep them safe. This peace with the Senju was new, and for all the growing friendship he was developing with Tsunade, he couldn't determine how she would react. Much less her brothers, especially Tobirama, who was already dangerous as it was. In the end, torn between honor and duty, he realized he was putting his family in danger. Family. Duty. Honor. A soundless chuckle escaped from his lips as he realized how the morals he had lived his life by were directly related to the words of a certain clan. He had always imagined the words fire and blood had something special in them, and they did. But the Uzumaki clan's words were the principles he had lived by his entire life. Madara was more an appropriate example of fire and blood. A day shall come when you'll have to choose, and your choice shall determine the fate of not just your family but that of the world. Shizuka's words haunted him even now, and he still dreaded the remaining two events she had warned him about, where he would be forced to make a choice. After what happened in his life in the past few months, he was now more than a believer of her words and prophecy. He was brought out of his thoughts when he felt Tsunade move and unknowingly wrap herself more closer to his side. The rays of the morning sun were now slowly entering their chamber, and he could not help but watch as they made her glow. Those golden hair of hers were a beacon of light, and her faintly moist skin was shining under the sunlight. A soft whimper escaped her lips which made him run soothing circles in her back, eliciting a contented sigh from her. Despite his inner turmoil, a smile graced his lips, and he remembered he had made her a promise last night. His mind calculated the remaining time they had before their attendance at the royal court was required. Combined that with his own guilt, he decided to do something special for her just as he had promised her. With a single hand seal, he made a shadow clone who only needed a knowing gesture from its creator to understand what was needed. Grabbing a spare pair of clothes and a cloak from the wardrobe, the clone exited out of the room and shut the door very quietly. A sly grin graced his lips as he carefully extricated himself from their shared embrace and shifted himself on the bed. Tsunade moaned in a quiet whisper as he pressed a lovely but gentle kiss on the sensitive side of her neck. His hands were lightly coated in warm chakra, and he used them expertly to explore every inch of her body. He started with her shoulders, then moved to her slender arms, then to her beautiful breasts, followed by her waist and curvy legs. He could not help but grin proudly as her moans were now becoming louder, and her body involuntarily was starting to crave his touch more and more. Unlike him, she was a very deep sleeper, but considering the building pleasure he was spreading across her body, he doubted she would stay asleep for long. And he needed her to be in her dream world just a little more longer. It was why he made a hand seal and subtly encouraged her drowsy mind to remain in its little heaven a little longer. While using genjutsu was not something most Uchiha ever practiced on their partners during sex, he felt in this instance it would be worth it for her. He resisted the urge to kiss her lips and could feel his own hardness make its protest known. But he reminded himself this was about her, just as last night she had made every effort to satisfy him. Tsunade's hands tightly clutched the bed sheet as she felt a flame being ignited across her entire body. It was unlike anything she had ever felt before, and she could not help but crave for it even more. Her drowsy mind finally started to regain its senses, and she realized she was moaning a lot. She could sense a deep ache building between her legs. It was so painful yet enjoyable at the same time. Her eyes slowly fluttered open, and at first all she could see were dark blurs and stars. Gods, what was happening to her? Finally, her eyes regained their vision and she saw a faint mop of brown hair. Her gaze slightly widened when she saw Naruto was lying in between her legs, and as their gaze met she saw him kiss just above the most intimate part of her. Tsunade cried out loud in pleasure, and she was very wet, and her husband was grinning at her smugly. Author's note, slight skip. It was incredible. Indescribable. So much pleasure should surely not be allowed. Tsunade closed her eyes momentarily as her head began to clear a little more, becoming aware of her skin being damp across her forehead and between her breasts. She could feel it behind her legs as well, and between her thighs. By the gods, she must look a mess, but Naruto was looking at her as though she was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen when she opened her eyes again. How? She breathed, the only word she felt capable of uttering at his moment. He smiled widely in response, running his hand across her brow to push her damp hair away from her forehead. I promised, he said simply, and she just about managed to smile at him before he leaned down to kiss her. She lost herself in him. Tasting the difference of him and realizing with a jolt that it was because she was tasting herself on his lips. He obviously noticed her moment of surprise as he pulled back, his fingers slowly coming to caress along her cheek. Are you all right? He asked softly, and she bit down on her lip. I am not sure how a person is ever supposed to become accustomed to such a thing, she told him honestly, and he dropped a light kiss to the tip of her nose. I don't think it would be the same, if it were something we were to grow used to, he responded, and she hummed her agreement, nodding slightly. Even in her dazed state, she saw he was painfully hard and could not imagine how much he must have restrained himself to give her pleasure. She could not but not want to give him the same joy. Her hand reached for his hardness, but he stopped her midway. Their gaze met and she was surprised when without any words she understood his message. It was so strange to be able to communicate with someone just through a single gaze, but damn if she did not understood him or admire his adherence to his duty as king. How could someone so faithfully stick to their own morals no matter the temptation? She knew she couldn't not with what he offered her. But he was different from her, more strong and rational, not just in the physical manner. He was an enigma to her, an Uchiha she had never seen before. And he was hers. She nearly jumped in surprise when their chamber door quietly opened, but he grabbed her hand reassuringly, and it was then she realized it was a clone of his who was carrying a large tray full of juice and breakfast. A lone tear threatened to slip from her eye as the clone pushed a table right beside her bed and placed the delicious-smelling breakfast right before her. Naruto smiled at her stupefied expression as he got out of the bed, and Tsunade could not help but admire his well-toned and muscled body, and his scars as well. The clone gave her a last smile before he joined beside its creator. She remained silent and mesmerizingly watched as Naruto donned a fresh pair of clothes minus a shirt, which only served to arouse her more. He went to his desk and wrote something on a piece of parchment before passing it to his clone, who read it, nodded, and then silently went out of the room again. When that was done, she watched him momentarily stare at the vast capital spread out before him through the lone window of their chambers. Tsunade could not help but notice as the sunlight bathed his chest, and to her surprise not even a patch of his skin became red due to the heat. She then remembered the horrible tale of him slaughtering Uchiha traders and how he had not burned in the inferno that consumed them all, but not him. Maybe some of the tales were not false. Maybe few of his kind really did descend from dragons. It was the only phenomenon she could think of, for no matter how powerful a ninja was, they were still vulnerable to fire. But not him. The young dragon, they all called him, and she could not help but agree as she watched his form in the light that the name truly suited him. Naruto? He turned towards her with a gentle smile, and she could not help but feel greatly happy. Thank you, she whispered, her voice wavering just slightly, but he didn't mind. He silently came towards her and laid a gentle kiss on her lips before breaking apart and moving towards the breakfast tray. She was about to intervene, but one look from him made her stop midway. He was a man of few words, but his actions and deeds spoke for him. A fact she realized more and more with every moment that she spent with him. Together, they both enjoyed their first breakfast, and throughout the entire morning there was a radiant smile on her face. Hashirama had seen many great and terrible things in his life, but even he could not deny the sight before him today was possibly the greatest he had ever seen. Standing on top of the city walls, he could not help but admire the mass of gathered humanity. 50,000 soldiers. He could see countless flags of different ninja clans, with many familiar to him. Half of the army was made up of ninjas of all sorts, be they clan warriors, nomads, or individuals. The remaining half was made up civilian soldiers, shogun warriors, samurai, and a few mercenary companies. It was possibly the largest and most powerful army united under one banner for the first time after the Sage of Six Paths reigned over the world. And every one of these fighters was here for one reason alone. The War of Conquest. Once upon a time the Rikudo Sennin and his family ruled over the entire world, but that dynasty shattered due to the war between Indra and Ashura. What was once a united realm was divided into so many pieces, with different nations rising and falling over the thousands of years. But now the true rulers of the world were now determined to get back what was theirs. The Uchiha and Senju were destined to rule over the world, maintaining the peace the sage wanted. Hashirama knew this war would take many lives, but he had hoped that once the world was united, the scale of conflict could be controlled to an extent. He was no fool to think that war would ever end, despite what many believed. It was in man's blood, and so long as there were men, there would be war. But it was also true that peace could also be maintained if men wanted it. In a way, it was not just the desire for peace but many other favorable factors that contributed to this change. The most important being the fact that too much blood had already been shed among the ninja clans, and most lords realized their families would die if they continued fighting each other. The power play by the daimyo only fueled to sow the seed of unification. The union of the Uchiha and Senju, along with the arrival of the strongest bijou of the world, was the final nail in the coffin. Humans respected and feared power, and currently Naruto Uchiha was the most powerful man in the world. The boy was by no means perfect and had faults of his own, but he knew how to rally people to his cause. This grand army had not just rallied to him because of his alliance with the Senju, but for the fact that many of these soldiers wanted what most humans wanted: fame, wealth, fights, lands, and immortality. They all knew that this war could and would give them just that, because if Naruto Uchiha managed to win, then he would be the first after the Rikudo Sennin to rule over the world. Whether his dynasty survived for long or not, humanity would remember the first king to rule over their race, and all those who lived and died for the king would most probably be remembered for a long time. Another beneficial factor was the fact that the alliance with the Senju and the daimyo's resources gave Naruto the ability to start this war. The last harvest had been bountiful, and there was enough food, coin, weaponry, and supplies to run this grand army. It also benefited from the presence of many great leaders of war, which assured a sound and reliable chain of command for the men to depend upon. The Land of Fire was finally rid of war, and it had immensely boosted morale, making thousands of eager civilians to join the king's cause in hopes of making something for themselves. Already, the popularity of the Dragon King was soaring high day by day, and if he won, then he would forever be immortal. The only problem to this war was the fact that winter was almost upon them, and the elemental nations were soon going to be engulfed in dangerous weather. Many learned men had foretold the coming winter would be harsh and severe, if not long. Waging a world war in such a time was not advisable, but Naruto had no other choice. The entire Land of Fire, while enjoying peace, was getting more scarce to sustain so many ninja clans and civilian population. More than that, old feuds that were being kept in check for now would soon resurface if these men and women were not given a cause to fight for. One way or another, this war had to happen if Naruto's reign was to last more than a year. Hashirama glanced at the most tallest and powerful banners among the army. On the left flank was a flag very familiar to him, with a roaring antler flying high in the sky. "Ours is the Fury." Not many of his people often recited their clan's words, but those were the words of their ancestors, and Hashirama knew they were more true than ever, for even the mighty Uchiha had been wary of the Senju's fury if they went too far in the war. On the right flank was the famous and dangerous dragon banner of the Uchiha clan, flanked by many smaller ones of their allies and comrades alike. Fire and blood. Every Uchiha ever born often chanted those words more than 1,000 times in their lifetimes. For all their arrogance and stubbornness, they were one of the finest fighters in the world, feared and respected even by the Senjus. On top of both these banners was a new banner. It was unique, but at the same time a combination of the best traits of both clans. A roaring three-headed dragon. Hashirama could not help but respect Naori Uchiha's shrewdness, as she took the best of both clans to give an identity to a dynasty that shall rule over the world if the gods were in favor. It gave due respect to the families it originated from, but at the same time placed the dynasty above them as well. He was brought out of his thoughts when he heard thousands of whispers at once. He didn't need to wait for long to determine the source behind this commotion. To say it was a grand entrance would be an understatement. For many of these warriors it was the first time they ever saw a bijou, much less the strongest of the beasts, and the Kyubi did cut a menacing figure in his full glory. Hashirama still could not get over his surprise at the size of the beast, nor its mighty tails that would be enough to smash the capital to ground in minutes. It towered over men and women, making each of them adequately aware about their own inferior existence. If rumors were to be believed, many Uchiha were already starting to worship the fox as their new god. When the beast roared, every soul across thousands of miles of earth was silenced, with every pair of eyes glancing at the beast and the golden armored warrior standing on top of it. The war strategy had already been discussed among the top ninja leaders, and various leadership appointments were already finalized during the Royal War Council. But any leader was worthless unless their men supported them, and the Dragon King knew that very well. Hashirama had been more than pleased on seeing the radiant smile on his beloved sister's face when he met her in the morning. She had assured him that Naruto was truly good and kind to her, even going so far as declaring her his equal in front of all the leaders. Not only did he allow her to fight by his side in this war but also made her one of his commanders. Under the guidance of Den Nara and other leaders, the war strategy was decided based on the information collected over the past few weeks by the Shimura, Inuzuka and Aburame scouts stationed at the borders. Word had spread of Naruto's coronation and his intent to rule over the world. Naturally, it threatened the future of various ninja clans, noble lords, daimyos, and even samurai spread across the world. It was not a surprise when news came that two great armies had been formed to destroy the Dragon King and his allies. The first was made up of the samurai nation that were being funded by at least 4 important daimyos across the world. Made up of seasoned samurai, minor ninja clans, shogun and mercenary companies, it was an army containing 40,000 strong fighters. The second resistance had opened up in the Land of Wind, whose daimyo joined forces with the daimyo of the Land of Earth. Together those two factions had managed to rally a force of 30,000 fighters, with half of them ninjas. It was not taking into account the two smaller armies led by the ousted Fire Daimyo's relatives that were currently marching to retake the capital, even if it was a lost cause. In comparison to that challenge, Naruto had a force of 50,000 fighters, with half of those numbers being ninjas and a bijou. The king displayed his prowess at warfare by making crucial decisions after hearing the advices of his supporters. The first priority was to crush the internal rebellion within the Land of Fire. For that purpose 2 small but strong forces were formed. One would be led by Sasuke Sarutobi, who would command 8,000 fighters to crush the daimyo loyalists in the east. The second would be led by Madara and Tobirama themselves, with a force of 10,000 warriors to crush the daimyo loyalists approaching from the west. Many had suggested Hashirama to work alongside his old friend, but the king emphasized that he needed a fighter of Hashirama's caliber for his own campaign. Apparently, having a bijou would not be enough for the enemy they would be going up against. When both of these armies managed to crush their opponents, their orders were to join forces and march on to face the armies of Land of Wind and Earth. In the meantime, Naruto himself would lead a force of 22,000 fighters and his bijou to face the entire might of the samurai nation. The king's plan was to crush the larger army first before attacking the Land of Wind and Earth from the east, while Madara and Tobirama did the same from the south. Surrounded from both sides, their enemies would have no choice but to surrender or face annihilation. It was a great challenge, to say the least, for the fact that the enemy had greater numbers, but numbers didn't always help in winning wars. It surely raised the odds, but Naruto had some of the finest clans in the world on his side, a highly motivated army and a monstrous bijou to support his cause. To protect their homeland from any external threats and maintaining the peace, Tajima Uchiha and Den Nara would remain behind with a handful leaders along with 10,000 of the last fighters. Together both veteran and experienced leaders would keep the peace until Naruto returned, while also building the ninja village the king had ordered to be constructed. Den was more than capable of ruling, and Tajima was firm enough to keep the peace. Madara would have leaders like Tobirama, Tobi Shimura, Mikoto Uchiha, Sasuke Sarutobi, Ken Hatake, and Kakashi Hatake, Rei Namikaze, Tori Yamanaka, Hiro Inuzuka, and several civilian generals acting as his commanders. Naruto would be supported by Tsunade, Hashirama, Itama, his Kinsguard friends, Naori Uchiha, Shinoburame, Yakumo Kurama, and remaining civilian generals. Tajima would protect their rising nation with the help of Den Nara, Nakamura Akimichi, and Sakumo Hatake. The preparations and plannings were finished, now it was time for war. Warriors of Fire. Naruto's thunderous roar boomed across the entire land, garnering the attention of every fighter present. He had to steel his heart as he literally watched an entire river of different colors step closer to him and Kurama. What made it more daunting was the fact that it was not a river of water, but a sheer army of 50,000 fighters. And each and every one of them was looking at him. Their king. For the first time in his life his throat felt dry and his hands were shaking. He knew becoming king would give him great power, but watching this army before him frightened him. The fate of all these souls rested upon his decisions. Standing so high on Kurama's back made him oblivious to the identity of every fighter, but he knew they were all looking at him. They had answered his call to arms, now it was his duty to lead them. But gods damn him if he wasn't excited and scared at the same time. For far too long has this world remained divided. For far too long we have killed each other in the name of our families, for honor, for glory, for revenge. Long have we forgotten the time when our ancestors ruled this world, long have we forgotten the fact that our ancestors shared their homes, their lives, their families with each other, roared Naruto passionately. He stepped at the edge of Kurama's head so he could be visible to each and every man, woman and child present here. Whether he liked it or not, whether they believed it or not, whether he was worthy or not, he was their king. It was the Great War that broke us apart. But the Great War is over, yelled Naruto defiantly. Thousands of approving roars were unleashed at his statement, which was a stark proof of the fact that perhaps Hashirama and Naruto were not the only ones who craved for peace. Still, he was here to unite everyone regardless of their different views. You are here not to fight for me but to fight beside me. To take back what is rightfully ours, to once again unite mankind once and for all. A small smile graced his lips when from the Uchiha side started a thunderous roar with thousands of men banging their fists against their shields and armor. What surprised him more was the fact that the call was valiantly answered by the Senju side as well. From this day forth we fight for more than ourselves. From this day we fight to preserve, protect and unite mankind. In fury, fire and blood was this world created. It is time we reunited again with fury, fire and blood. We are not conquerors. We are not raiders. Tajima's breath stopped when he watched his son unleash the Uchiha's ancestral weapon high in the air. There was a momentary illumination as the light of the sun was dwarfed by the sword's light which bathed Naruto in all its glory, making thousands upon thousands gasp at the sight before them. Arise! Men of Dawn! A deafening sea of roars engulfed the land for thousands of miles as friends and enemies, comrades and rivals, civilians and ninjas, men and women all unleashed their swords, their shields, their spears, their flags and gave out a battle cry that was more louder and fiercer than the one unleashed by the giant Bijou before them. Kurama had never understood why his creator had always insisted to have faith in humans. The Sage of Six Paths belonged to a race greater than the humans, yet he had loved this race as if they were his own children. He had fought for, believed and eventually died for these strange creatures. For a very, very long time Kurama had only seen the worst side of this race, but today for the first time in his existence he felt hope for them. From the corner of his eyes, he saw the man who made this miracle possible point his ancestral sword at the Grand Army. Men of Dawn! Oaths we have taken, let's fulfill them all. The first Dragon King raised his sword towards the skies, unleashing the cry that changed the world forever. For mankind.